Hey yo, what is up, Brawlhalla? I welcome thee to Boost Wars Duskfall Rebellion. Doubles on this beautiful Saturday, I guess afternoon for America, for me it's nighttime in Europe. My name is Blackout, aka Maru seat at the bottom, and today I'm joined by someone that can help me cast the region that is not my own, someone from NA themselves, the GOAT, SIB's one and only Hoppy. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, my boy. It's another Moose Wars, another Brawl tourney, man. You know how these go. I haven't been around for a while. I've missed a couple of these, but I'm happy to be back. My name's Stenori, man, but I go by SIB Hoppy. And today, me and Mar gonna carry this one for y'all, man. So I'm really excited to get into this one. I can't wait to see what comes up next, man.
I'm extremely excited. It was all like, especially with B6 around the corner, like even the past month already, in different tournaments, both in Europe and in North America, like Brawl League, Galaxy Cup. Was there a different Moose Wars before this one in the past month? I don't actually remember.
I'm not sure about a Moose Wars, but BCX is coming up. So this right here is going to be a show because everybody's not only playing in a tournament for money, they're playing in preparation for one of the biggest tournaments of the year, man. So we're definitely going to see something different, especially from this first game. So Mauro, tell us about this first game that's coming up.
First game is incredibly hype, and there's a little bit of interesting backstory already. For winner squatters that we're going to be having, the first set's going to be Zen and Hideaway, which need no introduction, going up against a team of Seeing Shade and Greedy. And I want to point out, if Seeing Shade and Greedy got one massive upset to make it to this point, because predicted according to the seeding, this set would have been Zen and Hideaway going up against Monihala and Negdi, but Seeing Shade and Greedy managed to 3-0 them and get the upset. So in their 24th seed, they made it here, getting over seed number 8, which is already a massive upset. So I'm very excited to see if they can catch that, if they can get that momentum continuing. If they, coming off the 3-0 over Money D, as they're named on Challenger mode, can they 3-0 these Titans as well? I feel like their mental should be extremely good right now.
I agree. I definitely agree. Like you said, Greedy and Seeing Shade, they've definitely come a long way, especially for those who don't know them. Myself, I'm completely new to their names, but I know their competition, Hideaway and Zen, and I know they're going to be a tough one. But apparently, like Mara said, Greedy and Seeing Shade are not playing any games in this tournament. So I really hope they show us something different, especially seeing that there's BCX right around the corner.
Seeing Shade has been here before, hasn't done well in Moose Wars, but also in major tournaments, as they are power ranked 24th in Double Sword NA. But looking up Greedy, if this is the correct Greedy account that I found, they are 250 power ranked.
250. Now I'm going to ask you, Mario, do you take those power rankings serious, or do you think that's just a number? Because I've seen those who don't even have a power ranking come in top 32.
Mm-hmm. That's a scary thing. Like, if somebody doesn't have any history, it's really hard to predict, and anything could happen. And we've seen this a lot from someone like Zen and Hideaway. We're like, yeah, they're GOATs. They're power rank number 1 and number 2. We know they belong here. They've been here before. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm definitely not surprised myself. You can even see right here, look at their titles. Summer Champions from 2025. Not only do they have the titles, it's from this year. As an opponent, I would hate to see that. That would make me feel something in my gut, like, oh, these guys might have it over us. Do you think that's gonna affect Greedy and Shades? They're optimistic. You know the word I'm looking for, though.
I think I get the sentiment. Like,
how do you think Shade and Greedy are feeling right now about this matchup? Even though they've come through a lot and they faced harder competition, like you said, took away Moni Hala and his teammate, one of the biggest upsets of the day.
I think one of the best things that you need to have as a pro is a sort of immunity to fear, because I think there's a difference in fearing your opponent when they pull up with like a Summer Champion 2025 title, and I think there's a difference in respecting them. But at the end of the day, nobody's unbeatable. You just got off a 3-0 over Money D, so that only further proves you can beat anyone as long as you're just good enough. And at the end of the day, a match like this is just a moment in time. Just because they were the best in Summers doesn't mean they're gonna be the best today. Maybe Greedy and Shade are gonna be the best today, for example.
I like that. You should write that one down. That was a good one. Just because they were the best then doesn't mean they're the best now. Okay, I definitely feel that sentiment. It's just hard to, even again, Kaya. Look at the level 100 Kaya. The BCX final is 23. Greedy and Shade are going against something crazy here, and with so many different weapons and mechanics being introduced in the Brawlhalla, there's just no telling who's going to be the one to come out on top of this, especially with it just all being so new and fresh to some of these people.
Sure, like looking at the lock-ins already, we're seeing all players currently locked in, and that's something that I wanted to mention before we're going into the game 1 any moment now, because in the 1v1 game mode, we've seen in all regions, or at the very least the ones I've been following, mainly NA and Europe, a massive uptick in orb usage and people realizing this weapon has gone unnoticed, this weapon has gone untouched. It might be top 2, it might actually be the best weapon in the game. You see all the 1v1 players moving over onto orb plus their main weapon. So like all the Scythe mains being playing Fate, all the Spear players being playing Dusk, etc, etc. But with the eye,
choose meta. About the choose meta, because now I'm looking, usually I see a lot more Axe, maybe a Lance or 2, but I'm only seeing 1 Axe in this lineup if I'm not mistaken, and a cannon and a bow together. I'm not 100% sure about these matchups and how they're going to make them work, because again, I'm used to seeing a lot of axes and lances and gauntlets, the usual, the usuals. Like you said, people have been changing up, starting to use new weapons, starting to come up with new strings, new ideas as far as what they can utilize to come out on top of in these tournaments.
I definitely think that we're still seeing the usuals. We are having a Kaya and Onyx on screen, which has been kind of a metaphor of what just happened. Hello!
Whoa,
What happened to
wait.
Hideaway there? That's a really early stock loss. They are dealing decent damage to Shade and Greedy. That's a team combo, and like the
Ooh,
end
okay, he's in
beautiful
with
doesn't knock them out. But as you were mentioning about the weapons, beautiful knockout onto Shade. You know, the guy at Onyx is basic. It's the vanilla pick. Everybody plays it. Everybody likes it. Even if it's the regular, even if it's the most used, it's never a bad thing, you know. But we are seeing similar weapons. You know, we are seeing the spear, we are seeing a cannon, and we are seeing an axe, like you mentioned, on the enemy team. But the legends are different. Because we're not seeing, you know, cannon and spear on two different legends. Instead, we're seeing Shade on the 7, having both of them. And really right now going with that Barraza. Reminiscent of Cody Travis, they're just stringing those Sars into each other.
Okay, I'm not really seeing a lot of team combos. I'm really not seeing a lot of jumping either. It just seems to be everybody just going to the nearest one to them and just trying to finish them, like get them out early, finish it off early. But I'm not seeing any advantage. I'm not really seeing disadvantage. I mean, even now, like the red team has 2-1 stocks, but they're still pretty close in stocks with the blue team, with their skill level and what they've been showing so far. So I'm just not 100% sure where this one was going. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy yet. I'm not. Oh, okay.
It's just extremely scrappy. Doesn't get something off that there, but the blue team already, like, even though they're both really damaged, they do have 2 stocks up right now, so they're trying to get a lot of damage. Now you see that Hideaway already on 101, and the rest of the squad on the field being fresh.
The emoting as well. The red team looks maybe looking to take over here, even though we have the Onyx Hideaway here sitting at almost gone with a really solid red stock. He's still playing aggressive though, trying to get Shade out of there. He's saved by Greedy though.
Anyone on any team would have lost their last talk in that offstage interaction. But the helicopter coming through, is it enough for Zen to make it back? They do make it back because they're so tight. Really the only one that isn't, you know, in knockout range right now. Shade lives that!
You have Avatar sweating under the stage, still coming back from both teams. Nobody's been knocked yet. Stocks are solid red all across the board.
That's one.
And finally they get a knockout the blue team.
Doesn't get the end heavy. Doesn't get the neutral heavy on the door.
Now remember, the red team was at the disadvantage at the start of this interaction. They've come back and taken over this game. I told you after the emote, I saw something in them.
All of them understand that it's one mistake away, but I'm like it to Sarah. The turnaround was crazy. Even though it was incredibly scrappy and it didn't feel like, you know, any team had the upper hand, any team at any given moment had all the stage control, all the weapon control, had the better team combos. They were just kind of smacking anyone that was in the range in front of them. Almost like it's one of those robots that's just, you know, it's like a Roomba. If it bumps into someone, it changes direction, and otherwise it's just holding forward. But the blue team having a 2-stock lead, but having that synchronized KO coming out from Hideaway and Zen allowed them to reverse that. And even when Hideaway was still 100 damage behind, they still managed to make that back and survive for that long. Even in all the crazy offstage interactions that they had, both teams managed to keep themselves and also their teammates alive.
The offstage interactions were really the most exciting part of that game for me. Literally, both teams were down to the wire with the stocks and just fought it off until the end. Nobody was trying to give it up. So again,
Hideaway!
Wow,
you saw the vision there.
This game. I'm seeing a lot more teamwork starting to happen here as the games progress.
It's actually a massive lead already at the start. Building up a lot of damage onto Shay, but the blue team isn't going to take that sitting down. Now Greedy is the only one that is below 50 damage taken. They already see both the Kai and Onyx looking for high knockback or even KO moves. The D-Light Sare drop. We're 2 games in and I already see a spear D-Light Sare drop. Oh, hate to see it. Again? Man! How?
Red team. Wait, I'm holding my breath to see if Greedy here is gonna be able to hold his stocks on 3 stocks. It evened out. Oh, okay, wait. Now the blue team has the advantage now. Remember they had this before and they lost it. But the way it seems Greedy and Shade are playing this time, they seem to be a lot more in sync, utilizing those teams' effort. And I might have spoke too soon because Zen and Hideaway are looking to get Shade off the map now.
That's
later.
hotness.
Oh my god.
This is where the summer champs, baby.
Oh
Come on.
My god.
They're not stopping. They're going. They keep going off stage. They don't need no floor to get the team combos off them.
God, and as much as Shade and Greedy try to help each other and get them out of these strings, Zen and Hideaway are just literally taking over and not allowing them to get away with anything.
They're just going. Like, even when they're approaching knockout ranges, they don't care. They're just going in. They want to get as much damage as possible. And the beautiful Hideaway Nair to keep themselves alive, getting the chase touch off of that. Lives to see another day. That's the underground boat that they're coming through with the cannon. Now Shade, the final stock, has to wait on Greedy's respawn in order to get him safely out of that, but it's not going to be in time. Leaving Greedy in the 1v2 situation. Even though it's 4 stocks against 2, you actually have decent things on Barassa. Like, any of those decent knockback options will take one of these players out, but at that point you still have to deal with the punish. I see like the Enlight coming through, creating some space, then jumping immediately, waiting for that Zen follow-up. Oh, there it is, that's one thing. Does he get the edge guard? Weapon throwing there isn't the greatest because now you're giving full weapon control to the red team. The team knockout
as much as we love an underdog story, it just seems that Zen and Hideaway did not come to play today, and they're about to show us right here why they're the ones that are going to win this. Look at that beautiful team finish with them two against Greedy and Shade. That phenomenal fight these past 2 games. Phenomenal. It's off to one more set if they lose this. So if Zen and Hideaway win, they'll take away the set, and Greedy and Shade will have to be set.
Bro, I just want to point out 625 damage done and 5 knockouts coming out from Hideaway. That was just... That was insane. I could definitely tell
actually,
in contrast
as
to
much as we
game
love an underdog story, it just... I'm sorry to say, Zen and Hideaway have this locked in their bags. The teamwork is there. The strings are there. They're separating them. Shade and Greedy are literally trying to help each other. Get in there, poke them out, get them out of the string, getting back on stage, and Zen and Hideaway are still just not letting any of that go through. They're stopping all contingency plans that Greed and Shady have to, make this win happen.
Yeah, like in the game one, it looked extremely close, but the longer the set has been going, the more locked in it seemed like Hideaway and Zen have become. And you see Hideaway with so much confidence already sending it on the side of the stage with that cannon. Like, you're only a few seconds in, and he just doesn't care. If he sees an opportunity, he's immediately ripping it. He doesn't even wait for a dodge. He's just saying, nah, I'm not expecting you to dodge, and if you do, I'm just praying that you go into this. But in the meantime, Zen has a beautiful edge guard on that spear on the left side of the stage. First talk in favor of the red team.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The red team took over the last game. They're definitely starting off strong, taking over this game. The blue team is just having a hard time sticking together. Look at how they're separated even now. They're fighting Shade on his own. Greedy and Shade have the stage now, though. Hopefully, Greedy can take advantage here and get Zen. I told you, there he goes. Get the finish on Zen. Now, Shady and Greedy have a chance to hear solo Hideaway. Get the string off. But again, Zen comes in and gets the save. I told you, all contingency plans that they have in place are just not going to go through when Zen and Hideaway are locked in like they are at this very moment. Even then, he gets the KO, but they're still up 2-2 in the stock. Shade and Greedy looking to come back and try to get advantage here.
The end single, the teammate, Shade, already being put on the final stock.
Crazy. And that not only is a big mistake for them, but a great thing for the other team, seeing now that they're up 2-2 in the stock against 1-1.
This is the biggest lead that the red team has had in this set, and they've won like all the games, even when they were behind. If this isn't the guarantee for a 3-0, I don't know what is.
You think this is a guaranteed 3-0 right here? I mean, again, the first game blue team was ahead and red team came back. It could be a reverse here. I lied, it cannot be a reverse. Kai gets the sig off the side stage. Beautiful work to get the finish. Now they're gonna have to 2v1 Greedy on his own.
It's just 1 versus 2 stocks, but you gotta keep in mind that Greedy
Oh
is
my God, is
one
Hideaway
hit
trolling?
away from losing
Is
it.
Hideaway trolling? He's made it a 1v1 situation between Zen and Greedy.
Nah, Hideaway is
Hideaway was
content build.
trolling.
Now you're trying to build up the hype a little bit more. You're trying to give us a little bit more tension.
Oh, they built the hype up all in themselves.
Okay,
Great
there we
finish,
go.
though.
Red team wins.
Love that for Zen. Hideaway is someone for the people. Bro, I love that. That was great.
Wow, I mean, as much, you know, you mentioned this a lot. As much as a lot of us enjoy seeing the underdog story, and as well as the underdogs haven't played at the beginning of this set, I think it was a combination of throughout the games, both and Hideaway started playing better, they started following up of each other a little bit more, they started playing closer to each other to make sure they had each other's backs. And that kind of just dismantled the blue team. They were really struggling to get anything to each other. They weren't really getting any handoffs, so any damage interactions that they did get was very minimal compared to, you know, the 1-2s that we see Hideaway and Zen hit so often off each other. So Seed 1 moving on into top 8, Zen and Hideaway having a 3-0 over Seeing Shade and Greedy, the biggest underdogs in terms of seeding, pulling up to today's Duskfall Rebellion bracket.
Definitely big underdogs, and I loved those sets. That was actually a crazy set. Like you said, in the beginning, I feel like both teams were really off there. Seeing Shade and Greedy had a chance to really put something together there, and I thought they were going to take over in that first game. They had the lead, they had the advantage, but even then, Zen and Hideaway came back in the first game and locked in. We started seeing a lot of more team combos towards the end of that first game, and a lot more towards as the games progressed. As you saw in the last game, beautiful finish by Zen and Hideaway with the way they just controlled off stage, controlled the team combo, separated Greedy and Shade, did not let them, you know, try to hit any team combos or help each other in the situations. They just kept everything separate and really locked in. And then you had big mistakes coming from the underdogs, like taking their own teammates stock in a crucial situation when you're only on the ice. That's the thinnest part, really. So as much as I was rooting for the underdogs, it was just poor performance by some of their players, and that's okay. You know, they'll come back again and better next time, especially now that they know that they can make it this far with this much potential.
Like, as much as it can hurt to, you know, get kind of swept 3-0 like that, you do gotta keep in mind this was only with our side. They still have elimination bracket to go through, so they can still make it back. They're not fully out just yet. But also, you beat Monihala Magdi. Even if this isn't the point in the tournament where you go out, I still think that they have something to be proud of with how far they made it, like you said. So with our first set out of the way, I want to introduce our next set that is going to be coming up. And I think there is some crowd favorites in here because it's going to be Greechabu Hexo going up against Marckiemoo Future Bubble. 4 names, no need no introduction. I think if you've been following, not even for a year, if you've been following NA for like half a year, you know Marckiemoo. And if you know Marckiemoo, you know Future Bubble. And if you've been following, you know, community tournaments a bit as well, if you've been active in the community as a whole, like on social media, you know Greechabu and Hexo, and you know the disgusting team comp that they run. I'd argue it's one of the most toxic legend selects that they've been running for the past year or so. I don't remember exactly how long they've been playing. But they always run that level 100 Nyx that we're already seeing of Hexo and that level 100 Greechabu. Is it level 100?
Greechabu's running a level 100 Kaya. That's actually crazy. Usually the only thing I see Greechabu running tournaments for the longest time was, you know, the Linfei. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not mistaken.
No, you're not.
So seeing him pull out a level 100 Kaya to max with a level 100 Nyx is kind of beautiful. I can't lie.
No, I think that's Future Bubble actually. That makes more sense because Future Bubble does have that.
His name is
level
Future, so why
100
you just lying to me? But it's okay. You know, we'll figure it out as we go. Oh, there goes Guichi.
That's Gui. So because I know for a fact,
Gui.
I can confirm that when Greechabu entered the scene, they were mostly a once player. And they had that level 100 signature Linfei, but at some point in their career, they were like, hold on, Canon is Canon is not good, it's at the bottom of the tier list. And they moved to Nai, and not only do they run, you know, the most demonic, Redditor-hated, gold-smacking team comp, Even though
I'm
I
thinking I'm
just
starting-
okay, there it is. Level 100 Queen Nai. This is
Ah,
the
see
stuff
that? Okay,
gold
for
players see
Goichibu,
in
Queen
their
Nai makes a
nightmares.
lot more sense. I was wondering why would he switch his name in the future? Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Goichibu on the Queen Nai and Hexo with a level 100 Nick. Actually, everyone in the lobby is level 100. And you see Onyx in the mix, so which is I think, really meta right now for two. So I think we're gonna see a lot more Onyxes throughout the night. So, but again, these are some beautiful team lineups here. Goichibu and Hexo going with something pretty nasty, pretty considered petty, but still beautiful in its own way. You know, we don't judge around here. And then you got Future and Marckiemoo. Now, Marckiemoo been an up and coming, like, you know, pro.
I
Up
feel
and
like they've
coming
already
game.
come up. They've been there for a while. At
Yeah,
this
no,
point.
but I'm saying like legendary level, like, you know, Sandstorm and Boom level. Really
Oh,
up
for
there,
sure,
like,
100%.
yeah, like really, he's really out there trying to make a name for himself, really doing it with some class and doing it with some originality, and I love that. You know,
I think this is gonna be one of the more unorthodox sets that we're gonna see in terms of Legend Select, because we are having another Kaya Onyx. But what I love about Goichibu Hexo is that they have two string weapons and then Blaster Spear. And Blaster Spear is kind of basic. Marckiemoo just hit a double ground pound and took out Hexo's first stock. That's amazing.
that's actually amazing. I actually did not think that Goichibu and X are going to be the first ones to lose a stock here, but again, oh my god, if you see that Onyx, that Marckiemoo Onyx is nasty with the gauntlets, but he's got it with a team combo from the red team, a beautiful takeout. God, it was hot and ready.
That was absolutely immaculate. Like, I am still surprised at how well flowing, so to speak. Hexo is already on the last stock. Hello.
You know, Marckiemoo and Future Bubble are really just taking over this entire game. Even when they're hitting each other, they're still just sitting so comfortably with the stocks they can just sit there and get ready to line up for the team combo. There's no worries at all, you know.
The stocks are flying by. I feel like every 20 seconds someone loses their stock.
Yeah,
So
we're not gonna be here for long because I'm talking and they're working while I'm talking. Like, this is
exactly.
nasty work.
We're waffling
I'm
in
not
their
gonna lie.
scrap.
As I feel like the red team had a big lead here and it's getting pretty tight. Actually, like this is actually blue team.
Ooh, beautiful Future. What was
They've
that
evened
there?
out the stocks and they're looking almost exactly the same when it comes to color. Oh my! This is actually a pretty tight game, even though the red team seemed to have it from the beginning.
This is. I am at a loss for words right now because I feel like the moment I open my mouth, try to say something insightful or informative, someone is gonna lose their stock, and it's gonna be Future.
It's a 2v1 against Marckiemoo himself. Goichibu and Hexo. Are they going to be able to keep it together? Hold him off stage. Is Marckiemoo the... No, this is... I don't believe it. I don't believe that Marckiemoo makes it out this one alive.
There is a chance, but Goichibu is doing a really good job at protecting your president. President being Hexo, one hit away from losing it. And Goichibu has to step up. Goichibu is protecting his homie. Doing a great job as Hexo is keep standing back, trying to find something. There it is. Beautiful 2v1 outplay coming out from Goichibu and Hexo. Hexo being the one that was put on their last stop. The quickest. Still managing to hang on, even in a dire situation like that.
You know, as tight as that game is and as hard as Marckiemoo is as competition, I'm not surprised that Goichibu and Hexo took that one away. You know, the first time I ever went to a personal LAN event, and I got to see Goichibu in person play, which was something that was just, you know, really astonishing to me on like how he just locks in, focuses, takes it over. So he learns throughout the entire game. And even then, when Marckiemoo and Future seemed to get really nice combos off and really seemed like they could take the lead or really take over and come back, Goichibu and Hexo just really locked in, stayed locked in, and executed flawlessly. And because of that, they were able to take the first game away. So going into the second game, we'll see how Marckiemoo and Future Bubble come together to figure out what they can do in order to stop Hexo and Goichibu's dominance.
Like, I don't want to point out, I wouldn't be surprised if this game goes to game number 5, or rather the set goes to game number 5, because it is seed 4 versus seed 5. Hexo, Goichibu being seeded number 4, and Marckiemoo, I guess we can call it, being seeded number 5. But both of these teams, you know, having dominant performances in previous Moose Wars. I think they've faced quite a lot against each other. But there's a lot of offstage scrappy going on right now. Marckiemoo just trying to stay alive as you have Hexo and Raydish just joining him.
No,
there.
I don't think Marckiemoo was just trying to stay alive. I think Marckiemoo was trying to get him off that stage. He had complete control of that situation, but completely lost it. Is now knocked out, losing the first stock for his team. Red team taking over. Duskfall and Exo in the lead.
Future unfortunately not getting the follow-up of that, and like Marckiemoo doesn't even get the knockout. Beautiful D-Sig into N-Sig, and there it is. Okay, they needed that reversal and beautifully capitalizing off the fact that they knock out one, immediately go straight for the other. Now Future Bubble only one with 3 stocks to their name, avoiding the N-Sig. We've seen Raydish hit that on the Qatars multiple times over the past year ever since they've been playing that night. Like they even managed to just get filthy team combos off of it.
You know, although they did lose the last game, Marckiemoo's team, Marckiemoo and Future Bubble, seem to really be holding it together here and keeping the lead that they believe they should have. With Marckiemoo just doing phenomenal things like this, snatching off the stage, trying to keep them off the stage, and even though they did that, they still lost the stock there to Duskfall and Hexo.
So, although the stocks are even, there is a massive damage lead in favor of Marckiemoo right now. And you already see Future Bubble looking for the recoveries, but in the meantime the signatures coming out from both Hexo and from Duskfall taking out Marcky right now.
It seems that Duskfall and Hexo might be taking another game back to back. They can get a 2-0 because if you look at these stocks, although they're solid red, the Future Bubble has a little left on his. It's still a tight game. Marckiemoo is down to 1 again. So hopefully they can get rid of their stocks and even this out before Marckiemoo takes too much damage.
Raydish trying to not be sandwiched between 2 players, trying to hold on to their second stock right now. Another GC N-Sig. That's like the second time I've seen him hit those. And it's not even just to get the knockout. Because, you know, he was a yellow.
Oh! And that's it for Marckiemoo. That gives Hexo and Duskfall the 2v1 situation, not against Marckiemoo this time, but Future Bubble himself really be able to hold it together.
What is this combo?
I don't think so. They get it out early.
Red team wins.
They get it out early.
I'm calling the health inspection because that was disgusting. That was actually, that was filth. That was filth. Team comboing on Qatars in doubles.
They didn't. They said it's Future Bubble. Give me that. I need it, and they took it. What are you talking about? And that makes Marckiemoo switch up off the gauntlets, go straight into Lance and Axe. I told you that's the 2's meta. He had to do it to him. It got bad out there.
3, 2,
I don't know if I like this swap. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I don't know if I like this. Because his gauntlets were doing really well.
Love it. I love it. I love it. So Lance and Axe, Marckiemoo got off the gauntlets in the sight. Oh my God! I can't believe this performance from Raydish and Hexo is best. Is literally top tier right now. They're showing us what it really means to be a team. Oh my God! Taking out some of the best competition in the game. I know the crowd is probably losing it right now. Watching Marckiemoo not only lose, but always seem to be the first one to lose his stock. It's crazy how you know when teamwork really comes together, you can take out anyone.
Oh wait, didn't D-Sig connect with a weapon throw interrupt? I am so confused there. Future Bubble doing an immaculate job at letting Marky go first and trying to get the follow-up if they get punished for it. Doesn't, you know, relieve the pressure enough for Marky to hold on to their first stock right now. But everybody else on the field is still on 3 stocks, already reaching the 150 or higher. That's Raydish down. Team knockout coming through. Future Bubble seeing that sweaty Nicks on the side of the stage. Rips the D-Sig, rips the GC and Sig. Igree's just matching Sigs, like I said. The Redditor's Nightmares. The Gold Destroyer. Marckiemoo having that lance, trying to get a 3-piece off of that onto Hexo, and you see Future Bubble immediately jumping towards there, seeing, hey, my homie is putting pressure on Hexo, and Hexo is by themselves, let me help him out. Unfortunately, loses their stock in the process. And now the damage lead is in favor of Hexo and Reachable as Marckiemoo slowly approaching red damage values.
Do you believe, now I'm starting to, Morrow, talk to me now, do you believe that they're targeting Marckiemoo? Now that I think about it, these last couple games, Marckiemoo seems to be the first one out. And I'm starting to think that might be their strategy here. Guichibu and Hexo came in with a strategy again, getting out Marckiemoo first, leaving Future Bubble with 2 stocks. But again, you saw what they did to him last game when they get him on his own. So if they're able to get Marckiemoo out again,
oh, beautiful side sig.
Series like he predicted, and now Future down to his person. Oh.
So I don't think, yes, it is a targeting issue, but I don't think it's a Marckiemoo targeting issue. I think Guichibu and Hexo, especially on the weapons they are playing, lends extremely well to putting pressure and damage off the side of the stage. So whoever is like to the most left or right side is the one that's getting jumped. And it's mostly Marckiemoo as he's the more oppressive player in this team composition. While normally Future Bubble is the stage controller, he's the one that goes for the second hit and follow-ups. But it's not enough. It is not enough. Hexo and Guichibu, which what should have been, statistically speaking, really even match, kinda, and I'm sorry to say this as a big fan of them, washing over Marckiemoo and Future Bubble.
Washing over? Is that what we're calling a 3-0 sweep? Is washing over? Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I can't believe it. Guichibu and Hexo not only showed up and won, they did it with phenomenal fashion, making it a 3-0 sweep. Hate to see that for a champion like Marckiemoo and Future Bubble, but they will live on and they will move on, and that's okay. But right now, Guichibu and Hexo have it in their bag. They're in their bags, and we saw it from those phenomenal team combos. We not only seen individual beautiful strings, we saw them put it together as a team and sling them off the map like it was nothing. Again, this is Moose Wars, man, right before BCX, and you know it's going to be good.
I'm at a loss for words. Wow. It felt so much more one-sided that I was mentally prepared, you know, to see. Especially coming out from Hexo and Guichibu, I know they're dominant, but it feels like whenever I see them and they pull up, they are so much more dominant than the last time. It's like they ever keep evolving, whereas other teams start stagnating, whereas other teams have already reached their peak and are struggling, you know, to keep up. Hexo and Guichibu, they're reaching new heights every time I am allowed to cast them, every time I am watching them, every time I see them on majors. And it's so exciting to just see them pull up to a new tournament whenever it's going. But for now, we're going to take a small break. I for sure need it because I need to reset my mental after that quick and nasty trio. So I hope to see you guys there for the remainder of Winners Quarterfinals.
Never stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. stop dreaming. Never stop, 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 never stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. Never stop. Never stop. Never stop dreaming. Never stop. Never stop dreaming.
Yo, what's up, Brawlhalla? Welcome back to Duskfall Rebellion 2v2s. Shout out to Moose Wars and shout out to Brawlhalla. I ain't wasting no time because I want to get into this set quickly, man. This is gonna be hype. We got Balloon Boy Raydish going up against Bunny and Raid. End of sentence. I ain't saying any more. Look at this lineup. Y'all know who they are. Y'all know this is gonna be gas. Ain't no need
This
for
is
more
actually gonna be
introduction.
gas. This is actually gonna be gas. Balloon Boy and Raydish, you know, they've been to this before. They've done this before. But against Bunny and I don't know. Against Bunny and Raid, I don't know. Again, we've seen a lot of upsets today. We've seen the Moni Hala upset. We've seen the Marckiemoo upset. And now it's up to Balloon Boy and Raydish to hold the I believe we're having
I think
somebody might be having Wi-Fi technical issues.
gonna have a small reset. Yeah, because we're seeing Raid, you know, dropping Bunny off. I think Bunny might have here having some controller issues. Yeah, okay, they're looking in. Having a little bit of a reset here. Might have been a button check. Might have been.
Can you believe it, folks? Blue team over here, Balloon Boy smacking Raydish off the side of the map.
Clean 6-0 in the beginning. No.
That's right. We're probably just having controller issues, internet issues at the beginning. We're just gonna go ahead and reset here.
Happens. No matter how skillful you are, you're not immune to Wi-Fi.
You feel me? Technical difficulties. Nobody's immune to technical difficulties.
These are, for me personally, probably two of the teams I am most hyped seeing at BCX. I mean, I'm unfortunately not gonna be there myself, so I'm gonna be, you know, watching it from home, and I am gonna keep track of both of these teams' brackets.
Okay, I like that. I like that. So after keeping track of the brackets, what do you think is going to go on? Because again, myself, I believe that Raydish and Balloon Boy is center back, just like that team combo off the side, early but beautiful. Okay, they're keeping it together, keeping it clean. Look at their stocks, almost barely. I lied. They're getting touched now. That axe is doing work. I don't know what it is with that axe, but Raydish making it work. Bunny gets sent off the left side of the stage with the team combo. Great finish by Balloon Boy.
Now, Balloon Boy came in clutch so beautifully there, because I am 99.9% sure that if that NC had connected, Raydish would have either lost a weapon or just outright lost that entire stock. Balloon Boy being the rescuer that Raydish needed on the side of the stage there. Not only saving them from the imminent doom, also getting the stock while they're at it. And now Raydish Balloon Boy, full stocks up. I'm saying full stock. Oh, what? Raydish?
The boost off the top, recovery, nice. And we're getting another team combo.
What was that team combo?
Even though he almost got saved. He tried to save him. You saw that. Oh.
Disregarding the fact that they had a beautiful interrupt coming out from the red team. Did you see the vision there?
The red team seems to be bringing it together. Bunny is playing no game. She is really showing her best out, trying to come back off of this deficit. They're in a 2-1 deficit against 2-2 stocks with Raydish and Balloon Boy.
Raydish and Balloon Boy trying to catch anyone that's making a small little mistake. You see Balloon Boy just getting that one there, downlight into the cover view. Not enough to knock out Raydish yet, but the wheels coming through from Raydish, riding them over, and right now they have a beautiful edge guard potential. You have the gauntlets and the boots. Having this terrible ground pound doesn't get a knockout onto Buddy. It does get quite a lot of damage on her though.
I'm not gonna lie, even though I feel like the blue team has an advantage here, the red team still has a chance of bringing it back if they just lock in and get the. But they might not
Not yet. That is.
Balloon Boy and Raydish seem to really be utilizing the top of the stage here to get their KOs. And now they might be utilizing the bottom of the stage here to get their next one. Balloon Boy and Raydish for the win. Blue team on the first game.
They started off strong and never slowed down. There was like no moment in that set where they started changing their playstyle even after taking so much damage. They keep holding forward. The health bar is a resource, and I'm gonna use all of it until it resets. That's how they're playing.
I did notice that. I did say that, how you seem to see that at the beginning of the start there, Balloon Boy and Raydish barely got their first stocks touch until, that axe came out and they started to get hit a few times. You go straight to red when you're going against axe. But again, they had phenomenal gameplay there. Almost two. They left with 2 stocks apiece. So I don't know how Bunny and Ray are going to come back from something like that.
I mean, maybe the swap to Patrick Star, aka Terrell's, coming over from the Ogre might help a little bit. Because you mentioned, the axes doing a lot of work, but we didn't see a lot of the lands. And I can kind of understand it, especially when you're playing into Orb, which has a really good matchup into it. Also, being hard to deal with. You don't really have frame data to get yourself out of terrible situations, especially when you have 2 demons going at your neck as Raydish and Balloon Boy are just jumping off stage, having to confirm on Bunny already. That's her stock gone. Side there into Endlight. Doesn't get the End-Sig read, but it's fine. It's just a lot of damage and Raid still on the side of the stage. And you see Balloon Boy fishing for the D-Light, hoping to get the coffee. Go deep for Bunny!
Great finish by.
Wait, no.
I mean, though, that's all right though. Almost getting the KO off the top of the stage though. Bunny and Raid actually keeping it together. These stocks are even on each team, and I mean color, numbers, and everything. Well, it was until they just got that KO. Now Balloon Boy and Raydish are down a stock.
It's looking bad. Especially considering Raid has no reason being alive for this long. You have the D-Light recovery coming through from Raydish, getting the confirm, but Raid should have lost their first stock a while ago. Stocks are even up. Raydish having the most damage taken right now, and Raid still being fresh. And you see Balloon Boy trying to fish for something, trying to get something started. Only 3 small hits, not even a lot though.
Yeah, I saw the red team looking like they wanted to put something together there, but just they wasn't able to get anything too crazy off. Oh, but the blue team is putting it together. That was nice. That was nice. We saw that. They probably gonna clip that. Somebody's putting that on TikTok.
everybody's being even except for Raid right now at 125. Side there into the end light, even though it's just one hit, that extra damage might add up, especially when you're on such a big stage, making it easy for tanky legends like Terrace to survive longer than they should have any right surviving. Raid losing that second stock too.
And now the stocks are completely even. Everybody on the board down to their last stock. Who's going to be able to pull this one out? I think it's going to come down to who's ever putting those team combos together the best. Because as you see, you can see how quick a team combo can get someone out of there, even if they're, you know, completely white stock. Zero to none. 0 to none basically with a great team combo. Oh, Raydish wait, what's going on?
Taking a lot of damage in that direction there, already on 107. Raydish taking quite a beating as well right now, and the longer this keeps going on, like the axe value and a high
double
strength.
axe. Oh my god, even though they had a double axe against them, they still came out on top. It's Bunny against Raydish left on the board. 1v1 situation, Orb against Gauntlets. Bunny with the advantage. Raydish takes the advantage back immediately. Oh my god, Bunny holding off the stage, keeping it neutral, not pulling out a lot of stage, but uses the stage to almost get him off the top of the stage. Raydish takes control center off the right.
Handstand coming through.
Great stage control. Great
high.
stage control by Raydish, I can't lie. This is very.
He's like avoided, doesn't get the jump flare that they needed as Bunny landed on the platform.
Oh,
Bunny having that signature
slow.
Axe.
You see how
Beautiful
slow
dare!
Great
Raydish.
dare by Raydish. Oh my god, beautiful finish by the blue team. Balloon Boy and Raydish taking it, making it a 2-0 series. I think after that spectacle of a show, that Bunny and Raid might be able to pull one out here and make it a 2-1.
I feel like every sign in the last few moments showed that Bunny and Raid were going to win this. They had a damage advantage, you had double X, so you have to put in less effort considering, you know, you're playing, you know, X being sideline Nair Simulator, having a strong endlight, into Balloon Boy and Raydish, Devil Jin, and Dreaded Raptor, which mainly has string weapons. So the damage per hit and the damage per interaction isn't as high as a double X comp would be. Disregarding that, the moment you saw, I believe it was Raid being put off stage, you had a beautiful dare snipe coming out from Balloon Boy, turning it into a 2v1, quickly turned into a 1v1 between Bunny and Raydish. And Raydish playing it all beautifully, going for multiple handstands and multiple jump dares on the ledge, trying to play mostly around stage control. And once Bunny was at the left side of the stage, Raydish was like, okay, I have done it from center stage, I've held stage control too much to make them believe that it's safe to go to the wall. And then they just send it. The conditioning and making Bunny believe that Raydish isn't going to send it out there is what won him the game. That's an incredible mental game, even when, you know, mechanically the input wasn't that impressive, because you're just inputting a jump there. Big whoop. The fact that Raydish managed to, you know, okay, stay on the stage, and then when Bunny least expects it, send it and take a massive risk and get away with it, is amazing.
Yeah, I can't lie. As soon as I saw it come down to a 2v1 situation, I immediately thought that, you know, Balloon Boy and Raydish were just gonna get on stage and put Bunny to work. You know, just hurry up, send them, get them out of there, and send her off. But no, Bunny held her own and held down in the 1v1. Almost made it a 1v1 series off rip. But again, they're going against some of the toughest 2v2 comp out there, Balloon Boy and Raydish. And you know,
Balloon Boy he's balling, dribbling over them. Ground pound early in the game, already taking Raid's first stock away. Doesn't matter how tanky you were on Terror, doesn't matter how big the stage is, you ain't leaving it there like that. And that's a beautiful team combo coming out from Raydish and Balloon Boy. Just a 1-2-3 using the signatures perfectly there. And the double edge guard pressure coming out from Raydish and Balloon Boy.
You know, if you look at the stocks, they're sitting at a nice 3-3 for the blue team. And now they've made it so that Bunny is down to 2 stocks as well as their teammate down to 2 as well. So now the blue team has the advantage not only in the series but this game as well. What a oh, they missed the team combo though. I thought they had it.
The sidelight from Boots into Nair was immaculate. Coming out from Raydish and Balloon Boy. You ain't ever seen that, but we do these two people.
I saw the potential. But I'm telling you, Balloon Boy and Raydish have some of the most beautiful 2v2 combos that we witness in these tournaments every time. I think that's why. A lot of these 2v2 teams break up, but I think that's why they stick together. They really work well together. As you can see, they get another KO with Balloon Boy getting the recovery off
Chicken.
stage.
Sir? Do you see?
Oh, Bunny gets it back. Bunny makes
saves
it back. Great recovery by Bunny.
Balloon Boy seeing Raid out there with no dodge after using it to gravity cancels. Like, nah, you're mine, bro. Raid making it back, and Bunny holding stage control. Thankfully with Raydish, making it easier for her teammate to get back. With both Bunny and Raid are already at the end of their lifespan right now on these stocks.
Oh, but Raydish gets Bunny
two.
out,
That's two.
and also
Speed run.
gets Raid out, gets both of them out. Bunny, Raydish said he got it. Raydish said, "Don't worry, my feet got it. The boots got it. Don't worry." What a beautiful finish and a beautiful set by Raydish and Balloon Boy. That they come in with the titles, the finalist titles, the winner, the championship titles, and they need it. It's a reason they have those. They come in, they show out. You got to see some beautiful offstage recoveries, some great stage control, edge control. Even when they were at the bottom of the map, almost off, you even see great moves by their opposition. Bunny with a great recovery to make it back on top. This is some of the best competitions that you're gonna see before BCX in these type of tournaments every time. And those four showed why. They really showed out in that set.
This performance coming out from Balloon Boy and Raydish, I think the younglings nowadays on social media have a term for it, and it's called absolute cinema. I'm sorry, I know I made people cringe about that, but it has to be said. Raydish and Balloon Boy, absolute dominance. And let me reiterate, I'm a big fan of Bunny and Ray. So believe me when I say that it hurts me to see them steamroll like that. But on the other hand, I'm also a big Balloon Boy Raydish fan, so it's a bit of a conflict of interest, like I want to root for both teams, but it's like one of them has to lose at this point. Which really hurts my soul, but these were still winners quarterfinals. Bunny and Raid still have their chance to get their rerun if they make it through the remainder of the elimination brackets. So there's a potential that we see them later in the stream, but we still have one more set in winners quarterfinals.
We do have one more set. Yep, so next up for the 2v2 Moose Wars bout, we have Rise and Soul versus Fakey and Anime Fan. And now the crowd might know Anime Fan.
So I'm gonna need you to tell me a little bit more about this one, because I've seen these names before in the NA scene, but I'm not sure what I'm expecting of them. What picks are we gonna see?
Anime fan is known for a reason. I think he's PR 89 at the moment. Now he's one of those ones to watch, especially his teammates as well. He's top 32 before in these type of tournaments, top 8. And this isn't the first. This isn't the first time he's done it. The first time he's made it this far in the tournament. So, he's definitely something to watch out for. That's definitely one of the ones to watch out for, Mora.
Like, I know Anime Fan. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in the past, did they not team with Zen, or am I misremembering that? Because I feel like I've seen these players before, but in a different.
I don't think Anime and Fan and Fakey have teamed before. Now, even though both of them have, this isn't the first time both of them made it this far in turn. Both of them have some top 32s, top 8s. They're high. They're pretty high PRs. Fakey's actually a higher PR than Anime Fan. Fakey's sitting at PR 3. Oh, wow. Anime Fan sitting at PR 89. Still very, very high. That's top 100 PR. So that's a very comp team to be playing against. So now, do you know about Rise and Soul?
I've definitely seen them before in Moose Wars for sure. In my recent memory, it feels like one of those teams that came alive over the past year and starting to make a name for themselves.
Definitely.
I don't know, I'm excited to see what they're doing going into this tournament and into BCX, which is happening soon. Because I personally haven't seen them before this year, and then they just kind of popped up in one of the casting blocks that I had earlier in the year. And after that, I feel like I've seen them in every community tournament I've played ever since.
Yeah, you're definitely correct. Before 2025, they were getting 13, 17. They were placing pretty close to that top 10 mark. But as soon as that 2025 year hit, man, they've been a completely different team. They've placed fourth in the autumn championships, second in the summer championships, fourth in the spring championships, and even second in the winter championships. And this is all in the year 2025. So they've definitely been making a name for themselves, and they're definitely a team to be reckoned with right now. So even though they're going against some pretty big names, Fakey anime fan, these two are definitely not coming to play, and I don't think it's going to be about to miss that you want to miss here.
I do want to point out it's incredibly impressive to just have this massive uprising in a single year. Having us like multiple podiums in different seasons this year, while in 2024, I don't want to call them a nobody because they did have placements, within the top 32 range.
But nobody's a crazy statement.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I don't want to call them nobodies because they aren't, but they're not at the same level of, your Balloon Boy Raydish is. You're not at that point in time. It was hard to compare them.
So
But
at what point I would say so it's for you it's the medal. The medals are what count for you, huh?
I mean, I definitely think that in this point in time, with the medals that I have to their name just from last year alone, most people in the community, myself included, are watching out for these players and having a much more respect for them because they just have more recent history to the name, so to speak. I'm a big statistics guy, similar to Sparky, looking at recent placements, and having a fourth in autumn championships doubles, which is the most recent seasonal, makes me think, I gotta watch out for these people. But let's say we go back to 2024, for example, Moose Wars Sacred Uprising. They placed 17th. Where I'm like, 17th is good, but I'm not watching them as closely as I would someone that placed second or third.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. Well, we're about to find out if your statistics prediction is correct because we're about to get into this next bracket. It'll be Anime Fan and Fakey versus Rise and Soul.
I'd love for them to get another medal to their name, man. Like, they're on a hot streak in 2025. Let's give them another. And then on BCX, let's give them another second or third.
I actually didn't even think about that. They were placing pretty high in these last tournaments, and the fact that they actually have something on the line now is not only just the money, but BCX coming up, trying to make a name for themselves to really pop off and really show people what they're about. This could be the tournament for them. We could be seeing the championships playing right now and not even know it.
Exactly. Like, look at this for Soul and Rise, the 4 seasonals that they played in 2025 together. There are 2 top 4s and 2 top 2s. So they're missing a bronze medal and a gold medal.
That's all they're
so
looking for.
You're gonna add them to the collection
yep.
either here and or during BCX at some point.
At some point, they're gonna have it. And I believe today might be the day. So let's see how they start off here. Because as you see, the red team is in the disadvantage right now, sitting at some almost solid red stocks. Blue team trying to keep it together, keeping stage control, holding off both red players off the side of the stage. Anime Fan and Fakey. Fakey gone first, and they're looking to get Anime Fan out next.
Really early. Also, we're seeing like the comps that we've seen earlier today. So I think BCX meta for doubles is kind of settled. Multiple Kayas, multiple X's. The Terros again. That was a voice crack when I mentioned Terros. Wow, voice cracking live on stream. That the multiple Terrai, Terros. The multiple Kayas. I think doubles meta is kind of set.
No, I mean, I kind of love doubles meta. It used to be a lot worse. Okay, a lot more axes, a lot more lances. I like the direction the game is going in. Just like that, the red team gets a stock off on the blue team finally. They can get a 2-2. Oh, and finally get the other stock off on the blue team. So now it's even. Rise and Soul down to their second stock finally. This gives Anime and Fakey a chance to try and make a comeback here. They're not too far off when it comes to health and damage, okay? Even though they're getting hit now just a little bit too much, they might be able to make this comeback still.
Soul trying to push Anime Fan up the side, creating a little bit more space, but now the blue team is getting in a potential edge-guarded situation. Fakey and Anime Fan trying to jump onto Rise, getting the double nair right there, evening up the damage, quite significant, you know, equalizer that they needed here after being behind by almost 100 damage per person. I see both of the teams looking for knockout options. That's a side take coming through from Fakey, not knocking out Rise. Unfortunately, a little bit too much in the left corner. Too much distant travel. And there's the stomps there.
And finally, both of the Red members are knocked off side stage down to their last stocks, both of them. So this gives the blue team the advantage. Rise and Soul might be looking to get a win here. Although one of them just got knocked off the stage. That'll be Soul. So Rise is still up, but he also gets knocked off by Anime Fan. It seems to be everybody's getting sent in the same direction as well.
Both of these teams, you know, trying to jump. One person that's out of position. It's gonna be potentially Rise that you see them just going back to the wall after they get that weapon, but Soul coming in, trying to create a little bit more space for them, saving them. Double nair into Sair. Blue team with the damage lead, but the damage lead doesn't really matter because you've seen it. You know, whoever has the lead, that can be changed in a matter of 10 seconds, maybe 5 seconds even, if they get the correct hits and the correct follow-ups.
Just like that, Rise and Soul are up with the stocks. They're left on the stage while Anime Fan is left on his own, and he's already off. Great finish by the blue team. That makes Rise and Soul up in the series 1-0 on top of Anime Fan and Fakey.
808 damage Soul. What are we doing? And the worst part is, Rise didn't even do little damage.
He's not even the one with the axe.
Rise did a solid like 430 to 450, if I remember correctly, damage, which isn't even that little. Like 400 damage is a good damage number.
That is a good
going to a different
number.
Stage. Actually,
So
the first
you
time in
say-
the tournament, or the second time in the tournament, we're not going to Small Fortress of Lions. Instead, we're going to Demon Islands.
One of my favorite maps. Can't lie to you. I miss Small Haven. That's my baby. But Demon Island's got a close spot in my heart too.
My guy knows. Do you remember Small Mountain Fortress or nah?
Nah, I don't know that one. I don't know that one. Well, what I do know is that the red team looks to be putting on a spectacle right now. Well, they're trying to get a team combo off, but everything keeps getting shut down. So actually, I don't know what's going on here, to be honest with you.
Besides that, the teams just have so good interruptions. Like, if you don't get both of them, you're never getting a full team combo that you're looking for. Because there's always that other guy that, you know, has a really good hit ratio in interruptions. But this is going to be Rise losing the first stock and Soul looking to get catch guarded by Fakey and Anime Fan.
Anime Fan with the great recovery. KO gets the stock. That gives Anime Fan and Fakey the advantage. Actually, I love the way the Anime Fan is playing. I can't lie. The way his gauntlets is playing, I don't know much about that cannon, but it doesn't matter because Soul took it into his own hands to knock both of them out, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Was that a double KO?
I think it was a double KO, but I don't think it was the same move. And right now, you know, the blue team, after taking those two stokes, they're like, okay, Anime, get over here. We're building up damage on you. Taking this, like, they're looking, both these teams looking so confident yet also playing so careful because they're aware and respectful of the others that if they make one mistake, you know, it's gonna be a lot of damage. You see it right there, Rise already taking 3 hits to the face, starting with that D-Sec after whiffing one move on Axe.
I definitely noticed that Anime Fan plays back some when his teammates getting double teamed, but I don't think he wants to hurt his teammate any or potentially KO them by accident, which is definitely smart to play and smart to do, but they need to start getting more serious and lock in just a little bit more and start helping each other out, or both of them going to end up off stage here because everybody's close to getting KO'd. And now look at that, just like predicted, Anime Fan and Fakey are the first ones to go. Again, Rise and Soul with the advantage still, and not only in the game, but the series as well. If they get this, they'll be up 2-0 on Anime Fan and Fakey.
Ooh,
but Anime Fan and Fakey are not going for that, though.
Sair coming through. Can they jump Rise here in the time Soul still has respawn? They cannot Soul getting that ball immediately off rip, and Rise not taking that much damage as they were left in a 2v1 for quite a bit as Soul was respawning. And now this could be anyone's game right now. And I know that's kind of a corny thing to say because a lot of people in any game says it, but I really mean it this time when I say this can be anyone's game right now, but starting to lean ever so slightly, slowly but surely, into the favor of Soul and Rise to take us to a 2-0 lead in this set, especially when you knock out Anime Fan with a beautifully placed there headshot like that.
Yep, and Rise right there with the beautiful recovery on Hammer, gets him out of there, and that right there makes it 2-0. Fakey and Anime fan being the ones in the disadvantage. Now, I honestly believe they have a chance here to make it, just at least get one game off. You know, just get one game off.
I agree. I think this is, the pinnacle of their down, but they're not out.
Nah, they're definitely not out. They're definitely not out. They're definitely not out. Anime and Fakey are never out the game, okay? They might be hurting a little bit right now, okay? The numbers might be saying they're out. But mentality-wise, they're not out. I believe in this third game, they might work more together. You know, stop playing so safe, be more aggressive just because this is the last game they have to put everything on. And I think once they do that, we'll really see the true colors. Exactly. We'll start to see the true colors. Okay. I like that. Off stage controlled by red team. They're trying to keep the blue team off stage as much as possible, but that's a dangerous game to play when you're going against a hammer and an axe.
I definitely agree with you with, the safety that especially Anime has been showing in the past 2 games. And you see them off rip, and I feel like they might have been listening to you, being like, okay, we're playing too safe. Hoppy is right, let's run it. Hold forward, they're not stopping. And Light recovery doesn't KO Kaya. I don't know what she's wearing under that fur coat, but it's adding a lot of weight and a lot of defense.
A lot of defense, and definitely by the Kai, because that team combo was absolutely beautiful. Although that's Anime fan going off the right, and his teammate right behind him. Fakey gets KO'd. Oh, so does the Kaya. Everybody's even out on the stocks again. Soul himself loses his stock, so everybody's evened out again.
That team KO was actually disgusting. Because you saw Anime fan going for the unarmed D-Light in order to get either recovery or GC and Heavy to get a knockout himself. And you saw Rise already having the preemptively placed Sarah, unfortunately hitting Soul, going for the team knockout, which was intended for Anime.
Yeah, see, exactly. That's why I believe Anime and Fakey were playing so safe that last game for situations like that. You know, when you're down in the series or you're down in stocks, you definitely want to be as safe as possible. Don't take the risk. And it's starting to, and if you don't take those risks, though, you could have potential just playing too safe and being taken advantage of in these situations. And as you can see, the red team has control of the stage, complete control of the stage. Anime fan going crazy, and his teammate Fakey right behind him with the recovery KO.
Okay, the unarmed grounded down heavy coming through. And now Fakey only one left with 2 stocks, but this Demon Island we've already seen in this game alone how tanky Kaya can be, but not tanky enough to survive that Enlight coming out from Rise. And I'm getting a little bit of a deja vu because I feel like we've been here before in a situation where both of these teams have even stocks, all relatively fresh, and the slow damage built up consistently. And they're still quite even, like, 120, 90, 134, and 51. Saul being the healthiest on the field right now, trying to edge guard to make sure that Fakey and Anime don't take any space to edge guard Rise right now. Rise back on the stage, but weaponless right now. As you see Soul fishing for recovery with the nerd to get a knockout on Anime and turn it into a 2v1. Rise having that stomp, doesn't go for the follow-up, scared of Anime fan being back there, and now this is 2v1. So, this can be anyone's right now. Anime lives that.
Hit the sig, hit the down sig.
Oh no.
Oh no, they got too thirsty.
Get the follow-up. Soul doesn't live that.
Got the finish. Okay, nice.
205 damaged Anime fan hanging on, taking us to game number 4, the 3-0, the quadruple 3-0. The first few sets of the stream has been denied, actually. We're almost on track to, have all winners squad.
Yeah, I actually expected a 3-0 out of that situation. So the fact that they made it a 2-1, it makes this even more interesting. I'm even more impressed by that. I told you, Anime and Fakey are never out the fight, though.
Rise is letting it rip. They're into Gravity Cancel and Light. Even though if it's not, that much in the greater scheme of things, just I guess the having the confidence and daring to go for an option like that when you could instead help your homie on the stage, you're so confident that's actually gonna work. It is crazy. And right now, like, you're seeing Anime and Fakey heavily on the back foot right now. Both of them approaching 150 damage. DC coming through. That's the first one gone.
First stock gone from the red team. Blue team takes the advantage here. And again, if they win this, this is the series. This is their series. They win it 3-1. But again, Anime Fan and Fakey are never out to fight. Even though they may seem down, they're still... Oh, but again, so with the KO off the top of the stage. But there goes the Taro. So now,
he's going deep.
Again, both teams are taking stocks.
I love seeing Soul go for moves like Dare and Light on bow. Because it's not the greatest move. It's not like a full circular hitbox as if you're playing, I don't know, X for example, which is quite a wide coverage. It's just a small diagonal, circle line, which requires a lot more precision than all the other weapons that we're seeing on screen right now. So with beautiful save with Anime
great
Fan
ground
having
pound.
that with the ground pound, dominating the triple knockout, coming through. Oh, yep, that's it.
Great
Bye,
team
Anime
combo.
Fan.
It seems every time we see one KO, we see another KO right behind it, rather be from either team. And now the blue team is trying to keep this advantage and get Fakey off. But Fakey does the reverse flip script. Gets
Soul,
right
can he save that? He does.
But Soul Train comes through with the save, baby. Look at him. This is phenomenal teamwork and phenomenal gameplay, not from both teams. Oh, what a spectacle, what a show.
Another Enlight coming through, getting the punish onto Anime Fan. Rise is hurting right now though. You see them actively play back so much because they don't want to leave their homie Soul in a 2v1 situation. They want to, get one knockout, and that's one now Rise can pull up a little bit more and a ground pound.
GG's.
Ground pound, I think, connected onto Rise. The activation hitbox hit both of them anyways, granting them the 3-1, and they're moving on to winner's side of 8.
That was a beautiful finale by those two, and they will be moving on with the 3v1. So now, we've seen it all. We've seen each 4 of those sets. And again, we saw some crazy things out there. Team combos, crazy upsets, 3-0s, reverse scripts on the side stage, off stage, comeback recovery. We've seen it all. Beautiful options, beautiful teams. And again, you only see these types of things in Moose Wars, man. I can't believe what they just pulled off there for not only us, but the audience as well.
There's more to come too. Like, we're not done yet. That was only top 12, and we have our top 8 being guaranteed right now. If we look at the bracket, Zen and Hideaway are in there. We have Guccibu and Hexo. If the site isn't working, Balloon Boy, Raydish are in there. We just confirmed Rise and Soul, and they're all in winners side top 8. But we have different people to take care of top 8 because our block is done. Hoppy, it was a very lovely casting with you today, and I want to shout out Boost Wars for letting us on here. I feel honored to be able to do one of the last Boost Wars before BCX is happening. Do you have any final parting words before we head over to a quick break and then let our co-casters Graffiti and Space Atronics take over for us?
Morrow, I appreciate that, man. Just casting you was a blessing, man. It was beautiful. Again, thank you to Moose Wars, and shout out to everybody that was able to make this happen, the team and everybody. This was a beautiful set. And again, guys, you saw the upsets. You saw the team combos. Zen, Hideaway, Marckiemoo, Guccibu. You got to see some of the craziest sets out there right along with us. And I really hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, man. And with that being said, I hope to see you again on the next one.
stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. Never stop Never stop Never stop dreaming. Never stop, 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 dreaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Spaceatronics. I'm here with Graffiti.
Hello.
And oh wait, hold on. Let me not listen to myself. All right, welcome to the Moose Wars Duskfall Rebellion 2v2 tournament. Like I said, my name is Space. This is Graffiti, and we are starting our top 8 side of things. We've had a lot of crazy matches and a lot of really amazing teams showing up in this match, and it was a really quick winners quarterfinals. I feel like
Oh my god,
was
yeah.
3 3-0s and then a 3-1.
Yeah, Moto came back into the setup VC and said, like, I think that is maybe the single fastest block I've ever worked on, and honestly, it really does feel like it. That flew by.
Genuinely, I went out to go get food, and I was watching stream while doing it, and I realized everything was like 10-minute sets, and I needed to rush to actually get home. But we're here. We're finally here. I'm in front of my computer. We're playing Brawlhalla. We're commentating Brawlhalla, and we're here to watch some sick Brawlhalla gameplay. And so, do you want to talk to us about our first game, Graffiti?
Yes, I would like to talk to us about our first game. If we go through the upper bracket, we will be having Zen and Hideaway versus Gooey and Hexo. Zen and Hideaway taking a 3-0 over Shade and Greedy. And meanwhile, Gooey and Hexo taking a 3-0 over Marky and Future Bubble. Which does sound very surprising considering that Marky and Future Bubble usually, I think if I'm not mistaken, do just a tad bit better on LAN and have done better in previous tournaments. But as of now, Gooey and Guichibo are actually seated just one tick above Marky and Future Bubble. It is the GBs, as they're listed on Challenger mode. The GBs are seed 4, meanwhile Marky and Future Bubble are seed 5. So we're going into our first game. Fortress of Lions, per usual. No surprises with the character picks. Welcome to top 8, folks.
We are back in this top 8, and we're going into some crazy gameplay all of a sudden. And I just wanted to mention how we went to that like waiting page.
Keep in mind,
I don't know that like loading page where it shows all the characters, and everyone is level 100 with all of the characters that they're playing with. It's really cool to just see that.
It's what you need to get to top 8 in the Moose Wars. It's what you need.
At that point, yes.
That's the bar. That's the bar.
Mm-hmm. All right, but we got Gooey and Hexo here, who I feel like I always say this every time I see them in tourney, but they're a team that's locked in together, but go for the most unorthodox picks. But they've practiced it so much to the point where it's not even unorthodox for them anymore. It's just their way of doing everything.
It makes sense to them and only them.
No one seems to really fully know what to do against them. But
yeah,
we have
it
Zen
makes
and
sense
Hideaway
to them
here,
and only them.
Zen and Hideaway here, the 2v2 kings so far in North America, I feel like. And they just go for the crazy combos, and all of a sudden, looking at the stocks, is already 5 stocks to 3. Hexo's down to his last stock, and And okay, hold on. These names are confusing me. Zen, I think that is. Zen just lost his first. So it's looking like a very candid way for this first game, but I don't know. Marckiemoo has a way of being able to turn a lot of this stuff around, so does Hexo, but we'll have to see what they're able to do. D-Light side air, trying to go for a D-Sig. All of a sudden, they're bringing this back. They're bringing this back. Hideaway down to his last stock.
The two players that we got to make sure we keep the careful watch of, that's going to be Zen and Marckiemoo. They are the two players that are the most damage on second stock. They have been kind of playing a little bit of stock taking for their team, but right now they are starting to whiff it a little bit more. Maybe whiffing just a little bit more than Zen, but still that Pogo Dare could be enough to send him to the Nether Realm. Right now, Hideaway all by his low. In the 2v1! Very slick team combo, put him in the deep red, 150 damage on that Onyx. Gooey, how much longer is he gonna stay on this second stock? Is it gonna get ripped away from him? Or is he going to outlive, yeah, he's gonna outlive Hybrid.
Wow, okay. What is this turnaround that we saw? We went from 5 stocks to 3, and after, wait, there were 5 stocks to 3, and then they didn't lose another stock. That's insane. It went from 5 stocks to 3 to 0 stocks to 3. Look at these replays. They even it out all of a sudden there. That's the down air from Marckiemoo taking out Zen there. D-Light recovery, getting that recovery on there. All of a sudden, they managed just not to lose a single stock. That was crazy. Marckiemoo and Hexo know exactly what to do to stay alive.
Stay alive is exactly what you need to do this late into the bracket. We're stepping into game 2. I do kind of question, usually sometimes you lose one game and it's like, oh, that was just a coin flip, you know, I just need to play this a bit more smart and then I could bring it back. Like, you have your go next. You have your I could win next game, I just have to not spend too much energy on this game. But Hexo, actually a bit of an overcommit, and Gooey's also going to end up suffering in the 2v1. Hexo is going to try and come down, save his teammate, it does work! And I'm trading Hybrid to keep Gooey alive on this first stock. The GC side seems to keep going. It's an overcommit. The only player still on first stock, 30 seconds in, will continue to be Zen. Good grief.
Good lord. So the exhausted recovery at the top.
Oh my god.
Zen at the top. These names are still going to confuse me. I need to keep in mind the Onyx is...
Keep in mind.
Hideaway? Right? Onyx is Hideaway, Zen is the Kaya. Okay, alright.
I have a Rubik's Cube sitting on my tab button, so I always have tab pressed.
Alright, there's a recovery though coming out from Hexo, trying to find this knockout onto Hideaway. Downer manages to land on both Hexo and Gooey there. Trying to go for a D-Light. You know, I have a lot of respect for Hexo right now. He's playing a very bad weapon. Sorry, chat. You know, blasters. You know, blaster propaganda. That's my thing.
The Blasters Revolution is upon us. You were there during the Moose Wars, but it's not even Blasters that's gonna be taking the GBs further into this game. The stocks are now completely even. The damage is also pretty darn close to even. And so a few shares gonna put Hideaway to the end of the stage. So much pressure on Zen to try and save his teammate. Few nares above the stage. Gets punished. Hybrid is out of the game. Zen in the 2v1. Zen is one of the single best 1v2 players on the planet. But there's nothing you can do once the blasters end light rips. Space. Need I say, we are in the middle of the Blasters Revolution. You've heard of Bowser Rev. Get ready for Blaster Rev.
We 6 KOs, right? Did you see how much damage he had done? 360. He averaged 60 damage per stock that he took.
That's efficiency. Efficiency at its finest.
And Hexo had done less damage. So they averaged maybe like 100 damage on a knockout on Zen and Hideaway.
Cray. Game 3, Hideaway no longer on the Onyx, now on the Grim. one of the most classic and I think forever meta picks in doubles. Ulgrim and Kaya, maybe not played all too often, but definitely going to be a very, very good pick. So I do quite like the changes we're seeing, and I do kind of wish we saw this coming out during game 2, because game 1, I mean, like you said, the second half of the game was a complete shutout, but we actually end up not even taking any trades. We're just able to take Hexo's first stock clean off, continue chasing Gooey. Gooey recognizes that this is not a spot to be fighting back, at least for the first stock. You gotta wait until you respawn your second stock. Immediately dashes in for a nair, so he's trying to play this safe, is trying to make sure we separate some space. Zen gets sent down to that second stock, leaving the 2v1. Hideaway does not live the team combo. Right now, red team, very small lead, but this is still one of the best leads that they've had all set. Yes, that first game they started well, but I mean, blue team was able to turn that second half into a stomp. So right now, red team has to continue the momentum they're able to find in game 1. And right now, it looks like the character change is exactly what we need. They should have done this in game 2, but it's better late than never, Space.
Better late than never. This Ulgrim pick coming out from Hideaway is doing a lot of work. The switch over from the Onyx and Ulgrim, you know, it's kind of not even that unexpected, but I feel like you don't see it that often. And now, I will say, I feel like this game, more than ever, Hideaway is the most important player on this game right now, because the entirety of that last game was just Marckiemoo, like, not letting Hideaway breathe whatsoever. Marckiemoo was able to find so many of these hits, so many of these things that were able to catch Hideaway off guard so much, and they barely let him do anything. So the fact that Hideaway is on Ulgrim now, and he's doing a lot of work with his axe and the lance, is a good sign for Zen and Hideaway here. Unless this is a very,
do they take it?
Spot to be in!
They take it! Zen, again, one of the best 2v1 players on the planet, in the middle of a 1v2. Both of his opponents are sudden death. Damages are 100 and 150. Well, he's only 50 damage himself with the spear, trying to shark a bit, playing this very carefully, fully respecting their space, and the team combos definitely speak for themselves. Zen proving why he's one of the best 2v1 players in the world, but actually drops the D, drops the Sair, and light pushes Gooey off stage.
That's a recovery. He's almost done. That's Queen Knight defense coming in clutch right there. We got Spear Ditto on hand, and he throws the spear away. He wants the guitars. Understandably so, but that side air lands. Trying to
guitars on the spear is difficult, Space.
Exhausted to cover. Oh, Marckiemoo. This is the trial of Balder champion right here. Can he clutch this 1v1 against the 2v2 world champion? The
guitars into spear are difficult, Space. Lot of work.
Very close attempt, but no. Zen was able to move past it and get the punish with the recovery, and Zen and Hideaway have a game on the board.
So the fact that the one game they won was off of a 1v2, which, yes, Zen's one of the best to do it, but still, you should not be relying on 1v2s for your wins. I still say that that's not a safe spot. You definitely need to wipe the sweat off your brow, but recognize you're sweating for a reason. Gooey and Hexo giving Hideaway and Zen quite literal run for their money as we're jumping into game 4. Very interested to see what red team does to try and continue the momentum. They're able to get early leads in the game. We saw that during game 1. We saw that during game 3. They're able to get early leads. It's just blue team is able to clutch out, and they're able to bring it in. But when blue team starts with an early lead, they don't plan on reversing it. This could be really bad for red team here, Space.
This could be huge for red team, and dude, honestly, I don't know why I just realized this. Marckiemoo does not play spear whatsoever. He's been on nothing but guitars. And we're saying this about a 2v2 tournament. He is throwing away spear, picking up guitars, and doing work. But Hexo, side of the stage, trying to go for what a save!
Gets the chase dodge!
I thought Hexo was done there. Hexo almost SD'd, but Marckiemoo was there to cover his recovery. And even when they tried to go for a ground pound on Hexo, he was still there and he was still ready. Oh, not the ground pound. Zen is done.
stocks
All of a
are
sudden, we are 5
4.5 to
stocks
2
in the lead of Hexo and Guichabo. Oh my
Never
god!
mind! Never mind!
Gooey!
Blue team wins.
Hello? Hello?
GBs.
Gooey.
The
Did
GBs
these
make
guys
it
do
to
something
winners
to
finals.
Did these
Oh.
guys, like, do you have something against these guys? What? What happened?
God.
Excuse me? Hello? Dude, look at
The-
that. 1 spear damage. The 1 damage was probably a weapon throw. 330 on spear. On Katars, my bad. But
Oh, good
That's
grief.
crazy.
And let me also check the stats. Gooey had 4 chaos as well.
Gooey and Hexo are in winners finals with an upset over the seed 1 of the tournament, Zen and Hideaway. But I trust in Zen and Hideaway to make some strides down in the elimination bracket. And who knows, maybe they'll be running it back again. But now that Gooey and Hexo are in winners finals, they have one more team that they need to fight against to make it to Grands. And that's going to be the winner of our next coming set, which is a set that I'm so excited for. Balloon Boy and Raydish versus Rise and Soul.
Ooh.
I'm excited to see this. I was watching earlier in the tournament, and I remember hearing people, or a couple of the commentators being like, you know, Rise and Soul, they're kind of new to the scene, you know,
Oh,
they,
yeah.
they haven't shown the work exactly. I'll be so honest. This might be crazy to say. I genuinely think Rise and Soul have a possibility of making it to Championship Sunday at BCX.
Alright.
And that's not even top 8 and 2s. That's top 4.
That's top 4, yeah.
If anything, they're definitely at least making top 8, I feel like. Because these two, I watch these two play, I feel like it's the same person divided into 2 with 2 controllers. They share the same brain.
3, 2, 1.
The type of combos and awareness that these two have with each other on whatever character it could possibly be is genuinely something amazing to watch. But we're also talking about Balloon Boy and Raydish here, who are both so incredibly seasoned in 1v1s and do so much work in 2v2s. Like they can easily go crazy, and the combos are insane. Didn't they get, if I'm not mistaken, top mid-season?
They definitely made top 4 together at mid-season. I forget if it was for 3rd, 2nd, or 4th. I forgot what it was, but no, they did really good at mid-season.
Yeah, so these two, they know what they're doing, and these are both teams that are locked for BCX. So I want to see how these two will do at LAN. But now we're here in online. We're here in USC servers right now. Everyone may have their issues, but hey, a game's a game, bro. So side sider coming out from Raydish. Stocks are now even. Damage-wise, Soul and Rise do have a slight bit of this lead. I like how Rise is going for this. Wait, I realize that they're kind of going for a switch. I feel like Soul usually is the one that goes for like these axe characters. I thought it was like Soul on Ulgrim and then Rise on this Taya. But it seems that they might be going for a little bit of a switch, which, you know, understandable.
Ooh.
And it's doing work. So hey, maybe they're just experimenting. This is what these tournaments are for. These are huge tournaments, but these are also tourneys that you can like come up with like different picks, different like strategies. This is the places that you can test these stuff out. But Rise, sidelight Nair into D-Light, try and go for a double Nair on Balloon Boy. The axe damage is adding up a lot of damage. The Balloon is already pretty damaged already, so he's got to watch out. Nice N-Sig though coming out from Balloon Boy, taking Rise off the side stage, trying to find the edge guard to get his damage onto.
Balloon,
no.
why?
No, not the side air! Not the side air from Soul. Like I said, they share the same brain. They share the same brain cell.
Blue team wins.
Oh, we love an underdog story. Raydish and Balloon Boy, like you said, incredibly seasoned players who Raydish spending years years and years at the top 5 PR, and Balloon Boy also joining him pretty recently as far as the era of the game goes, but still has spent, I think, maybe 2 years or so at this point at the top 5 seed and PR era. Rise and Soul, they've been playing in community tournaments together for quite a long time, and it's only recently they've been able to break into this level. Like, they are a long-standing team, maybe just as long as Raydish and Balloon. It's just because they haven't really had the same opportunities in singles, and sometimes they don't have the same opportunities in doubles, therefore. So the fact that they're here together, standing up against these two giants, really a blessing to the magic of friendship. You know, who doesn't love an underdog story? I love seeing doubles teams that are so good at doubles together, even when they're not like the single best ones player on the planet. You're gonna have your Spyrox and Coco. You're gonna have when Blue Guys and Meg D play together, when neither of them was really that great at once. I really like to see these two play together, Space, and it's paying off for us.
Oh, they're going crazy. The Taros and the Kaya getting that recovery. Soul trying to get this damage onto Balloon Boy. I feel like that's a skill that I need to figure out in 2v2s. The ability to just, you know, they're both in the middle of like dealing with whatever they got, just all of a sudden just immediately being able to go for like a 2v2 combo is actually it's a crazy sight. Oh, Balloon off the side of the stage. Very scary spot to be against Balloon. These gauntlets of Balloon are relentless, so it's a scary spot to be, but they're back on stage. Neutral is back. Soul moving around. Both Balloon and Raydish waiting for Rise to come back. Good D-Sig, taking out Balloon, almost took out Raydish at the top. The side air from Soul will do it. And Raydish and Balloon are down to last stocks here. Oh, the recovery. That's a bread and butter combo that they're ready to throw out at any point.
Right now, I do really find it fascinating if we could think about that one little moment when Soul was in the 1v2 and neither Balloon Boy nor Raydish decided to try and engage. Not even trying to do a 1v1, but they were very nervous about the 2v1. I mean, when Soul is alive, they go for the team combo, but for some reason when Rise is not even there and respawning, they don't even pressure Soul. It looks like they're really trying to target Rise, because when they're able to isolate Soul, they don't pull the trigger, but Raydish is more than happy to pull back his arm for the final hit on Rise. The end light does send Soul down the last stock. Raydish on sudden death. He needs this bad stock here, but he can't make it back. That's 2-0 for Rise and Soul. Raydish and Balloon Boy, one of the best teams in the continent at this moment, are on the back foot.
604 damage coming out from Rise there. And it's mostly, I feel like, on the hands of that hammer, I'm pretty sure, was doing most of the work. Maybe I'm wrong. But, dude, Rise is doing so much work with this Taros. And it's actually, like, Balloon and Raydish are struggling to find the answer against it. And now, Rise and Soul, they're up 2-0. They're one game away from winners finals from top 3. So, we'll have to see what Balloon and Raydish can do to answer. But I don't know, we'll have to see. Soul and Rise, I feel like they both do a really good job of sticking by each other and be able to cover each other's back whenever they really need to, because they know the moment they separate. Balloon and Raydish, I was talking about how Soul and Rise share the same brain cell. Balloon and Raydish are also really quick with getting these team combos just out of nowhere. Good, exactly what I mean. The Nair save coming out from Soul. They need to be there to cover each other's back to make sure they don't get hit by team combos like that. A huge side air almost taking out Raydish. The ground pound will do it as Raydish was out of options. The exhausted recovery and a third recovery. Balloon trying to find the knockout. It's going to be a GCD sig to find the knock there. And then another recovery.
They are respecting the space around Soul quite a bit, only going for the safe options like that uppercut. But now that Rise is on their own some, they're putting a lot more pressure. Balloon throws himself off stage against Hammer.
No.
That's that's one of the unwritten rules. That's rule number 4. You don't go off stage against Hammer, but yet Balloon still goes off stage against Hammer. They're really, really trying to isolate Rise. They want this Teros out of here, even if they need the double team combo. The last stock. The way Balloon Boy plays this game is in art form, and this man is heading to the loot.
I saw that coming the moment I saw them both get hit by it. I was like, it's over. They're going down to last stock. That was insane coming up from Balloon and Raydish, and just trying to find their stride again. The side air, though, lands on to Raydish. Raydish is also down to last stock, so he's got to be careful here. But it's looking like Balloon is the healthiest on the field to hold stock in the lead.
Oh, yeah.
All right, now it's up to Soul and Rise to see what they can do now that they're at this disadvantage state. They're a little bit at the back foot now. All of a sudden, Soul is on red, trying to find that side sig I feel like should have hit. But
Rise off stage against Balloon.
Decent. That sider. Soul is done. And Rise just walks off. They go on, they move next. And I understand it, I get it.
Yeah, especially if you've seen the way that they've handled 2v1s against Rise. They respect the space around Soul, but they don't really respect the space around Rise too much. Here we have that beautiful double team combo yet again. This is really what saved their butts in this game. And let's Raydish and Balloon Boy give them a bit more time to fully lock in, fully settle into this game. And if you're going to pull a reverse Leo, that is one hell of a way to start it. We're touching back down yet again on Fortress Alliance. Both Balloon and Raydish, I think, wanted to go for their weapon spawn and then realized, oh, we can't both do this. So they had to kind of switch up a bit. Soul couldn't take Balloon Boy off the top. Rise and Raydish, try saying that 4 times fast. Rise and Raydish having a little scuffle in the middle of the stage. Balloon Boy is focusing Rise down pretty hard. Gauntlets against Hammer. This has always been a coin flip. Soul now it's a target swift onto Balloon Boy. But however, Balloon Boy has to play a bit more careful. Good follow-up since they're the most damaged on first stock. Raydish doesn't respect the Hammer off stage, but Rise can't find the recovery. Raydish lives on for a bit longer. And this extra credit, I think, is not going to be great for Blue Team. I think, listen, I know Balloon Boy falls out of that stock and Raydish is not too long for this Earth, but I think this is looking just a bit better for Red Team here.
Bro, they can easily make this back. Hold on now.
I think it's looking a bit better for Red Team, though. I think they really want this reversal.
Of course, bro. This is for top 3. They can't be getting out at this point. This is Balloon and Raydish. This is C2 of the tournament right here.
This is to fight the GBs.
They're trying to make it. They're trying to make it up. And
this is for the GBs.
They gotta do some work if they want to bring it back. But let's see. Rise and Soul both going off to the right side for a little bit to try and see what they can do against Balloon Boy. The recovery and the Nair to another recovery manages to get a little more damage onto Rise. Soul seems to be a bit damaged. The D-Light recovery, though, takes Balloon Boy to about the same damage as Soul here. But now, nice Sensei going for a Sarah. That's amazing.
That was so nice.
He knew that Soul was done with that, and so he targeted Rise to get that combo and just add more damage. Finally getting that D-Sig, and now it's Raydish that has the most health on the field. That's keeping their stocks as long as they can.
And Raydish was playing that 1v2 really brave, like fully approaching and throwing himself into the midst of Rise and Soul. So the fact that he's so confident to play that 1v2 like that, however, he is starting to get separated a little bit. Balloon Boy has taken a few hits to the face. Rise and Soul are both dipping down into sudden death. 140 both on those last stock. Rise now sandwiched in between the top seeded team of the event. Gets the D-Light Sair, but Raydish has one more stock. Rise needs to get this stock off of Balloon Boy now, but now is over. Raydish respawns back. Places unarmed is going to take
what a
it to
dodge.
Game 5, but it's going to be delayed a bit. Is it here? Is it here that we finally head to a Game 5? Yes, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, the reverse 3-0 is a possibility now. The 2 games have already been taken. Now it's anyone's game. Now it could go anywhere. And Balloon Boy and Raydish have the momentum after how crazy those first 2 games were. Could go anywhere. Rise was playing that 1v2 pretty well though. I feel like he was trying and make it back there. The movement was going crazy, so we'll see. Soul needs to try and like survive for a bit longer. I feel like Soul hasn't been able to do too much and has just been like on the back while Rise does a lot of the work, which understandably so. Rise is on Taros. Rise can do a lot of damage really quickly, but
see, the
Soul
interesting thing
needs
about
to-
that is that earlier they were trying to focus down Rise a lot more heavily, and I think those were the games they were losing. So now that they're focusing down Soul, really making sure that they don't have as many opportunities to get their say in, they don't really have as every whiff means that much more to Red Team. I think the fact that they've kind of switched over their targeting priorities really played a good song for them. Raydish flashed out. A Nair won't save you, buddy.
No.
Sayer sends Balloon Boy off stage as well. We are 40 seconds into a game that is currently 6-4. Rise and Soul are going to start dipping into 100 damage on their stocks respectful. Or, yeah, each one on their own terms. But still, Raydish and Balloon aren't too far behind. This could come really close, especially since we do have a map change. I think taking Taros to Demon Island here is really smart. But I think this Red Raptor is going to be a threat no matter where you put him.
Red Raptor will always be a threat whenever
Easily.
it's Raydish playing. So
yeah.
it doesn't matter about the map. But good cider though. Bloom was trying to find. Oh, he missed a D-Light recovery. They're really trying to find this knockout against Rise, and they're really struggling to do so. But now on the side of the stage, it's now Balloon and Raydish versus Soul. But it seems that
good
that
grip
was
pound.
scary. That was great awareness though coming out from Raydish. He saw that recovery coming too.
Blue Team, it does start to have Red Team downloaded a bit because Rise was able to run right past Balloon, even though it is Balloon.
Ooh!
Whoa! Double recovery, Balloon!
They needed that. They needed that
Stocks.
exhausted recovery and that stock on Soul, because now stock-wise, Balloon and Raydish are ahead, even though it could still be anyway. Though coming out from Soul, going for a downer. Balloon needs to survive. Balloon, of all people right now, needs to survive if he wants to make this. But Soul and Rise, they're trying to find this as long as they can, and Rise is so healthy right now. Rise is going to be the... Unless Raydish can find the stock quickly out of to get Rise out. Oh, trying to go for a side stage the other way. No, you know what? They're focusing Soul. They're focusing Soul. I understand now. They're trying to focus Soul so that they can get Soul out here, and Rise will have to deal with a 2v1. But can they do it, or will Soul's movement just move around both Balloon and Raydish, not let them get anything there? And now all of a sudden the game lies on Soul right now.
That does highlight actually a lot of what I was saying earlier, that Blue Team does have a read, a bit of a download on Red Team and what they're looking for, because there's a few times that a Blue Team member would stay stacked with Red Team, and Red Team just would not engage because they know you don't usually attack in this situation. You don't usually follow through off of this, so I know this is a safe place to be, but the S-Sync is not safe! Soul is not safe! Raydish and Balloon Boy, 120 damage each! Clutch out the reverse 3-0. Find their way into winter finals against the TVs.
Balloon and Raydish immediately, as I was saying that they were focusing on getting Soul out, all of a sudden they forget one point. Rise is also on last stock and a team combo away from being taken out, and they get the team combo onto Rise, and then the D-Sync onto Soul. Look at that. That took out Loki pretty early too, and the GCD sync. Classic from Balloon, and that was so close because Balloon and Raydish that last game were in the back foot. It was looking like Rise and Soul was going to take it, but they managed to clutch it out, and yeah, they're going to winners finals. They're going up against Hexo and Gooey.
That means we just have one more set left in winners bracket. But that's winners bracket. We do have quite a few more sets going on in lower bracket that we're going to be able to get to in a little bit. We're waiting on a word from production to see if we're going to a break or not. But either way, regardless,
let's look at a couple of those games. Like, what are the games that we're looking at for losers bracket? So I'm looking here. We got Money D, which I think we all see. Money Hala and Meg D versus Bunny and Raid. That's going to be interesting. And then our second game is going to be Shade and Greedy versus Marckiemoo and Future Bubble. So
Ooh.
we have some really cool games coming up. But we'll be having the
players are returning. I think all these players are returning players. I don't think we had any of our players from winners quarters getting knocked out by a mystery
actually,
team.
we had one.
Oh, wait, who?
We had Fakey and Anime had to, or Money and Meg D were able to take out Fakey and Anime. But other than that, the rest of the winners quarters teams, were in there. But we'll be having those games when we come back. Grab some popcorn, take a bathroom break. We'll be back soon. Peace.
Welcome back to Moose Wars Duskfall. We have gone through most of the way of winners bracket. We have cleared every single winners bracket match except for winners finals. If you're just tuning in, that's going to be Balloon Boy and Raydish, our seed 2, versus the GBs, Balloon Boy or Koichibo and Hexo, our seed 4. That we're able to take out Rise and Soul in a clenching game 5. We're going down to lower bracket. It's all top 8. It is all elimination from here on out, and it is all best of 5, and it is nothing but the cream of the crop. My name is Graffiti, and I am joined by my good friend and the wonderful, the delightful Spaceatronics.
The safety net is gone. We're down to the elimination brackets. All of these teams that we're about to see have already been taken out at least once in the bracket. So now we're in a double elimination bracket. Think of those words. Double elimination.
Double
You know what
elimination.
that means elimination twice, you're out.
Oh, that's
Matt.
not good.
So all of these guys already got eliminated once. And so these teams that we're seeing here are the safety net is gone. So all of these teams here, there's a lot more on the line, but we're going to be starting with our first set, which is Bunny and Raid, who we did see in the winners quarterfinals, versus a team that we weren't able to see in the winners quarterfinals of Money Holla and Meg D.
Yeah. Money Holla and Meg D were able to pinch out a game 5 against Fakey and Anime, who we did see in winners quarters, and they went down to Rise and Soul. So Rise and Soul are actually on the other end of the bracket. So if Money Holla and Meg D want to fight up against Rise and Soul, you know, their only common enemy being Fakey and Anime Fan, they're going to have to wait until lower semis, all the way in what is it, in top 4. That's gonna be quite a while to wait.
Yeah.
We're waiting for our players to join their lobby, ready up. Yeah, the next team we're going to be having, or the next set we're going to be having after this current one, that is going to be Seeing Shade and Greedy versus Future Bubble and Marckiemoo. Future Bubble and Marckiemoo are actually seed 5, if that might surprise some of you. But one thing that might surprise quite a few more of you is that Seeing Shade and Greedy, they are in top 8, being seed 24. We have seed 10, we've seed 6, we have seed 9, we have seed 18, we have seed 12, we have seed 11. None of them are here. Seed 24 with Seeing Shade and Greedy. Our players are in the lobby now. We're waiting to finalize anything up. We're waiting to get into map banning. We will start elimination side very shortly.
I'm excited to see this match because I feel like Bunny and Raid is going to be such a team to watch out for, and I really want to see this because Bunny genuinely has become one of my favorite players to watch. Her gauntlets off stage have to be some of the coolest gauntlet gameplay I've seen in so long.
I like Bunny because the Fluffle has to stick together, and from one Bunny to another, you gotta show support. But still, as much as the Fluffle has to stick together, Money, Holla, and Meg D, pretty peculiar team, but I don't think are going to be easy for anyone. Meg D, one of the most experienced and tenured doubles players, maybe in this top 8. The guy has been at the higher levels of doubles for a long time. Money Holla is an exceptional singles player, is sometimes pretty all or nothing and on and off with doubles, but if you're going to make it with anyone, it's going to be Meg D. So I'm keeping a careful eye on Money Holla right now to see how the kid does in single or doubles, because the guy is knockout in singles. The guy is incredible in singles.
Absolutely.
He's just looking for the last few pieces.
What a
to
weapon throw
in
save,
doubles.
excuse me?
Oh my god, how is Raid still alive? I'm just saying, Money Holla is waiting for the last few pieces to fall into place for doubles. He's almost there. He's so close, but he gets sent out of the stock, and blue team is in the lead. Money.
Oh my god.
Bunny.
Oh my god, Bunny.
Oh god. Bunny is still like 70 damage. Like, that's pretty healthy. That's not bad. Although the NSYNC does send Raid out, so everyone is second stock except Bunny.
And Bunny is doing such an amazing job to stay alive. Her axe was doing so much work. Did you see that combo that she was doing at the top of the stage?
Oh my
like
god.
that was insane work coming out from Bunny here. And the gauntlets, like I said before, could be amazing. But like you said, I'm excited to see how Money Holla does here, because there's also another glaring thing that is weird about this. Money Holla is playing a weapon that is pretty widely considered as a rough weapon in 2v2s. He's playing Greatsword. And he's been playing pretty much nothing but Greatsword from what I'm seeing here.
Movie, in theory, is going to be a
to
fantastic
be fair,
pick for doubles.
we saw
It's just the Greatsword is rough, yeah.
To be fair, we saw Gooey earlier today throw away spear and play guitars. So, oh my god, Bunny! Bunny.
Space. She still has 3 stocks.
Bunny.
That was a 5-0 game.
Hello.
You were right when you talked about our gauntlets. You were right. That was all off-stage gauntlets. Here we go. We're gonna watch it again. This is a 5-0 game. A minute in. This is a doubles game that takes a minute. We have seen singles games that take a minute because it's just that like stupid of a 3 stock. Like someone throws 2 of their stocks. We've seen 1v1s that take a minute because one player is just that much better than the other guy, and it's unfortunate that you're pitted against, you know, someone that much better. But like a doubles game that takes a single minute and the other team is as good as they are, that's once in a blue moon. That just doesn't happen.
She's doing it again. Look at the
It just doesn't happen.
Okay,
It
but
just
now we're
doesn't
looking at the
happen
side of
like that.
1 damage on Bunny, right? She got hit with a weapon throw.
That's like an unarmed D-light.
Finally, Megdi managing to get a little bit of damage on here. I want to look at Raid for a second. Raid, I feel like this is an interesting pick for, not that interesting, but I see Raid usually is an Ulgrim player. Specifically with, oh my god, Raid almost got the recovery off the top of the stage. Money is struggling to be able to stay alive. The back end of that axe recovery from Raid, able to find the stock onto Money. Alright, MacD trying to get damage on here, trying to get that dodge read onto Bunny there with the double nair, but
oh my god,
this game
it was
just
40
running
seconds.
away in Bunny and Raid's favor.
It was 45 seconds when Money Holla touched down on the stage for their last stock. Bunny is still chasing Money Holla off stage. Money Holla doesn't even want to be chased anymore. Says, "No, I'm going back. I'm going back home. I don't want to do this no more. This is not what I want to be doing on my Saturday evening."
The GC side. Hello, Bunny.
She overcommits.
At this point, I understand. Like, hello. Okay, but that was a good team combo though coming out from Megdi and Money. You get a good amount of damage on to Raid. So, look, stocks are even. They got Raid down to final stock. So if they can get this damage onto Raid, they're trying to focus on Raid now. But it's up to Raid to stay alive as long as he can. Maybe stay in the backseat while Bunny does a lot of this damage. But we'll have to see as... Okay, hold on. The back end of the recovery.
Money Holla, the same should be said about Money Holla. The recovery does save, and he is able to trade out Bunny's second stock to keep Money alive. Very smart play from Meg D, especially considering the fact that he was able to get the better of Bunny off stage. Bunny playing some pretty ambitious hits off stage to try and get Money Holla off of this last stock. Again, a Moogie in theory is a fantastic pick for doubles. It's just the fact that you choose to spend most of your time on Greatsword is a little rough. Greatsword is very all or nothing, very, you know, on and off and uneven. Greatsword's very uneven in doubles right now. Meg D gets sent down to last stock in this 1v2. We have Raid on 140 damage. We have Bunny on 100 damage. Meg D playing this very carefully. That is one thing that Meg D knows how to do very well, is to give himself some breathing room. When the game slows down, it's in the favor of the person who's behind. And Meg D knows how to overcome a deficit. Meg D knows how to play from behind and slowly creep up, like but the team combo starts! That's a lot of damage! That's a lot of damage!
Alright, now Meg D trying to find this 2v1. That combo was a bit disastrous to...
They're separated, wait!
For the lead. But
they're
the side
separated!
They got Raid out. So now it's just Bunny versus Meg D. And Meg D's playing at a deficit. But it's doable for Meg D. Meg D can do this.
This is
good end light though coming out for Bunny.
This is for one
weapon up, trying to.
This is for either 1-1 or 2-0.
Oh, going for the axe instead. Okay. Oh no way!
Stage!
Meg D waiting it out, manages to get the 2v1, taking out Bunny and Raid and putting the set 1-1. A game that was looking disastrous for Meg D and Bunny Holla going in their favor.
And this stock, that Bunny overcommit and SD, it wasn't even like, it was somewhat a little worth it. There is the moment off stage. Once Bunny is swapped over to Axe, like you said, Bunny, most of the time she's able to get those huge clips off stage and she's able to snipe stocks away. It's on those gauntlets. So when she goes over to Axe, which is a smart decision because you're going for the knockout, and Axe is sometimes just a tad more safe for knockouts compared to gauntlets. Gauntlets sometimes gets a little bit of a better off stage against a lot of weapons, Axe included, and Bunny is better off stage on gauntlets compared to Axe.
Oh,
So
oh no!
the
We
swap
got
over
double team
gauntlets,
combo.
a
That's
bunch
good
of team
damage.
starts up. But we do have this Sarah. Bunny's already out. 20 seconds in. This is looking really good for red team. Like I said, the stock that Bunny overcommitted, it was kind of worth it because you're chasing to get a stock off while you're heavily damaged. So if you lose that stock and overcommit, you're gonna lose the stock that you were going to lose anyway. So it was somewhat worth it, but like now blue team is playing an even set while they're behind in the game, and now it's all just flashbacks to that one overcommit.
All right, but we gotta watch out here because now the game is looking a little more in the favor of Money and Meg D here. Look, they're able to get so much more damage here. Meg D is not letting them get any damage onto them. Money Hollow with his greatsword trying to find this damage and trying to find the recovery follow-up, and all of a sudden it's 6 stocks to 3 in the favor of Money and Meg D. If you were looking at that first 2 games, that would be insane to look at.
Oh yeah, and Money could live maybe another hit or two. They're just about to creep in at 200. 200 is probably KO percent for Imugi. The Sair does send. There it is at 194. The Sair sends using a GC sidelight to actually kind of buffer and wait out their approach, giving Raid more time to snipe at that stock. That was actually really smart done from Bunny, and they let just a tiny bit longer. The recovery has them kiss the ceiling of Fortress Alliance, and the D-Light doesn't even send either at 220. Are the stocks going to stay close to even? Not for long.
4 stocks to 2, and they go for a team combo. What are they gonna do?
Oh, wait, no!
Raid
Bunny had
all
a chance
of
to
a sudden.
escape! Bunny had a chance to escape, but couldn't take it! That ticket was invalid!
All of a sudden, this is looking so dire for Bunny and Raid now. But Money Holla getting the end-sig onto Raid, and Raid is already out with 4 stocks on the side of Money and Meg D. Bunny off stage, trying to find an opportunity to get a knockout on either one of them. Money going for some moves. Oh no!
Completed options.
She found the option. She found the
Separated
landing.
Red
A
team
2-1.
stock game on the hands of Money Holla. And Money Holla, who I will be honest, was taking way more of a back foot those first 2 games. All of a sudden, 584 damage, and was the MVP of the game there.
2-1.
And the Ulgrim is coming out for Raid. The Ulgrim is coming out from Raid. I'm excited to see this. I want to see this landscape play.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
All right, as we touch down on game 4 of the set, 2-1 in the lead for Megni and Money Holla. They have a little bit of this lead now, or a little bit of the momentum now, but we'll have to see what Bunny and Raid have in favor, especially Raid with this Ulgrim pick. But separately on the side of the stage, it's Megni versus Raid, and then Money Holla versus Bunny. Both of them trying to find the options here, but just like before, Megni's not taking any damage whatsoever.
The momentum really started when Meg D was able to finish up the 1v2. That's when the momentum started, and game 3 was just the continuation of it. And now that we're in game 4, so they red team had to fight so much to get this momentum, and so I was about to say it's hard to say just how much this momentum might give them, because if they have to fight so much for so little, how much is it going to carry them? But they're able to make it work. They're willing to put up the fight. Meg D and Money Holla have to fight so much just for so little, but they're able to step up to the challenge. They're able to step up to Bunny and Raid, keep the stocks uneven in their favor, and they're actually able to keep the momentum. They're able to make this car go, even though they can't afford that much gas. They can barely afford any fuel, and yet they still keep running. It is a miracle that Red Team is still going here, Space.
Dude, I feel like the reason why Megdi is able to thrive so much in 2v2s is because of his survivability. I feel like every time you play in a 2v2 lobby, you always have those moments where in like a matter of 10 seconds you're dead. So it's good to see that Megdi is doing so much work and is able to so successfully stay alive for as long as possible. So
we gotta come up with a name for the little tech that Bunny does, where if you're waiting for your teammate to spawn, it's not quite a wrench tech where you purposely evade them. It's charging a SIG on the side of the stage to be a bit more, have a more commit a bit harder to making sure people don't approach you. However, Raid is taking money off the side of the stage. That is okay. Well, I guess I'm just silly then. I guess I'm just silly and goofy. Right now, Raid continuing to fight off the side of the stage against Megdi, and right now, yeah, Megdi would be the person to focus to try and get everyone down to last stock gang. Money Hala is down to last stock, but it's not. It's still not quite even. I think getting Megdi out of this stock would be really important because then it would slow some of the momentum, and it would make it so.
Money.
It would make it so that they get less
Great
extra credit. They actually abandon Megdi. They're focusing on Money Hala. They want the 2v1. Buddy abandons Megdi off the side of the stage and lets him recover, and Raid is having a hard time recover on his own. This is not looking good for Blue Team. Such little gas in the tank, and yet they get so much mileage for some little work.
What a
but
save.
It's still not
Should have just went for one, I feel like. I feel like that would have been better if he just went for a single D-Light there, but
Sudden death. Oh,
Bunny and Raid are all so
Megdi.
damaged. The recovery isn't able to do
D-Light
it.
even so
He
good to
tried to
save.
save. It was supposed to be a save, but Money was ready with the recovery after that D-Light. The weapon throw, does Bunny have the options to make it back onto stage?
Smart.
Yes, she does.
Money
Can she do this
trying to
at
get some more work.
212 damage? Maroon Red.
She has to do at least another 100 damage
There
total
we
against the
go.
entire team, and that's not gonna work out.
Red team wins.
Money Hala and Meg D. After what seemed to be the start of Bunny and Raid going crazy at the beginning of the set, Money Hala and Meg D take it 3-1.
And after the first two games, it definitely, for the first half of the set, really did not look like that. And so the fact that Meg D was able to get so, that's exactly what we talk about when we say give an inch, take a mile. Like, Meg D had to claw and dig his way out of that 1v2. And yet that team was still able to make momentum out of such something that was so difficult. Like, that 2v1 was exhausting to go through, and they were still able to pick up momentum after that. They're able to work so much for so little and still keep going. That is what we talk about when we say give an inch, take a mile.
The stamina that Meg D has going through that
Beautiful.
2v1 on game 2,
Beautiful as always.
absolutely fantastic. It's never over until it's over. So,
Yeah, that man's living proof of that.
yeah. But that's 3-1 for Megdi and Money Hala as they move on to the elimination quarterfinals, correct? Who are they going to be going up against for that next set?
They're going to be
They're
going against someone that
against-
we've seen on stream before.
Zen and Hideaway. They're going to be going up against
Uh-oh.
Zen and Hideaway. But
I'm going to be
before
lurking in
we-
chat for that.
Yeah. But before we get there, we have another set from two teams that I've been wanting to see play that I have not yet been able to commentate over. Marckiemoo and Future Bubble. And then Seeing Shade and Greedy.
I'm sad.
Thing is, I'm excited for this. Shade and you know what? This is this is an all Xbox match. I realized that all of the pro players are all console. No, they're not like console now, but they were all Xbox, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god. I'm sad. I'm sad. I'm here. When you said grab your
So-
popcorn,
Yeah.
I got some diet soda. Does that count? I'm sad. I'm here. Listen, I was really sad about the loss of my companion. You know, the Fluffles got to stick together, and it's always rough seeing Bunny get eliminated from the tournament. But I am sad for Shade, Greedy, Marky Bubble. I am here for it, and I am living.
I wasn't able to watch much of their earlier set when they were in winners quarterfinals. So, like, how were they? How was their gameplay when they were on
Shade
stream?
and Greedy. Let me just double check so I can get a refresher. Shade and Greedy. One thing that we were talking about. I forget if we talked about this in the setup BC or if you mentioned this on stream. But either way, I'm gonna take your credit for it and kind of parrot it back to you that because they're the game's going. Distracted. But I'm gonna say this: their teamwork together is really, really good. And also, Newbie Boy reminded me that it is a canon team. It's a canon match because Barraza and Seven. It's a canon team, so it makes sense to work well together. They've had some beautiful saves in that game. Like they're never knocked out until you see that big minus red. You see that big buzzer, that big. It's never again just like McD never over till it's over. They have some great teamwork and some gorgeous team saves. So I would say that this set is going to be pretty fun.
We'll have to see. It seems that Marky and Future are able to get the first stocks off of both Greedy and Shade, and Greedy off the side of the stage trying to move away from both Marky and Future, waiting for Shade to come back. Future Bubble seems to be the healthiest on the field right now. 3 stocks, 117 damage. The Spear is doing a lot of work, but we'll have to see how it goes against Shade and Greedy here. Greedy moving past, dodging through, axe on hand. I feel like we barely ever see Barraza and 2v2s, but whenever we do, I remember what oh no, not the team combo! Shade already down to last stock. The side.
Oh my god.
I don't think Greedy had the options, but going for the recovery anyways. Now, all of a sudden, both Shade and Greedy are on last stocks, finally getting that cannon cider to get Marckiemoo's first stock out of the way. We got 4 stocks to 2, completely healthy here.
Space.
But
Were you about to say something about Cody Travis?
not Cody. I saw Kaina played, what is it? Barraza and 2v2s for a period of time.
Oh, that was also when he played Lucy in a bit in doubles. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good recovery. No, Greedy's out!
And the save! They tried to mimic the saves that I praised them for! They tried their best to go for the saves that I praised them for, and it was so close. But 170 damage, 300 damage on Shade and 200 damage on both Future Bubble and Marckiemoo had, I think, 400 and 500 damage respectively. Meanwhile, that's 200 and 300 damage from Shade and Greedy respectively. So very, very rough game. Some very early stocks. 7 should not be dying that early. That's orange. Like, that girl is literally built. She's a robot, and she's built to withstand that kind of heat. So that was an early stock. All of these characters have such high defense. So that's also part of the reason it's so startling when these stocks just fly like that. Because you'd expect, robot, literally made of metal, made to last a century, and gone in 20 seconds. So blue team, a lot of twists to kind of figure out in this wire and straighten it out.
There's a lot to see here coming out from Marky and Future Bubble, though. But right now, it's looking really. Can you believe it? The first person to lose the stock is Marckiemoo here.
Hard to believe it, yeah.
But now, D-Light Cider coming out from Shade. Oh no, not the side of the stage! And he was trying to they tried to go for the save with that nair, but that sent Greedy off the side of the stage, and Future was already ready to cover that, and then it was Greedy and Shade both done there. But now, as we're entering the second stocks of both Greedy and Shade here, Marky and Future are trying to find the options they can to possibly get a combo here, or like what can they do here? Good follow coming out from Shade, getting that end light. Future Bubble.
Future Bubble's
still alive. That's Kaya defense working well.
Future Bubble's bow is looking really good today.
Oh,
Like, I know
no.
Spear is usually what
Why
people...
you hold it
Oh,
the
that
whole
is
time?
not a good charge. Shade. Future Bubble gets sent out. Marckiemoo on his lonesome. Now Shade is able to make it up to his body and stay on a little bit longer. That dare almost hit Shade. It's hard to tell if that one was bad. Greedy gets sent down to last stock. Stocks are 3.5 to 2 here, and Shade is getting caught in a whirlwind right here, right in the eye of the hurricane.
We'll have to see what Shade and Greedy can do to bring this possibly back, but it's looking really rough. I think their win condition is find some way to get Marckiemoo out on this last stock, but that's like, that might be the hardest thing to ask for. But I don't know. They gotta find some way somehow. Greedy on the side of the stage, blasters on hand. We got Cannon Ditto on the side of the stage. Oh, Greedy's still able to make it back. It was looking a little dire for a second.
Future
The
Bubble.
end lights coming out from Future Bubble is
So
just...
nice.
This spear coming out from Future Bubble the entire game has just been doing so
I was
much
talking
work.
about his
They
bow.
can't-
His bow is really nice. Oh my
Red team
goodness.
wins.
Oh man, Marky and Future just have something on these two that Shade and Greedy are just not able to find anything on. But man,
Yeah. So, I remember saying earlier that I forget if you said this during setup VC or if you said this during the stream, but I'm gonna parrot it back to you. This is what I was saying earlier. I'm gonna take the credit for this. When we saw seeing Shade and Greedy fight Zen and Hideaway, they have really, really good talent as a team. They're incredibly capable and skilled as players. They're very good players. It's just now is the question of stamina comes in. Now does the question of mental fortitude comes in. Because people like Meg D, where they're able to stay locked in for that many hours in a day, that's a rare skill. That is a shiny Pokemon right there. Not a lot of people can do that. And so it's understandable considering the fact that Shade and Greedy are underdogs in this sense. Like, they are able to perform at this level. They're matched against Future Bubble and Marckiemoo for a reason. Like, they had to earn a spot to be in the same lobby with them. It's just how long they could last in these lobbies. They have the talent, but do they have the stamina?
oh no. All right, wait, but as we're saying that, we're seeing a little bit of a switch over from Shade going from that 7 to the Onyx, and I think it's the same skin too, isn't it?
Ooh.
Same skin
Oh,
too.
is
It's
Marckiemoo?
literally just a ditto.
Yeah.
Now,
Same as Marky.
oh, good
Good
down
dare.
air follow-up coming out.
Another dare,
All
dropped by a
right.
Sarah.
I think this could be a really strong pick because I know Shade's gauntlets or something are something crazy, but I don't know. We're also talking about Marckiemoo here, so. And I think Marckiemoo is the definition of crazy gauntlets.
Oh,
so.
shutout performance. Like,
Yeah.
Marckiemoo, some of the best gauntlets on the
Okay.
planet at the current moment. Every time Marky steps up to bat, it's a shutout performance.
No.
Yeah, and he doesn't even need gauntlets!
All right, though, but they are still in a little bit of a deficit right now. It's now just up to Shade to stay alive for as long as he possibly could. That was a good dodge to avoid that spear nair. It's a very... The thing about 2v2 is you can't get hit by anything if you're stuck in a 2v1, because otherwise you're cooked.
No,
Yeah.
that's a touch of death. 2v2s is where a touch of death actually is real.
No,
Oh,
not
we
the
do have a little
recovery
bit of a
off the top
Spyrox
stage.
and Coco. Nair down into the recovery to bounce
Oh,
back up, and the
no!
reverses, but it's actually a team kill. Oh my goodness, so many trades, so many Animal Crossing, Switch watching games of tennis. Everybody's hitting each other. It's actually getting really
Oh my
difficult
god,
to
Shade
track.
can't find anything. Marky is on him the whole time. He's already on 120 damage on his final stock.
Oh, good grief. And Grief is out already. Grief is out already, so there's no one to distract from that damage. Marky chases Shade down to the ends of the earth. Greedy now 1 stocks to 4. In an 0-2,
It's over.
mind
It's
you.
most likely just done
In an
at this point.
0-2.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should stop counting Greedy out right now. But no.
It's what? Maybe a dodge. If Greedy had a dodge, they maybe could have made it back from that. Marckiemoo and Future Bubble. I mean, they listen. We talked about Shade and Breeze, like their bond together. That they have been playing for a decent bit, and also about the fact that their team saves are impeccable, beautiful team saves. But Future Bubble and Marckiemoo have been teaming a bit longer than I think many people even really realize. Maybe even longer than I know of for certain. And
bro, Marcky and Future Bubble are best friends in real life. I'm pretty sure.
Exactly.
So
like they owe each other so much. If you ask one player about the other, they'll say he's the reason I got here. Like they really do love each other as a team, and it's something that is like actually really sweet to see that a doubles team legitimately like they're besties. They're
Marky
actually
and Future
besties.
is the definition of the power of friendship.
They really are.
Yeah.
I think that
man.
is going to be we're getting to the end of the evening here, folks. There are only so many weeks left in the season. There are only so many hours left in the day, but that just means that we are only just getting to the best part. I hope that you all saved some room for dessert. I have been joined by the wonderful, the beautiful Spaceatronics. My name has been and will continue to be Graffiti. Moose Wars Duskfall will continue in just a few minutes. Don't go too far.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to Moose Wars Duskfall Rebellion, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore, I'm casting with Hackle, and we are now going into the top 6 of this event. Hackle, how you feeling tonight there, my man?
I'm excited, dude. I mean, it's probably been mentioned already, this is one of our last chances to see how everyone's been prepping for BCX right around the corner. The stakes are high to see if you're ready for that World Championship, and I think some of these teams definitely are.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this is one of those events that I feel that is very much a very big practice for a lot of these players going into the World Championship coming up in November. So a lot of players are trying different team combos and different layouts and just seeing how things are going to go. We've had EU and NA players teaming in this event to see how things would go, and now we're in top 6 and we get to see some of the best players in North America.
Absolutely, and some of those starting out players are going to be Zen and Hideaway versus Money Hala and Meg D. And that is an interesting matchup here because Zen and Hideaway coming into this tournament, seed 1, expected to, at bare minimum, be in grand finals. Most likely predicted to win by a lot of people here. But they're starting out this top 6 in the lower side after losing earlier on to Glitchadoo and Hexo. So a bit of a loser's run they're going to have to make here, but their first opponents are going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, I mean, we saw Zen and Hideaway. I'm viewing them as the Fortnite duo, or the Peterbot and Polo duo tonight, because they've been bouncing back and forth between Fortnite and Brawlhalla, and maybe that's why they're in the elim bracket. Who knows? But we do have them in the elimination bracket. They did lose to Hexo and Glitchadoo, who have been doing phenomenal tonight, and they are facing Money Hala and Meg D, who actually got knocked out a little bit early on the winner's side, but have been dominating through the loser side so far.
Yeah, I mean, some very formidable players here. Meg D being one of the more experienced, longer-standing players in this lobby. A lot of, not necessarily new, but more recent additions to the Hall of Fame of Brawlhalla here, whereas Meg D, a bit more experience, sticking with that Chun-Li, and obviously with the Amugi for Money Hala is going to be very interesting, because Money Hala is one of the few players who manages to not only play Greatsword in 2v2s, but make it work very, very well. So getting into this, I'm curious to see how that'll shape up.
Yeah, for sure. And without doubt, right now we're getting into Small Fortress Alliance. We got Meg D on the gauntlets there. We got Money Hala on the Amugi with the axe, and then you got Zen on that Kaya pick, and you got Hideaway there on the Algrim. So we're seeing a lot of spear axe coming in from the blue team, and then we're seeing axe / gauntlets from the red team.
Yeah, a very standard team comp here coming in for Zen and Hideaway. I mean, we've seen how tried and true Kaya and Algrim can be, and obviously mixing and matching. You see some Algrim with some Wushang, Onyx mixed in as well, but Kaya seems to be a very big mainstay, and Zen, parting that character to a great degree, finds that side out onto Money Hala, and I think the first stock of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And right now we got the blue team kind of bouncing back and forth a little bit there. There we go. Oh, almost gets that recovery, but now we're seeing, I believe we're seeing Hideaway there go in with that lance, trying to use that range advantage, but it looks like we do see Money Hala get that KO option there onto them as well. Oh, neutral coming in for Money Hala. Oh, Meg D with the follow-up option as well. And red team is now taking the lead over this game so far.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, just that one interaction, the red team does, by numbers, have a lead here. The damage needs to be careful going on to Meg D. Actually going to sacrifice that stock there, wants to get back without being too disjointed. But in the meantime, his teammate Money going to take a decent chunk of damage here. Hideaway, still a little worse for her as well, but Zen trying to make up the difference with that spear. It's just so scrappy in the neutral right now.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're kind of seeing things go back and forth there. Oh, Money Hala trying to move away and try to pick up a weapon again. Gets that greatsword, gets that two-piece combo there onto Zen, trying to keep Zen away so Meg D can focus on Hideaway. Oh, but Money Hala saying, you know what? We just knocked out Zen instead. Zen down into that final stock for this game here. And now we're kind of seeing red team try to do their best there. Money Hala does get KO'd, but then we do see Meg D follow up and KO Hideaway's second stock. So Meg D's doing very well keeping their stock, but also getting these opportunities for them to take the lead, and you know we're seeing Money Hala try to follow suit with that.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. It's a lovely team combo out of the red team. So much damage extension there. Hideaway now off one interaction, has to play so safe for the remainder of this game. Cannot afford to overextend, cannot afford to overstep. Megdi chasing them a little bit, going to turn around, get some damage onto Zen, who is now in just as dire straits. The blue team hanging on for dear life.
Blue team's just having such a rough time really dealing with those team combos, and it's really coming down to some blue team members having a rough time. Oh, we see Megdi get KO'd of the second stock, but Money Hollow is still alive, keeping himself alive and well. And that might pretty much confirm that he has an opportunity for the red team to go ahead and win, but Money Hollow loses that stock. Now it's a 2v1 situation. Megdi's got to be careful.
This is the real fear with a team as accomplished as Zen and Hideaway. They're so good at isolating situations. Megdi will find that first stock onto the 1v1 against Hideaway. Has the lance in hand, going to get Megdi without a weapon. Picks up the axe as well.
Yeah. Oh, we're starting to see Zen come in there with that gameplay a little bit there too. Or Hideaway coming in there trying to do some damage there, trying to go use that axe against Megdi's gauntlets. Megdi's gauntlets are very exquisite. It's what he's pretty much known for outside of sword. See him going back around there, get a little bit, gets that neutral light there, doesn't KO because it's not enough damage on that final stock. And now we're seeing Hideaway use weapon throws, now has the range of land. Just going to try to get an opportunity, but Megdi says otherwise. Silent recovery comes in, and red team of Megdi and Monty Holla take game number 1.
Yeah, right down to the wire there for the red team. Could have been very scary. Zen and Hideaway demonstrating why being so accomplished in the game mode can be so dangerous. I mean, Megdi and Money had a very big lead going. The second that the blue team gets Money isolated for just a moment, they rack up so much damage, force him off the side of the stage, and he's just done. Megdi does manage to clutch out the 1v1, but not exactly the easiest win there for the red team, just given how big that lead was.
Yeah, that was definitely, I mean, I think the red team had a couple different opportunities where I think Megdi's stepping in a lot right now. He's allowing for the red team to get these different opportunities of getting the advantage, and he's just doing so well with that. And Monty Hollow's following suit there. He did lose that final stock. The way Monty Hollow lost that was a little bit weird towards the end, but Megdi was still able to prevail. But I think going into the second game, red team's going to really focus on keeping Monty Hollow, you know, back to the platform. They're trying to regroup and see what he can do to follow up with Megdi's attacks there. And leading team combos just like that 3-piece combo coming in from Monty Hollow and Megdi. Monty Hollow trying to use his signatures there of Amugi as well. And now we're seeing, I mean, we're starting to see Hideaway trying to use that range of the lance, but it's not really working right now.
Yeah, we did see Zen swapping over onto the Ang, trying to get a bit more signature play in there, but still not quite enough. Will find the exhaustive recovery onto Money Hollow, but Megdi not quite in the damage range where one strong hit will take out. A good combo definitely will, and Hideaway definitely going to be looking to try and find that hit. Doesn't manage to secure the D-Sig.
Now he tried going for some string with the lance and tried to do more damage build up there on Monty, but wasn't able to do much. Money Hollow comes back to the platform, gets that lovely Amugi signature there onto Hideaway. We do see Megdi losing that first stock. Things are staying relatively even this game, and as they say that, blue team's trying to really focus on Monty Hollow. Monty Hollow being a little bit risky there with the way they're coming back to that ledge, and blue team didn't punish. And as I say that, now Megdi's kind of dealing with his 2v1 because he's having a rough time coming back to that platform.
Yeah, I mean, this team comp of the blue team has been tried and true by so many teams and seemed to be so lethal. Just given a moment, they can put so much damage on, and we saw that right there as the red team had it very even, and just a couple of isolations led to both red team members being very in danger here. Zen actually going to fall off the right side. Hideaway still relatively healthy on this second stock, but an unarmed team combo, they're going to put him strongly into the red.
Oh. And as we say that there, we do see Zen KO Megdi of that second stock. You see Zen kind of regrouping a little bit there, trying to step in. Monty Hollow with the unarmed Hail Mary down signature there with unarmed KOing Hideaway, allowing for Monty Hollow to focus onto Zen and knock him into the yellow of that final stock. And Monty is doing a lot better at keeping his stock this game.
I mean, you'd hope so, right? With a character like Imugi, you have so much strength and defense at your disposal. We'll finally go down to that performance recovery there, and Megdi running for his life, trying to avoid any extra value the blue team can get. Does manage to do so. For the red team, it's on them to capitalize, especially on Zen entering that orange damage state. Money Holla completely clean on this final stock, opening up with the great sword, going to get interrupted.
Yeah, and right now we have everyone pretty much at the same stock point there. You do see Money Hollow in the yellow, but now red team's trying to regroup there. They're trying to approach the blue team the best they can without giving up that range and the opportunity for Hideaway to really push in with that lance there. So you're seeing you know, the blue team trying to take advantage of the range of both spear and lance, and you're seeing McD trying to find the perfect opportunity to step in there. Oh, and Montyhala able to get out of that combo that Hideaway got them into. Just barely, right before the KO option. Oh, Hideaway gets that neutral signature there with that lance. Montyhala trying to do something like that.
Oh!
Blue team members, KO Zen. Now we got McD on spear. There we go, Hideaway now on arm. Montyhala's goal is to stay alive, have that weapon there, picks it up. McD's gonna weapon starve him again. And I see a KO option here, unless Hideaway picks up a weapon, has the axe, he has the KO opportunity, but Montyhala says otherwise with a falling side air, and red team gets another point to their name. Are they gonna knock out seed number 1 of this event?
It's looking very, very possible here, and Montyhala putting up incredible numbers that game. 691 damage and 5 KOs. I mean, the Amugi certainly paying off. I was afraid for a second there towards the end of that game about one thing that I see happen quite often in 2v2s, where because Money was the much healthier player on the red team, he had to step forward and sort of cover for McD. And as a result, he was actually taking more damage and got pushed further into the red than McD ever did. And something that I've seen happen quite often is like the player who plays forward to cover for their teammate ends up going out first, actually, because they overcompensate on trying to defend. So good job by the red team managing to compensate for that extra damage and still play out that 2v1 very, very well. Now it's on Hideaway and Zen to try and find an answer here.
Yeah, and I mean, and here's the thing, I feel like that last game, Montyhala had so much stock left, the blue team kind of let that go. And with Montyhala having so much defense on that character, it just allowed them to be able to have that opportunity of taking that advantage towards the end. Now going into this third game, we have Hideaway on Teros except the Ulgrim, which is going to allow for the hammer and the axe to come out, and I think it's going to do a little bit more damage with what they're trying to do. But we'll kind of have to see what happens here going into game number 3. Is red team going to be able 3-0 in the elimination side against seed number 1? You know, we got Zen and Hideaway here, the people that have been known for winning the most Moose Wars events in doubles. It's going to be a big deal here for both these teams here, and right now, we're seeing Hideaway coming in with that hammer and KOing Montyhala's first stock. Now look at the range. Once he has that range, he's just popping off.
Yeah, I saw this team comp and I was scared, and I imagine the red team probably should have been as well. I mean, this is the world champion 2v2 team comp. Montyhala spitting in the face of that championship title for this team comp. Gonna take out Hideaway, and the red team clinging to life here on this first stock for McD. Can he get some extra credit here?
Yeah, he's gonna have to do something here. McD gets both of the blue team members in that combo. He does get dared there by Hideaway. Gotta be careful a little bit here. Montyhala, tries to do a signature, goes off ledge, respects the space a little bit, respects that they are in the orange to that second stock. McD's following up so well with Montyhala's style, though. He's basically having these like 2v1 interactions, but he's not over aggressing. Montyhala's being the player that's doing the damage. And McD's just following suit, and now we're seeing both blue team members off that ledge. Montyhala trying to get the KO option, unable to do, gets a recovery there on the Zen instead, and we got Hideaway, gets recovered as well. Montyhala gets the jump neutral, and that's a double KO for the red team. And now both blue team members may be on their tournament stocks.
Montyhala doing it all here for the red team with that great sword. McD playing his role to perfection, playing that handoff supportive role. Montyhala just getting in there scrappy with the greatsword, can afford to do so with that aforementioned defense. Yeah, now the blue team just begging to try and find some stock to take off this red team, but they're not going to find anything quite yet. So it's going to send the rest of the stage to Pogo as well. McD could be in danger. Weapon throw is going to secure it, and Montyhala could be close to follow.
Yeah, McD getting KO'd allowed for Hideaway to kind of get that mental advantage over Montyhala. He does get that KO opportunity, but now the red team is on clean stocks. They're not going to get damaged as much or get knocked back as much with that hammer until more damage built up on them. So now you're going to see red team kind of persevere a little bit. You're seeing Hideaway having a rough time, doesn't want to over approach. He's trying to let Zen do his thing, but he runs right into that down stage there of Montyhala. The neutral line comes in with the axe. It might be the final stop here for the blue team in this event. Red team, McD and Monty, they're doing this 2v1 so far, and we're seeing Zen having to deal with this.
That's just it.
That's it. Montyhala getting the KO on the Zen, and Montyhala and McD beat Seed 1 of this event. The BCX finalist summer champions. This is a big deal for this team.
Absolutely, yeah. An absolute stellar performance out of Money Hala and Meg D there. Just they look so confident and so well put together as a team. I've seen both Meg D and Money swap between teammates a decent bit and sort of trying to find what works for them. This might be the team between these two players that's had the most synergy I've seen. I mean, they have a consistent game plan. They have Money Hala going in, racking up that damage, getting into fray, and Meg D positioning properly to follow up and just maximize on that value.
Well, and I think one thing that I'm so used to seeing Hideaway and Zen do is they really pop off in the beginning, and we didn't see that, right? And they had to adapt very much going into this game. And I think that they just weren't able to adapt well enough to the team of the red team, because keep in mind, initially it was Meg D that had the stocks there. And then in the second game, Money Hala had the remaining 2 stocks there. And, you know, they swapped roles very easily, and Money Hala was able to do the damage with you know, the Amugi. But I have to give credit to Meg D's spacing and the way he was able to get into Hideaway and Zen's, you know, point of field where they're able to do different combos. Most people can't do that, and he got right in there, allowed for team combos with Money Hala. They had phenomenal strings as well, and that's the reason why they're advancing further, and they are going through this bracket. You have the loser side. Keep in mind, they've been playing on the losers since what, top 16? Right, so they beat Fakey. They beat Fakey and Anime Fan, right? By the way, that went to game 5, and that's a phenomenal team I want to see play more. You got Bunny Raid, you got Zen and Hideaway, and now they're going to be facing the winner of our next set coming up, which is going to be Rise and Soul versus Bubble and Marckiemoo.
That's a really fun one I'm excited for. I mean, Rise and Soul are sort of this prodigal son of the North American region, where they came out of seemingly nowhere and started placing pretty well and consistently, and then reached a point now where they are contenders for the top team in North America, coming in at Seed 3. They did lose out in a Game 5 to Balloon Boy and Raydish, but that's no easy feat beating Balloon Boy and Raydish. They are also an incredible team. On the flip side, Marckiemoo, arguably to some people, not arguably to me, the best 1v1 player in North America. Probably one of the best in the world.
They're already going in that game. They're just ready to go at this point.
Future Bubble, his teammate who is just so good at following up off Marckiemoo, this team can be absolutely terrifying. So the question is going to be whether or not Rise and Soul are ready to get in those gaps in the armor that Marckiemoo and Future may have. And so far, looking pretty good. Doing a lot of damage onto Marckiemoo, entering that proper red range.
Oh my god. And they're just focusing on Marckiemoo right now so badly. Marky is not having an opportunity of coming back to that ledge. We do see Rise KO himself, though, off that ledge, making it a little bit more even for the red team. But we're starting to see, you know, the aggressive player that we know Marckiemoo for. It doesn't seem like he's as confident with approaching as he's been known to do. And I think we're starting to see that kind of show off a little bit. Bubble is phenomenal in both roles, but he's really good specifically at following up and supporting Marckiemoo's aggressive style. But Mark's just having a rough time at the moment, really approaching. And Bubble's having to step in a little bit. So now we see Bubble. Oh, Marckiemoo the 1 ground pound KOs, I believe, Rise. And then Bubble's initial attack KOs Soul there as well. And red team has a little bit of a lead now, about, I would say, a little bit of a stock for each of the players there. Oh, Marky's saving his teammate, but then does get KO'd there by Rise. Rise was Stumpsider as well after that. And now it is the same amount of stocks for both teams, but red team just on cleaner stocks.
Yeah, definitely on cleaner stocks right now. The question is going to be, can they isolate Marckiemoo like they were before? I think you were absolutely right what you were saying, where with an aggressive player like Marckiemoo, the way you shut down a team like this is forcing the aggressive player to realize they can't get in, and he absolutely cannot as they get vaporized at the bottom of the stage. The hammer putting in work.
Dude, he just brought back that disadvantage state that the blue team was in. He just went off ledge, ground pounded. He even KO'd his own teammate, but he was comfortable with that because they were on their second stock, and led to this 2v1 situation and turned things totally around in this set.
Yeah, I mean, right as I was talking about having to shut down the aggressive player, they completely shut down the entire game for the red team here as Stompsair is going to send each other packing. And game 1 goes the way of Rise and Soul.
Yeah, very nice job coming out of Rise and Soul there. Very big props to the Rise on using that hammer range and power that it has and force, especially off that ledge. You get that recovery on Marky, and then you see Soul off that ledge just keeping Bubble down there and doing the best that they can there. But blue team taking that point to their name. This is going to be a restructuring moment there for the red team. They're going to figure out what map they're going to go to. And I think they definitely have that opportunity of winning game number 2. But the power that we're seeing from Rise has been rather difficult for the red team to deal with.
I think what's been the most scary about Rise and Soul as well is they've been a team that's been very good at adapting. Like we know that both players have more than just the standard base meta picks that we've seen them play. And if things really get dire, they are able to adapt very well. Not to say that Marky and Future cannot, they are definitely capable of the same. But for a team like Rise and Soul, who haven't been around for as long, and for a team who has gotten such great accolades in a short amount of time, that's pretty scary. And Future Bubble could be feeling that fear as he falls down to the bottom of the stage. Marckiemoo, once again, the player taking the brunt of the damage here. That high defensive Onyx not enough to save him as he enters the red first on this first stock. Dangerous offstage play here with Rise to clash out of the down air, and Marky's just gone.
Oh my god, blue team's phenomenal string combo there on the bubble as well in the sky. While Marky was out of that first stock, they just landed that phenomenal combo and knocked Bubble into the red. But now we're starting to see the synergy that I kind of know Rise and Soul for. I almost know it as the synergy that we see in online events, more so than anything. Because they're predominantly an online event like team. We don't really see them at LANs or anything yet. Maybe they go to the World Championship, we'll see. But oh, it looks like we do see Soul losing that first stock along with Rise, and Mark's got to make sure he keeps his stock a little bit too. He doesn't want to over-aggress, but they got team combos. They got him ready.
Oh,
3,
goodness.
2, 1. That's almost a K0 deaths on both blue team members. Now you got Bubble and Neutralite. Now you got Marky with that recovery. Rise does get that KO there on the Bubble, but that's Bubble's first stock. Marky's trying to regroup a little bit, trying to get away from Rise. Bubble does get that follow-up option on the Soul. And now Bubble trying to do something here. Oh, it might be a KO option here. Neutralite comes in from Bubble. Accidentally hits his teammate, but Marky just missing that opportunity. What just happened there? I don't even know. Both Marky and Rise lose a stock. Now red team is up an entire stock over blue team based off that team combo.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough here for Soul, especially, who is entering that orange state of damage on the final stock already. Future Bubble going to be clinging to life here, but
Dude,
a collapse there out of the blue team, getting a bit of damage on. Need to get rid of Future Bubble soon or collapse onto Marckiemoo. Right now, sort of a bit of both happening. Soul backing up a little bit, finds that down air, covering onto his teammate. But Future Bubble just won't lose the stock. He's just clinging onto it for dear life.
And he's doing very well with that as well. And he knows that this game has the opportunity of having given them a huge disadvantage in the set of BO5. Keep in mind, if they lose this, they have to win 3 games in a row to win. And they don't want that to fully happen. Bubble does have that second stock still. He is keeping it. Marky's trying to stay alive. He's got that Onyx, has that defense. You gotta be careful. Rise, though. Bubble trying to deal with Rise a little bit. Marky does throw Soul off that ledge. If he can hold Rise off, he can do so. Marky just did something impossible. The death comes in. The weapon through from Bubble. The red team takes game number 2 and changes that into their favor. What an exchange off that ledge. Can we see the replay on that final KO option? So that clash from Mark? Oh my god.
Marckiemoo had some stones to begin with, just going out there, being the most damaged player on the screen. 177 damage, if I recall correctly.
Look at
this.
this.
Just goes out, chases Soul after the side air.
Oh. Side air into a side air hits both blue team members through Rise's side air too, by the way. Weapon throw lands, unarmed dare lands. Willing to risk that stock, and I mean, blue team was coming back, but that lead that they had from the red team was allowing them to do that. But dude, that exchange was just threw everyone off, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Marckiemoo just exuding confidence there in that interaction. Gonna weapon play down to Rise. Rise could have been in trouble for a second, and Marckiemoo capitalizing even further, racking up that damage. That is the really scary thing of fighting an Onyx in the 2v2s. Having that cannon, the weapon is so solid for team combos, but also has that string potential to just rack up so much damage and stealing away stocks. As we see right there, Rise in trouble already, only 30 seconds into this game.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I think red team really realized that Rise was doing a lot of power, and they go ahead and KO him to make sure they can do a little bit of something there with Soul. But if they do focus on Rise, they can have the opportunity of having a little bit of a bigger advantage. But what they'll probably do now is do a team combo and Rise. So they'll leave Soul in that red stock that they have currently, and then they'll try to do combos on Rise, and then once they're in a combo, just KO Soul so they can just continue doing that combo. And now we're kind of seeing red team overall show the dominance on the map so far. Oh, we do see Soul get the GC down like ground pound on the mark. Bubble does get that side air there onto Soul to knock that first stock. Bubble goes too far down. Marckiemoo takes advantage instead. And now red team's up 2 stocks currently.
Yeah, it's looking very good here for the red team in this third game as Marckiemoo getting a lot more confident here, finding that momentum. The gauntlet's going in now as well. Future level, like, still remaining that tank stock for the red team. Will finally lose that first stock a minute and a half into this second or third game. I'm losing my mind here. I can't handle the gameplay at the same time as talking. It's too difficult. They're too
No,
fast.
these guys are just... the exchange from both of these teams have been phenomenal. We're seeing a lot of neutral control coming out of the red. Now you're starting to see Soul be that aggressor a little bit, and Rise is setting to the side. A bunch of different adaptabilities coming out of these players there, and we're starting to see that a little bit. Red team now coming with a combo. Oh, Bubbles down signature does not land. Is a little bit high there with the way that the player got launched, but as I say that, Marckiemoo gets a ground pound KO there on the Rise, and then somehow Bubbles, I think Soul just lost his stock. I think he went too far down. Oh, yeah. And he gives up his stock again.
Yeah, go next. I mean, if you're Soul in that situation, like, it's an insurmountable odds against a team like Future and Marky, who we know have such well-prepared team combos. You're alone against 4 stocks. It's kind of just a go next angle, to be honest.
Yeah, I can understand that a little bit. I don't understand why fully they do it. Maybe it's more of a mental thing for them, but if you would be in a 2v1 situation, if you can get your opponent in that mindset of a 2v1 for long enough, right, they're not going to adapt as fast as you go into this next game because they've been focusing on 2v1s rather than 2v2s where they have to worry about the other opponent and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens. I think Rise and Soul are just trying to do it for their mental more so going into this next game. And it is a lot of work on Soul doing that, but we'll see what happens from Marckiemoo and Bubble going into this next game. Because, I mean, they are up 1. Rise and Soul, I think we're going to have to see Rise pop off a little bit. He's actually off the Taros.
Yeah, we're seeing the swap over to the tried and true Open Kaya here. A comp that we've seen this team play a number of times already, and one that we've seen do very, very well across multiple regions and tournaments. So definitely something to be feared here already. Future level taking the most damage that we haven't really seen so far, but Soul in danger off the side. No saving there from Rise, and the red team strike first.
Mark did so well at really approaching Soul off that ledge and got that KO option. And now we're seeing, you know, Soul back on with the lance, trying to use that range a little bit. Mark is just going for these KO options now, and is trying to knock out Rise. Rise gets missed by that falling ground pound. He's trying to get the ground pound KO. Oh, Mark with the GC silent recovery lands it. And Rise hit both red team members, and now we got Bubble down into the second. But keep in mind, Soul is in his final. And Soul gets the KO on Marky. Currently, Rise is still on his first stock. But if you are Soul, you have to be very careful of that final stock. If you get KO'd, you can still have Rise while he does have some stocks there. Can get 2v1, and he does not want his teammate doing that. So Soul with a dare option there. Nice little 2-piece neutral area and a dare coming in from the blue team. You're starting to see blue team being a little bit more aggressive and red team just trying to find their opportunities to get in. But as I say that, Mark gets a little bit aggressive, launches Soul into the air with where Bubble gets that signature. Oh, and blue team with a 2-piece combo as well. There's so much happening between both of these teams that anything can lead into some string that.
Oh my goodness!
As well, but Bubble goes ahead and KOs Rise's first stock.
Marckiemoo, I think, in this game demonstrating how scary it can be fighting a very talented 1v1 player in 2v2s, because, like, Soul just hasn't had room to breathe. This entire game, Marckiemoo has been breathing down his neck, chasing him down. I'm not giving him a single second to capitalize on the 2v2 situations.
He didn't get the game.
Why is the side of Soul's just done? There it is again. Marckiemoo just not giving him the space.
Uh-oh. But he did give up his stock. Bubbles down to his final. It is technically a 2v1, but Rise has 2 stocks. This is all on Rise going into this game. To go into game number 5, it will be because of Rise dealing with this 2v1. He's in a very good spot. This comes down to what red team could do team combo wise, and we're seeing combos out of nowhere. And that was a clean 0 death there, Hackle.
Yeah, I mean, that's the really scary part of fighting a team like this, especially with a team as comfortable as this, right? Like, they will have hit that probably thousands of times at this point. They are so confident and comfortable hitting it. They can even improvise a little bit there. Can't capitalize too massive in the situation, but still, just getting hit by one stray move could spell the entire end of Rise's and Soul's tournament run here. And I think Marky and Peach will play around that. Oh, goes to the GCN light.
Nice movement from Rise. He does run into that neutral light though, but I think that was been his only option he could really gone for without getting hit. Marky does get the GC silent recovery. He's been landing that on Rise a little bit as well. So now we're seeing Rise is trying to do something against Marky, but keep in mind you're facing Marky, who's like known for being the best North American 1v1 like player at the moment there, and Rise has a lot of movement to do. Rise hitting a down light there on the bubble. Marky gets the gauntlet neutral light. Oh. Rise is getting a follow-up option there. Almost runs into a team combo. Bubble hits his teammate by mistake. And now you're just seeing Rise float. And I think Marky's trying to float with him, and he's kind of known for floating, so I don't know why you do that exactly. Bubble does get that spear falling side air. Weapon throw misses. Rise still alive. The second weapon throw lands, and that's going to lead into more likely KO option right about here. Neutral light into neutral light, down light into spear recovery.
No, that was almost
and that is what you call a combo there as well. Very nice job from Marckiemoo and Bubble. They won 3-1 over Rise and Soul in game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, with all things considered, Rise played that 1v2 very, very well, like saving every movement option and trying to just play as elusive as possible, and only throwing out moves that he was absolutely sure just could not be punished. It took Marky and Future so long to catch him on that final interaction, so very well played by Rise and Soul especially as well. That team put up a very, very strong fight, but will be going out at the first round of top 6.
Well, and here's the thing too, with Rise and Soul, they are a powerful team. Rise was very powerful on that axe, and I think was going on that Kaya pick to better help Soul stay alive a little bit compared to the other games there. And you know, going into that final game, Soul just had a rough time on stocks. I think we would have definitely seen in game 5 if the stocks didn't go out the way they did for Soul. So I definitely don't throw blue team out of your thoughts going into the next Moose Wars events and even BCX, because they're a powerful team. Rise is a powerhouse, Soul is a powerhouse. We've seen the synergy from these guys, but overall, I mean, Rise, I think that final interaction where it was that 2v1, Rise could have done a little bit more there, but I feel you also consider Marky and Bubble are phenomenal 2v2 partners there. They know combos, they know strings, and what makes a powerful 2v2 team is knowledge of every single combo that you could possibly do against your opponent with whatever dodge options they have, whatever weapons they have, and that's what these guys are known for. I mean, even when I was talking to Balloon, he was in a call with me, I think, was it last night or 2 nights ago? He was showing combos that he's landed or he's working on, and he knows pretty much every single option and opportunity for a combo. We're now starting to see a lot of like reverse side airs in the combos too, so we're starting to see, I saw that from Marky and Bubble as well. So it comes down to your synergy with your teammate, but also being hyper aware of what's going on around you and taking that into account as well. But very nice job, man. That was a really good set. So
yeah, that was super fun by those teams. I mean, yeah, you said synergy. Marckiemoo and Future will have nothing if not synergy. They've been teaming together since the dawn of time, to be honest.
Oh yeah. Well, and that's another thing too. And I was talking to some Brawl players about like there was a point in time in Brawlhalla where, and it still kind of happens in other regions and in North America too, where if you don't get like a certain placement, you drop your teammate. And now we're starting to see these teams that have been practicing together for a while just pop off very, very well. So like Balloon Boy and Raydish, that is a team that decided to stick together for about a year and now are doing phenomenal. We have Hexo and we got Guichibu, who have been sticking together for a while and have been going crazy at it. And we actually get to see both of those teams face each other now in the winners final of this event as well, there, Hackle.
Yeah, I am super excited to see how that top 4 shapes up. Unfortunately, though, however, we will have to go to a very brief break beforehand just to make sure everyone's ready. All the pros are ready. We're ready. People at home are ready. Grab some water, grab a snack, get settled in for an amazing top 4.
Yeah, with that being said, do not go away. We'll be right back with the top 4 of Moose Wars Duskfall Rebellion. Don't go away. We'll be right back with Winners Finals. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars Duskfall Rebellion, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ, I'm casting with Hackle, and we are now getting into the winners finals of this event. 4 level 100 players, phenomenal players within their own rights. We're going to game 1, Demon Island. We're going straight into it for you. Here is Duskfall Rebellion's winners final.
Yeah, Raydish Balloon Boy versus Hexo and Guichabu. Some very, very potent players here. Raydish Balloon Boy have been showing us some very, very incredible and very creative stuff with this team comp recently, but that's kind of the staple for Guichabu and Hexo as well. Both teams that are sort of not playing your standard turbo meta characters, and yet they still managed to make it this far and this high in the tournament. Kind of shows that it measures the player more than the character, and so far, the character that seems to be doing the best is Queen Nai in the hands of Guichabu, who slaps away Raydish off the right side of the stage. Balloon Boy gonna sit back for a second as the red team is separated.
Well, and here's the thing, Queen Nai has so much defense, it's what it's known for, and we're seeing Hexo be that over-aggressor, and Guichabu just follows up with these phenomenal signature placements there, gets a DC neutral into KO Balloon Boy, but overall, we do see Hex losing that first stock. it's still, you know, it's still an even amount of stocks there, but we do see Gooey with about 100 less damage than Raydish. Raydish almost gets KO'd there by Hexo as well. Oh, neutral coming in from Hexo. Balloonboy's off that ledge there. Raydish trying to be very aware of what's going on at the moment. Oh, then we see Hexo get the KO option on the Raydish as well, making Raydish go down into that second. Looks like Guichibu is going a little bit risky off that ledge. Does he touch? I think he did. And now you're seeing
my goodness!
landing the phenomenal combos, KOs Gooey, and Hexo is gone. He saves himself with a jumping neutral air.
Oh, goes very deep for that ground pound too.
Oh, he almost got the KO on Raydish, but then we see Hexo get KO'd instead. Red team taking that lead over the blue team. Guichibu really wants that spear. He threw his guitars away for that reason. Maybe straight to a team combo, but the red team lands these phenomenal team combos on the blue team, taking the advantage, and this is what they are known for. They have been practicing for events like this forever, and they're showing these combos off. Guichibu and Balloonboy losing their second stocks. Raydish gets a KO on Hexo, and now it's a 2v1 for the red team, and Gooey doesn't even want to deal with it, Hackle.
Yeah, honestly, I don't blame him. Like, the amount of dominance that Balloon and Raydish showed off with those team combos were just terrifying. And I'm glad we left that left ledge after a while, because this offstage interaction was just so dragged out and so scary for both teams. Raydish playing that corner guard very, very well, cleans up both there in that replay, a double KO. In fact, getting a triple KO technically onto his teammate as well. But yeah, very, very impressive. I think the red team have almost definitely fought Guichibu and Hexo enough to know what to be afraid of. And the big thing to be afraid of, most certainly, is that Queen Knight Katars end sig. Guichibu plays his character in a way where that neutral signature is a one-size-fits-all sig. It will KO practically anywhere in the hands of Guichibu, and he knows how to slot it into basically any team combo that he wants. So it is a very, very potent tool that the red team has to be afraid of, and they did a very good job of that last game.
Yeah, for sure. And going into the second game here, you know, we saw Hexo be very aggressive in the past round that we just saw. So now what we're going to have to kind of see is we're going to have to see Hexo kind of stick back a little bit so he lands those attacks a little bit more, while we see a little bit more movement coming in from Guichibu, so he can do some more follow-ups there, because it's like they're playing more one-on-one. Raydish with that held signature KO, Balloonboy with the GC signature as well. Looks like Rage also gets that KO, and Raydish is popping off right now. Balloonboy is doing very well, getting into team combos. Oh, they tried to do some sort of follow-up option, but they got hit. But so far, red team is doing a phenomenal job. Guichibu trying to mix things up a little bit to kind of give blue team an advantage, but having a rough time.
Yeah, rough situation there for a second. The red team both found combo openers onto their opponents, and they're just playing two 1v1s right next to each other.
Oh my god.
Raydish will finally fall, but still 124 damage dealt to Hexo, 77 to Guichibu. Over 200 damage rather dealt to this blue team in the time it took for them to take both first stocks for the red team. And Raydish just not letting up on the pressure, turning up the heat onto Hexo with these boosts, and then target swapping over to Guichibu. These M-Lights, the spot dodge as well. Raydish playing phenomenally in this set so far. Balloonboy perfectly there to cover as well. Finds the side sig good and light on that second stock, and another side sig on the Raydish. This is textbook.
It is very much textbook, and the one thing that when we talked to Raydish and Balloonboy, the one thing that they're trying to do is practice these team combos, and that's what's been giving them these leads so far. And I think they're going off of the falling off reverse side air attack from Raydish, and Balloonboy can follow off of that. We saw a couple of different options of him trying that. But now as we go forward, we do see Guichibu get the KO on the Raydish, and we do see Balloonboy in the air. So we'll kind of have to see if they're able to lead into anything. Raydish does get a little bit of control. Almost KOs Guichibu off that ceiling. But you're seeing Balloonboy just like, you know what? Let me go ahead and lose that stock there. Rage's goal is just to stay alive. Blue team's trying to approach. The red team still has a lead. Can Gooey and Hexo bring this into their favor? I think the goal will be to KO Raydish for that point. Oh!
Absolutely, yeah.
Balloonboy with the KO on Gooey, and Hexo now has to deal with a 2v1.
Yeah, I mean, the blasters in hand, not really ideal here as they just find another handoff. The red team just do not miss those. And let's give some credit to Hexo and Guichibu for a second. They cleaned up on those final stocks, or those second to last stocks, very well. And it was looking pretty good for just a moment, but then they couldn't find that KO on the Balloon Boy's second stock anywhere near soon enough. So despite Raydish taking a good amount of damage, Balloon Boy was just there as an anchor for the red team throughout that game. And now we're seeing a very swift swap. I mean, that was 2 games. That felt so quick for this level of play.
Yeah.
And we see Guichibu pocket picking over onto the General Grievous crossover for Mako. So try to take a page out of Money Harlow's book possibly, and going over to that great sword. But stick with those guitars.
I don't know. Whenever I see General Grievous, I think of Rutsme and his style there. But when it comes down to General Grievous or the Mako, it's got some defense. It's known for speed. So I think that's probably a smart choice for Guichibu. I think I'm surprised to see them playing Great Sword. Being risky with signatures. Oh, Balloon Boy almost getting KO off the side there by Hexo's sides. Oh, Guichibu now having the guitars there. He's going to try to play those a little bit into this team. Nuclear comes in, throws Raydish into the air. Things are getting mixed up because of how aggressive the blue team is being. They're not giving the red team opportunity to really regroup and land these team combos that have been known for doing the past couple games. And as they say, that Balloon Boy and Raydish landed combo there on the Guichibu, the landed combo on the Hexo. Can you stop it from making combos? I don't know. We do see Raydish get KO'd. We see Balloon Boy deal with the 2v1. There's a downlight recovery as well.
Production where possible, I want to see a replay of that team combo out of the red team just a second ago, because I want to believe that Balloon Boy intentionally downlighted the opponent to give Raydish enough verticality to hit right there off boots. Because that would be, that would be absolutely incredible.
All right, we do see Balloon Boy does get this KO there on the Hexo. We see Gooey with the neutral signature that Mako's known for, with this grab, middle of the air. He grabbed his teammate with his second attack there, but Raydish with the falling sidelight there. Balloon Boy off that ledge. Gooey's gonna go for a KO option. A grab pound lands. Balloon Boy's down to his final. And this is a very big deal for the red team. Red team already almost going down to their final stocks. This character swap was useful. Raydish getting the KO Gooey as well, his first stock. But I mean, it's 4 stocks to 2. Can the red team bring it back? They gotta land team combos. They have to be getting the opportunity of doing that.
Yeah, that's the scary thing with a team comp like this. That's what Hexo and Guichibu do best, is isolating individual members of the team. And just because, I mean, the meta, as it should be within professional 2v2s, is just capitalizing as much as possible on every hit, maximizing interactions by finding handoffs, by finding team combos. And the way that Guichibu and Hexo have done so well is by isolating and shutting those opportunities. And Guichibu, you can isolate and isolate Balloon Boy on the right side of the stage. Nice. They'll find that stock. If Guichibu goes down here, which he will, that could be pretty scary for the blue team here. As the red team not quite within KO range. If they find one good opener on one or even both of the blue team members, it could immediately get so much more scary. Side out of Hexo, good desig as well. Blue team could be poised to put their name on the board here.
Yeah, blue team definitely wants to take a game off of Balloon Boy and Raydish.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, Balloon Boy gets KO'd at that final stock. Raydish now having to deal with both blue team members and their movement and unpredictability as well. And now we're seeing dares from Guichibu. We're not used to seeing Guichibu play Greatsword at all, and he's throwing that out of nowhere too, and it's working. I didn't know he was that great with Greatsword.
Incredible. Yeah, almost 600 damage out of Guichibu there. Very well played by the blue team.
I want to see those stats too, because that Greatsword has a lot of gameplay with it. Oh, here we go.
I think
all right,
this
tries
might
to go
be...
for GC down light, tries to go backward neutral light. He misses that.
So Raydish opens up onto Guichibu by the side light. Balloon Boy downlights and then turns around, gives Raid. I want to believe that's fully intentional. Because if so, that is a crazy optimization. That's so smart.
Yeah, so that's something that the red team has been practicing a lot, is these little engagements here and there that really give the red team an advantage. And I think as soon as Balloon Boy launches them into Raydish, Balloon Boy follows through with the opposing teammates so they can't approach Raydish, and Raydish goes with crazy.
I'm just a massive sucker for team combos that use combo starter moves to set up for your teammate, as opposed to like committing to the full combo. Like a sword downlight into something, for example, like bow downlight to set up for your teammate is just so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's just enough to launch him into that attack from Raydish there. And yeah, those are those little things that we don't really see by visual, just by glancing. but that's what gives the red team an advantage to a degree as well. But even with that advantage the red team had last game, Gooey and Hexa brought things back significantly compared to what we saw. I mean, wasn't like a 2-stock or a 3-stock lead that red team had at one point?
In that last game, it was predominantly blue team, I think, from the start. I mean, especially Balloon Boy was getting beat up pretty tough on the first stock. It did equalize a decent bit. The blue team did really start to run away with it towards the end of that game. Back to Team and Island now as well, which I'm not sure if that was a factor really in the last game. I do know that like bringing a great sword to Demon Island is not ideal really, because you don't have like a vertical space to run away from that grounded pressure. And Scythe as well has a very fun time on Demon Island because of how short those walls are. If the blue team continues to isolate the red team members, this could be a pretty scary spot. And so far, not looking too great. The blue team a minor lead here on the red team starting out.
Oh, and we're starting to see Raydish saves his teammate a little bit from getting team comboed or one-on-ones there. There we go, sidelight side up from Raydish. Oh, sidelight side from Raydish again, man. And Balloon Boy gets a follow-up on Guichibu. Oh, Raydish misses the signature. Balloon Boy misses a follow-up though, and Gooey's still alive. On our neutral light, Balloon Boy's got recovery lands, but does not KO. Oh! And Hexo knocks out his teammate, but also knocks out Raydish's first stock in that engagement.
We're trying to get any extra credit he can here on this first stock. Doesn't want to disjoint the stocks too hard and avoid being at an even pace with his teammate, because you've seen where that can just lead to leaving your teammate alone for combos like this. And now Raydish has to learn, as I was saying, gonna try and avoid only one Katara's End Light to his name, but still, it's a bit of damage here onto Raydish. Balloon Boy gonna have to try and cover.
Oh, a little bit of back and forth there coming in from the red team. Oh, Raydish is off that ledge. Balloon Boy's on a clean second stock, but has to be careful of Raydish's second stock. Hexo maximizes on that very, very well. Doesn't KO it though. Thought he was going to KO. Does not. Balloon Boy's off that ledge in the orange. Can he come back? Oh, Hexo actually saves him, and Raydish is able to touch back too. Red team takes that advantage away from the blue team. Based off that engagement off the ledge, blue team wasn't able to get the KO.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is Balloon Boy like omnipotent? I don't think he's missed a gauntlet sidelight read yet in this game.
Oh, take a turn to grab pound and lands Gooey, but Raydish misses that attack. He knocks his own teammate by mistake. But yeah, you're right. I don't think he's missed one.
His consistency on these gauntlets is absolutely terrifying here, and I would be so afraid of that if I were on the blue team. Balloon Boy back with the gauntlets in hand. Hexo, by far the most damaged player on the screen, entering that orange now. Raydish going to juggle all the way up to the top of the screen. And Balloon Boy trying to capitalize, taking that space, just pressuring Hexo while Raydish moves away. And the red team, while not massively in a damage lead, seem to be in control of the pacing of this game.
Yeah, I think if you want to do a one-on-one, you need to control the pacing of it, and red team's doing very well with that. And both red team members are phenomenal at ones as well. I mean, we had Raydish go to Royale, we've seen Balloon at Royale as well, so you know, they're good in the ones aspect along with the twos. And you know, I think if you're a red team, you want to try to get a KO option like just like that on the Gooey, and then Raydish with that weapon throw on the Hexa. Balloon Boy misses that weapon throw, but Hexa is still able to come back and Raydish into a neutral light.
Hexo clinging to life here. Raydish looking for the side air, but downstick gonna whip it. That's not even, doesn't matter.
Nope. There was no option. Balloon Boy knew what he needed to do off that ledge to take advantage going forward there, and there you go, man. I mean, that's I believe that's Balloon Boy and Raydish winning 3-1 over Hexo and Gooey.
Yes, sir, it is, and it means them also moving into grand finals on the winner's side. So, yeah. Guaranteed bare minimum second place in this tournament, which would be smack dab on their seeding, but with how they're playing and with the fact that Zen and Hideaway are out, I think it's looking pretty good for Balloon and Raydish for this entire tournament, to be honest.
Yeah, I would agree, because I mean, if you're looking at loser side, we see 3 teams there. We're going to see Monty Hala and Meg D, Marckiemoo and Bubble, and then we have Hexo and Gooey, right? We saw the control coming in from Hexo, Gooey from Balloon Boy and Raydish that allowed them to get into the grand finals. I think if Hexo and Gooey want to win a set against Balloon Boy and Raydish, they're going to have to change something and figure out a way to kind of deal with these 1v1 exchanges, because realistically, that's what they're known for doing, and red team matched that and more. that final fourth game. So they got to mix things up there, but they have to make sure they wait for their opponents to be able to determine if they're going to be going up to the grand finals there. So we got to have the matchup between Monty Hala and Megd against Marckiemoo and Bubble. You know, you have Marckiemoo and Bubble. They're known in, you know, the North America scene for being one of the best 2v2 teams in the world. You have Monty Hala and Megd, who are more of a newer team compared to Marcky and Bubble, right? And they're popping off and going crazy. So you have a losers run underdog team of Monty Hala and Megd going against previous Moose Wars champions, going against Hexo and Gooey, and then going against possibly Balloon Boy and Raydish. So we'll see what happens. But game number 1, let's see what happens here on Small Fortress of Alliance.
Yeah, this is a really exciting one, to be honest. We have a very sort of orthodox team comp of the Onyx and Kaya that Marckiemoo and Future have practiced and just perfected, to be honest, against a team comp that has one side being very orthodox. I mean, Yushang, one of generationally the most, or probably just the most consistent 2v2 character of all time, and a Mugi, who really isn't. And so far, we're seeing that even up to a very stalemate situation in terms of damage. Both teams have one player a bit more damage than the other, although you do see Megd being the most damaged player on the field, just by a tiny bit.
Yeah. I think both teams are just getting adjusted to how things are moving out, and we're seeing Monty Hala get this KO on the Future. Marckiemoo gets neutralized by Monty, right? And overall, I mean, both these teams are known for having one dominant player. In blue team, it's Marckiemoo. For red team, it's Monty Hala. And what just happened from the blue team? That was a fair range-based team combo there onto Monty Hala there, but Bubble does get the KO there onto Megd. Monty Hala has to deal some damage there, but Marky gets the 2-piece with Ken, does not KO because a Moogie is a Moogie with defense.
Yeah, Mugi doing a Mugi thing, still clinging to life, as is Marckiemoo now. We finally fall to that unarmed recovery, and now Monty Hala, almost 200 damage dealt onto him, and he is just still going in. Cannon and Light not going to be enough. But the team combo comes in onto Megd. Good capitalization there by the blue team. Going to find damage onto Megd and close out the stock onto Monty Hala as well.
Well, and I think right now what's happening is Monty Hala is doing very well, but the blue team has a lot of really good team combos. And we saw team combos from Monty and Megd and some of the sets that we've already seen in top 6. Right? And as I said, those combos coming in from Megd and Monty Hala. That's a double KO.
Filthy, filthy, absolutely disgusting out of that edge guard, dude. The red team just completely shutting down any hopes of the lead that the blue team had, and now playing heavily from the back foot as a team combo comes in. Red team just not letting up on the gas here.
Oh. Yeah, Megd missing that arm there, which allowed for Marckiemoo to come back to that platform and allowed for the blue team to get that combo on the Monty Hala. And now we're seeing blue team take really good control of the map so far. Red team's a little bit more unfocused, unable to come back, and blue team takes advantage of that, knocking out Megd. Monty Hala now dealing with Marckiemoo off that ledge there. Megd trying to regroup a little bit, trying to float around to be support for Monty Hala. As I say that there, Monty Hala is also getting KO'd by Megd. But keep in mind, I mean, they're almost on clean final stocks there. Bubble and Marky are in the orange on their final.
Yeah, Bubble especially needs to be very, very careful. We've seen Bubble have a very good time tanking stocks. And so I do have faith that he...
Whoa! Oh, Monty Hala's recovery ran into Megd, which allowed him to come back down
that again.
ledge. Oh, Marckiemoo having his edge control over Megd and Monty allows him to come back a little bit. The Cider comes in with Cannon. Bubble doing it down like the wrong way. And we're just seeing combo after combo after combo coming in. And as I say that, Megd with Spirit there tries to KO Bubble. Megd's unable to come back. Monty Hala has to deal with a 2v1 now with Greatsword.
Yeah, not really the ideal weapon you want here. Goes for that side sig. Does catch both with that side light. Rips the read on that side sig. Finds the downer as well. Wait.
There's gone. It's gone. He's gone off left. It's now a 1v1 between Monty Hala and Monty Hala with the Greatsword backward recovery KO. And Monty Hala and Megd take game number 1.
700 damage and 5 KOs on Monty Hala. I need to see this improv combo again. This was insane.
Dude, look at this. Gosh.
What are we doing?
What is going on from the blue team there? Are you kidding me? Those are those like combos that you go in training mode and you practice, but we really don't see a whole lot in, you know, online events or in events in general, right? Because they're so hard to land and maintain. And Bubble, it just shows that Bubble and Marky are practicing these combos very, very well on their free time. Because who would have thought of something that's that accurate and that specific?
I mean, I hope for the red team's sake that that was practiced, because if that was improvised, that's some Einstein level gameplay, bro. Like that's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and now we're going into game number 2, though. Things are regrouped a little bit. There's a 3-piece combo that was improvised somehow. Being able to land that and just
Marckiemoo!
No! Marckiemoo comes in with phenomenal KO on the money, now leaving Megdia the old 2v1 until he picks up a weapon there. But man, the combos are coming out of the blue team now. Oh,
Dude.
oh,
Okay, speaking of combos.
Monty Hala coming in with this gray sword string on platform. He has to take platform control. He's just trying to go for a KO option on both these players. He misses that signature. Marky with the punish. Neutral air lands. Megdi with a GC downlight and into a jump neutral signature there, if I recall, to allow the KO on Bubble. Now Monty Hala and Megdi can try to get the KO there on the Marky more than likely. Megdi respects too much space. He doesn't go for the punish.
Marckiemoo still clinging to life on that first stock. I mean, the last thing you'd expect really is for Money Hala to be the player who is the most behind in terms of damage, right? Like, at risk of losing the stock here, just clinging to life with that Amugi defense. But still, the tankiest character on the screen, having taken the most damage and lost the most stocks and DIs in a save Megdi for a second, but the blue team are just running the game right now.
They're running the overall control of the map while also doing these strings that are so unorthodox. The red team's having a rough time regrouping. Right, we saw a lot of those unorthodox combos coming from the red team in the previous set that they've had. Now we're seeing it. The red team's kind of iffy on doing it because of the damage that Money Hala is in. They are in that final stock, so I think they're being a little bit more perspective of that as well. And as I say that, Monty Hala gets that lovely greatsword signature, KO's Bubble, but Marky comes in and KO's Megdi as a response, and blue team lands DT.
Hello?
Launching Monty Hala into the orange red, and now red team's in the combo. There we go, backward neutral land, but Bubble's able to get out of it. Now we're seeing Bubble in the low red of that final stock. We see Monty Hala in the orange, and we start to see red team trying to bring things back. Neutral signature lands from Monty, KO's Marky. Can they KO Bubble?
Dude, are we sure we're not in like BCX now? Because these teams are playing like there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars on the line. Like, this is insane.
I mean, there's thousands of dollars on the line, and we're starting to see it in the gameplay. Monty Hala with the KO on Bubble. Can Megdi and Monty Hala do a team combo on the Marckiemoo to give themselves a point to their name there?
I think if there was anyone I'd be afraid of 2v1ing the situation, it's probably this guy.
Yeah.
Money Hala has to be
for
very, very afraid here, being like deep into the red here, 141 damage. That D can't afford to understand too. There's a team combo beside that again, disarm as well. Marckiemoo kind of not.
Oh, he touched! Didn't think he was going to touch. Red team doing very well at maximizing on the movement. Marckiemoo's movement scaling and clutch though. He's able to get out of these things that most people would not recognize. Marky with the downlight in the neutral air. Monty Hala gets neutral air, but has defense. Marky's knocked both red team members in the red. Can he get KO options here? Monty Hala missing the dare stare. Oh my goodness. Hala with that makeshift combo, and red team gets a point to their name.
We gotta have like a damage chart for Money Hala's damage across all of these games, because he's averaging around 600, and that is not normal.
Well, he had 700 the first one, right? And then he had 721 the second game. He's averaging 700 damage against the blue team.
Dude,
God.
Marckiemoo is going to be single-handedly responsible for me getting blood pressure medication for how tense he makes these games, bro. I cannot. Like, the way that was if Marky hits one cannon downlight in that situation when he was fishing there, that could have been just the whole game. That's just it.
Yeah.
But
Look at the damage chart here that we got here. The damage distribution from the red team. I think Monty Hollow is pretty even between Axe and Greatsword there. Megd had more on the gauntlets. Marky was more on the gauntlets as well, while we had Bubble on the bow and had a little bit there with the spear as well. But look at Marky's unarmed damage. 95 damage just with unarmed. And keep in mind, unarmed is significantly nerfed compared to what it was back in the day, where you could literally go unarmed to diamond, and now it's nerfed down to the ground. He still did 95 damage.
I mean, if you're cracked enough, you could probably still do it, but I think that might be reserved for Marckiemoo, to be honest.
Yeah, that's more of a Marckiemoo thing. He could do that on his own there. Maybe that's a content idea for his channel, but going into this next game here shortly, I mean, I think if you're Marckiemoo and Bubble, you're trying to regroup there a little bit. You're trying to see what you can do. I think Monty Hollow actually needed that time a little bit more before locking in. And, you know, going into this next game, you know, Monty, and here's the thing with Monty Hollow in general as a player, he goes off the momentum that he builds for himself. So I think with all the momentum that he's built up from the loser bracket, it's giving him a lot more confidence to really approach these different options and go forward here. So here's the thing, if Marky and Bubble do win this game, they do have a chance of winning the fourth game too, depending on how Monty really adjusts to that. But we'll see if we can even get there going into that. We're going to Small Fortress Alliance. We are now in game 3 with Megd and Monty Hollow, the unorthodox team that we're not really used to seeing, popping off.
Yeah, they've been really impressing me today,
Oh.
and like you were saying before, Monty Hollow is so momentum driven. When that Amugi trains start moving, it really don't stop, and that's what's very, very scary about it. I mean, so far, most damage dealt onto Monty Hollow. We did see for a moment last game where the blue team was doing a good job of collapsing onto Monty Hollow, and I think despite the fact that Money is playing the more tanky legend, if you can collapse onto Monty Hollow, that is a much more advantageous state, because he is the engagement farmer. He is the guy getting in and starting fights. So if you can shut him down, as Marky just did, that is a very strong start for the blue team. As Megd sort of left a little bit wondering what he can do, finds an M-Light, just an arm down air follow-up from Monty Hollow. Good optimization there to get a bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. And now Megd holding on to that first stock as the blue team try to capitalize, but the gravity cancel sidelight out of Monty Hollow to close out the stock. My goodness.
I think that was a gravity cancel downlight though. That landed so, it was a downlight.
I'm gonna be so honest, it was moving so fast, I saw the handoff to Money and I saw that he KO'd someone. It was one of the two.
Dude, and here's the thing though, I mean, red team's starting to do something there. Look at Monty's stock. That's a very big red flag there for the red team. And look at Monty's just floating off the ledge, waiting for Megd to kind of get KO'd to a degree. Bubble does land that spear signature on the Monty, and blue team's starting to bring things back a little bit. They're taking that advantage into their name. Monty Hollow's going unarmed with Amugi. GC Dare misses the downlight though. Megd does get a KO on the Marky though instead, making things even. But that could have gone really south very quickly there.
Absolutely, yeah. Very even game as we approach the 2-minute mark on this match. Can the blue team bring things back and turn around this whole set, or will the red team find a way? Megd, uncharacteristically aggressive there at the side of the stage, could pay for it as Marckiemoo tries to find the ground pound. Can't do it though, however. Megd tries to turn around and find that side sig onto Future. Isn't able to find it, but both teams now with one player, that player on the second stock, a lot more damage than their player on the final. Monty Hollow. Over 100 damage here on this final stock, and does find that friendly fire onto Megd 2. Could be a sketchy spot here for the red team.
Yeah, definitely.
He's gone!
Too. And he's gone. Monty is gone of that final stock. That was a very big deal for the red team. You know, now you got Megd dealing with one of the best team combo teams out there, and he gets team comboed by them and going down to that final stock. And now we'll kind of have to see what Megd can do. Is he willing to go forward and try to persevere with this? Or is he just going to go ahead and run into that and just kind of go nuts? He doesn't even get the opportunity to choose! Bubble and Marky do a phenomenal team combo and get that point to their name!
It's bread and butter for
Oh
Marckiemoo
my
and Future Bubble.
God.
I mean, it wouldn't be a Marckiemoo Future Bubble win if they didn't find that team combo somewhere. They hit it almost every game that they win, and we see it there again. And that was that game plan I was talking about, right? They collapsed onto Marckiemoo or onto Money Hall. They take him out earlier than Megdi, and because Marckiemoo is so aggressive, he can afford to capitalize on Money trying to get into the fray there, and Money just I don't think he was quite ready for that capitalization, and Megdi was left sort of high and dry alone on that final stock. The blue team just collapsing onto him finally. But going into this fourth game, the question is going to be, does the red team adapt? Do they put Money playing a bit safer to avoid getting capitalized, or does he just go ham onto Future Bubble on the side of the stage, who's now in sweat beads, avoids the end sig just narrowly with that neutral air, and the blue team turns around, gets onto Megdi.
Yeah, it's gonna be down the wire here for, you know, the red team. They gotta be able to make sure that Monty keeps that stock alive, and now we're starting to see Marky keeping his stock a lot longer than we've seen in the past. He's adapting very well, you know, against the red team there. He gets that silent recovery. Monty Hala is trying to focus on him a little bit. Tries to focus on Future Bubble a little bit too quickly, and blue team maximizes on that. He was trying to bounce between both of those players, and it's kind of hard to do so. Now we're seeing Monty's having a rough time. Like, he's throwing these different attacks. His momentum's a little bit mixed up. We're seeing that tad bit. He's going in for attacks that are not landing, and he's getting punished. And that allows for Megdi to get punished as well. But Monty, trying to save his teammate, saves him twice. Megdi, just go back on the platform now at this point.
Money Hala coming in, the Guardian Angel to save Megdi, just to fall short as Megdi will fall, and now Marckiemoo and Future Bubble poised to take us all the way to the game 5 as they're just dominating this game 4. Finally, Future will lose the first stock of the game a minute and a half in.
Yeah, now we're seeing Money Hollow with that axe recovery. Starting to see him mess around. They place here or two, and now we're kind of seeing Bubble and Marky really prevail here. And I think it just comes down to, you know, the aggressor that we saw in the past is having such a rough time, and Megdi's just getting team comboed, and he doesn't know what to really do. He's trying to move around the best that he can so that Monty can follow up, but Megdi can only do so much in a 2v1. As I say that, though, he does have to focus Marky, and I think Monty's got to do that role. Myhal's trying to fill that role right now. Gets sided Megdi with the follow-up option instead. Red team takes back that control of the map. Actually gives it a little bit to Mark, but Marky just respects that a little bit.
Marky going for the D-Light side air there. Interesting optimization. I guess hoping to try and find a big distance capitalization there onto Money Hala, who's got a team fire or friendly fire onto Megdi. We'll find the side sig, but even though they've lost those stocks, I mean, just look at the damage bars on Money and Megdi. I mean, Megdi, one interaction away from losing the stock. Money Hala a bit safer, especially with that defense. It'll take a good bit to take out an Amugi here.
Yeah.
Positioning towards Megdi.
Money Hala needs to pop off here. Megdi is going to try to be a bait, try to put that pressure on the blue team, but Money Hala realistically has to 2v1 here. I think he realizes because of the defense, Megdi's got to sit back a little bit and let Money go, but now he's going off the ledge, and now Megdi's left alone in a 2v1. As I say that, Marckiemoo with the gauntlet recovery almost KOs Megdi. Marckiemoo with the gauntlet neutrally on Megdi. Money Hala able to come back to that ledge, has to deal with 2v1, but Marckiemoo is going unarmed with the unarmed neutralite, picks up gauntlets, and neutralite comes out.
There it is. Yeah, we brought to a game 5 by Marky and Future, waking up in this set and turning things around, winning 2 in a row. Can they find the third?
Indeed, can they find the third, and can Monty Hala and Megdi bring this back? There's a momentum thing that Monty and Megdi have been trying to figure out the past 2 games there. We're seeing Monty step back a little bit, but keep in mind, he put so much work into these previous matches there in the elimination side. He's built that up to be able to beat this team, and we'll have to kind of see if he's able to keep that momentum that he's had the first 2 games. I think he can go back to it, but he's got to change his mindset a little bit. He was whiffing a lot the first stock, and this is a very big changing point right now, seeing where Monty does going into these first stocks, not over-aggressing, but also make sure he lands his attacks. Marky gets the Monty Hala, and now Megdi's dealing with a 2v1. All right, there we go. He's trying to regroup a little bit. Megdi's trying to find a way to approach the blue team a little bit to kind of mix things up. And I think we're seeing Megdi he's kind of respecting so much space to the blue team. I understand why to a degree, but it's kind of hard for Money to really follow up off of Meg D like we've seen.
It's kind of what I was mentioning before, right? Like, Marckiemoo being such an aggressive and accomplished 1v1 player, like, you have to respect that. And if you either you shut him down and force him to respect you, or you respect him. There's no way around it. And if you try and play too aggressive, he will just shut you down. And we're seeing right now as the blue team just take control of this game. Money Hala on this second stock already will take out Future Level from Meg D with the Ensig, but regardless, I mean, Marckiemoo is not even 100 damage on this first stock.
Yeah, we're seeing both red team members going in for some risky options, and they're getting punished hard. Like a double-sider from Marckiemoo. We're seeing Meg D come in with the save. That missed ground pound's going out from Marckiemoo to get that ground pound KO on that first stock on Meg D, right? So, you gotta be very careful. Gotta make sure your stuff lands. Money Hala, does touch the ledge, gets spear dared once. Comes back to the platform, runs into Meg D spear recovery. Almost runs into Bubbles recovery as well. And just, we're seeing attacks come in from both red team members, kind of whiffing a little bit, and they're just not landing at as much as they need to be. Money Hala now down to his final. Meg D gets a spear there, gets a neutral that barely hits though. Blue team is starting to speed things up a little bit to the Blue team is getting that GC salad recovery off the ceiling. Meg D's down to his final, and blue team has a 2.25 stock lead.
I apologize for screaming, but oh my goodness, I said you had to shut down Marckiemoo, and you can tell when he's feeling it. What on earth? I mean, this is all but curtains for the red team here. 5 stocks against the 2. If they can focus down Future, I mean, there's a world where they can really take out Marckiemoo's first stock, but that's 1 stock off Marckiemoo in 2.5 minutes. He is absolutely feeling himself when you can see it in how he's playing. Punish onto the D-Sig. He's just getting in, going towards Money Hala here, not respecting the pressure that the red team can put out. And even if they manage to find a team combo onto the blue team and take both of these stocks in one, the red team are not exactly healthy. They're both going into that deep orange, early red.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see
Marckiemoo!
We're starting to see Marckiemoo come in with the KO option on the Meg D. Money Hala having to deal with the 1v4, trying his best, but Marckiemoo down late in the recovery lands, and Marckiemoo and Future Bubble advance further into this bracket, reverse 3 gaming Money Hala and Meg D. Woo!
I am at a loss for words, dude. That's
it. We don't have to be a lost for words. I'm gonna say 1 word or 2 words, and it's all gonna make sense. 5 KOs.
5 KOs in less than 500 damage.
Yes.
That was sub 900 damage game for the blue team.
Yeah, and they were able to get all 6 KOs within that time frame. So it really comes down to maximizing on what you can do. We saw Marckiemoo on the ceiling, GC Silent into recovery. We saw things off the left side of the map leading into side air and in KO options. We saw Meg D dodge the wrong way, and Marckiemoo got the ground pound KO. There were so many different opportunities for the blue team to really maximize. And I think we were seeing that because of Money and Meg D, the way that they were approaching. They were missing some of the attacks that they threw out. I don't know what the accuracy that they had was. I don't know if we can actually share that if we have it. But the accuracy seemed a little bit lower compared to what we've seen. So I think when it came down to Monty and Meg D, they had an incredible run in this event. I think that team should stick together. I think it comes down to building that mental state while you're in that environment. Play a couple more events coming up, play the community events, build that structure before going to BCX, and I think they're going to top 8. So
I'm also words at how I mean, before I can spoil this, backstage before we started this block, I was talking about how Marky and Future are more of a LANimal team. They more perform in LAN environments. They play better there. Online, they're very competitive, but they're not quite the best team in North America. What we saw this set was ridiculous. It wasn't just synergy, it wasn't just team combos, it wasn't just individual play, it was all of it. Marckiemoo was playing out of his mind individually. He was shutting down the aggression from Money Hala and just going in. We had Future playing such an incredible supportive role, and when they found opportunities, despite Marckiemoo going deep and going for engagements, he was still able to turn around and maximize damage. It was just a masterclass of a comeback.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to momentum. Players feed off of that. If you can cut their momentum going into things, it gives them huge opportunities. So when we have Marckiemoo and Bubble, as soon as they won that first game, they won the second, and then they won the third, right after they were down 2. So I think Marckiemoo was getting a lot more confident in his gameplay. He is a phenomenal player, and I think, you know, it's funny because like I'm used to seeing Marky have like the best mental out there, right? But I think after you are at a certain point in Brawlhalla, your mental starts to degrade because you think you're the best, and when you lose a round, it messes with your mental a bit. But he's starting to get things back and running in shape here. So we'll see what he does going forward in the next matchup. But before we do that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a break here so that you guys don't get ads on Twitch as well. So is there anything you want to say before we go on break there and figure out what we needed to do before we get into this next match?
Get excited, because if that last set was anything to go off, I mean, this final 2 sets are going to be absolutely ridiculous. So stay tuned, stay wired, and get excited for the last 2 sets.
Yeah, for sure. And with that being said, we got Future Bubble Marckiemoo, Uichibu and Hexo facing each other this next game. Who will be facing Balloon Boy and Raydish in the Grands? We'll find out when we come right back. Don't go away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars Duskfall Rebellion, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore, I am casting with Hackle, and we have had so many phenomenal sets in this event so far tonight, haven't we, Hackle?
Absolutely. I mean, those last couple sets are just a prime example of that. I mean, Game 5, Marckiemoo Meg D versus Marckiemoo Future Rebel, what an absolute treat. But speaking of treats, we're going into Guichibu and Hexo versus Future Marckiemoo. Sort of the tried and true versus the unorthodox. Very excited to see how this goes on.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, you have these two teams that are very powerful. They're very known for being teams together. Let's see how the synergy really goes into the elimination final of this event. We'll see what happens here. We're going into Hexo just putting some damage on the bubble as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Guichibu practically untouched at the start of this game. I mean, the blue team taking pretty even damage, Hexo taking very little as well. The red team really putting on the heart here so far. Guichibu on the edge, guarding Marckiemoo for a second. Does get turned around on as Marckiemoo going to fade back and go back towards his teammate, not overextend at the side.
Okay, a little bit back and forth there coming in from those players there. We're starting to see Guichibu be thrown in the air a little bit as well. All right, a little bit of one light attacks here and there, nothing too crazy. Hexo with a phenomenal off-edge backward side signature there. Go ahead and mix things up. And Hexo with a silent into Guichibu's neutral signature. Red team putting in the power so far in game number 1 against Bubble and Marky. It's definitely a mixed pace there compared to what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, there it is, like that one-size-fits-all of the N-Sig by Guichibu. Such a terrifying tool at his disposal. And the question will be whether or not the red team can remain on these first stocks for a while. That could be a very dangerous N-Light if Hexo managed to not hit Guichibu. Guichibu went a bit too far, got hit by the N-Sig, the N-Light rather. And Hexo going to try and play this circuit off the side, just staying on this wall. Guichibu manages to get back, take some pressure off for just a second, but not long enough as Future Rebel shot down that first stock, but still a good amount of damage, 190 almost damage down to the blue team here, as the red team look to capitalize even further. And there it is! Oh my goodness!
Very nice maximization there on the Marky, and Marky's down into that final stock there, and you know, Hexo's putting a lot of this blaster work on the blue team, and it's kind of putting them in a little bit in a rough spot.
Yeah, a rough spot for sure here as Future Rebel about to lose this second stock, most likely. Over 200 damage here down to him. Guichibu going to go all the way in with that N-Sig, and Marckiemoo just going to fall!
Oh, Marckiemoo
getting overzealous on the left side of the stage.
He's gone of that final stock, and Bubble doesn't want to deal with that red team getting 1 point to their name. And you know, that's a very, very big deal there going into this set. You're already down 1 stock, or 1 game rather, in the set.
I mean, I was talking last set about how, I mean, Marky and Future won a game with less than 900 damage, which is pretty unprecedented for a normal 2v2 game, but like Hexo and Guichibu just love to subvert expectations, and they did, I think, around 650, 700 damage that game and won, like, handily. So this comp is just terrifying. If you're not ready for what they're bringing to the table, they will just shut you down so quickly.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Yeah, they definitely will for sure. And you know, this is a very big deal for, you know, the blue team. You know, while they are currently Hexo and Guichibu are up by 1 point over Marckiemoo and Bubble. Marky and Bubble have to really change things around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very similar situation to when Guichibu and Hexo were fighting Balloon Boy and Raydish, where if they isolate individual members, it becomes very, very scary for the more orthodox team. I mean, besides the fact that Balloon Boy and Raydish play unorthodox characters, they still play a standard 2v2 game where they're looking to maximize damage, and so are Future and Marky, whereas Guichibu and Hexo, they will thrive in a situation where they can isolate you, and so far, Future will manage to stay alive for a very long time, and Hexo going to fall to the N-Sig as well. Not quite as the blue team.
Doesn't KO? Doesn't KO off the ceiling there. Now we're starting to see still Hexo with that stock. Gonna try to make amends there a little bit, try to put the pressure on the blue team a tad bit there and bring things into their favor, but now we're kind of seeing them float back right in center. We do see Marky losing that first stock there to the red team. I think actually lost it himself there, not to the red team, and Bubble does get the KO follow-up option on the Hexo as well, making red team down to their second stocks.
Okay, I was glazing Marckiemoo's gameplay last set, but I need him to stay away from that left wall because very clearly this set, it's like a hell zone for him. He cannot get close to that left wall because he just keeps on falling super, super early. So, we need Marckiemoo to try and play a bit safer. We have a very even game here, despite the fact that the blue team had a pretty hefty lead at the start of this game. The red team managed to claw their way back in pretty comfortably now as Hexo and Guichibu both not quite in that proper orange range as Marckiemoo pushed almost towards the red now as well. The D-Sync not quite going to do it, but a lot of damage into Marcky now as well.
Oh, it's that Chippy's coming in from the red team as well. Bubble now in the orange, coming back there, trying to pick up a weapon. You're seeing Marky trying to guard that weapon a little bit so his teammate can grab it, but then red team gets to KO Marky and gets the KO on Bubble as well, making sure Bubble has no more options.
No. Oh,
yeah! Signer coming in from Gooey, confirming the KO on Marky, and Bubble doesn't even want to deal with it.
Was that 2 hits?
That was 2 hits. That was a 2-hit. That was a dash down into Dare Cider. He was so confirmed on that. He was willing to be that risky because of where his stocks were, and he wanted to get that KO on the Marky because he's the damage buildup. Look at these replays here. Okay, so Bubble doesn't come back. Marky goes GC down light, missed the ground pound. Gooey's like, oh, I got
it was literally
you,
just
buddy.
2 hits.
I got a side air to Dare to side air. And just knocked himself out along with Marky. And he knew as soon as that happened, Bubble ain't gonna deal with that 2v1. He is just isn't.
I'm at a loss for words, bro. Like, the confidence it takes to do that, not just to anyone, but to Marckiemoo of all players. Like, that is an ego boost, doing that to Marckiemoo. Now, Hexo trying to get work done with the scythe. Marckiemoo could be in trouble already. I mean, the red team is like so confident here. We're going to see, I mean, the big fear of being confident is overheating and letting the enemy team like counter you by going too deep and getting too aggressive. Already we're seeing Ichibu entering that red, not even 25 seconds into this game, and that could be scary. No follow up on that delay out of Hexo. But Hexo
Marky.
Marckiemoo returning the favor back to Guichibu, saying, okay, I'll take you out as well. That's fine. Another blue team very comfortable on these first stocks.
They were comfortable on the first stocks. They tried to do a combo, and Bubbles Dare just hit the platform, and they weren't able to get that KO. Line for Hexo. Both red team members lose a stock. They go too risky. Gooey's down to his final. Hex is down to his second. And, I mean, blue team's still on their third stocks there.
So, that ego boost I was talking about for Guichibu, that's gone. Marckiemoo woke up, like, he got hit by that 2-hit, and he was like, okay, nah, I'm gonna turn up the heat a little bit, and just comes into this game swinging, loses his first stock, but still, the amount of havoc he was able to put in that one stock was just so devastating. He's gotten such good revenge here onto Guichibu, and now just looking for even more, finds the side air, goes to the D-Sync. He's just like paying no attention to the pressure the red team can put in. He's just swinging and swinging.
Man, he's going to having a rough time there. Marky does go ahead and get the KO on the Hexo, and then we see Bubble with the KO on Gooey. Hexo doesn't want to deal with it, and now that was a completely different game than what we've seen in the past.
That was a 1 minute 45 second game. That was...
Look at this exchange though. Look at what just happened. We saw Gooey lose that stock. Hexo tried to get a recovery to come back, but also save their teammate. Wasn't able to do it. Marckiemoo comes with the gauntlet recovery. Then we see Bubble with the falling dare into the KO option there onto Guichibu there, and lands that. And that led into the options there. And now we're going to game number 4 on Demon Island, and these guys are just going for combos and crazy opportunities. Good grief, Bubble's already at 61 damage. Oh,
Marckiemoo! The man has a family!
Oh my gosh, and now we're starting to see him regroup a little bit, and Hexo's trying to follow up. GC down lane to side air, marks off that ledge, trying to deal with a 2v1. But actually, Gooey's trying to feud with Bubble. Well, Hexo deals with Mark. Downlight comes in.
Super scrappy start to this game. I mean, both teams just going and swinging. No patience whatsoever. Marckiemoo will find that push off onto Hexo. Finds the down air as well, just clipping the bottom of that hitbox on Guichibu. I mean, he throws away his weapon and then just charges headfirst towards Guichibu unarmed and then just stops right in front of him. Like that, he's exerting that positional pressure so well.
Oh. And Gooey's getting really risky on arm. He realizes how low he is and just trying to do some damage or some sort of KO option. Does lose that first stock. Now both red team members down to their seconds. Now the goal for the red team is just get these KO options, but Marky says otherwise. Oh, he grabs Gooey. Gooey's able to touch though barely. Both red team members able to come back. Marky just wasn't able to land the attack. Gets the KO on the bubble as well. And now things are a little bit more in 2-stock all range, but Hexo's already at 200 damage on the second stock.
Brother, I'm not allowed time to hydrate, to drink water, to even think against.
No.
With how these teams are playing, like there is no time whatsoever. And
yeah, these guys are playing so aggressive and so unorthodox, and Hexo now losing that second stock, and Gooey trying to deal with some stuff there, but it's so fast and unorthodox compared to what we're used to seeing in Brawlhalla. And we're seeing that just look at this, like it's so much going on.
Dude, I cannot believe this. Like, what I expected from today was some very orthodox, some very like Kaya Terrors, Kaya Olgrim, Kaya Onyx. I mean, we're seeing Kaya Onyx right now, but played in a very like standard way, like Rising Souls and Hideaway, just like playing for their combos, playing for their 2v1s. This is just a fight pit. This is just brawling out at all times.
It's just so back and forth right now, and you know, one team will like, oh, okay, this team's gonna win the game. Okay, great. Nope, things are just crazy. You think Marckiemoo Scrap Hound's gonna KO? No, that Blast Recovery is gonna KO. Then Bubble KOs Guichibu, and now you have Hexo dealing with a Marckiemoo with Cannon. Marckiemoo gets the KO, and now Gooey's got a 2v1 against Bubble and Marky. Can he do that, or are we going to game number 5? Oh, combo.
I mean,
combo.
we're seeing it again.
Combo.
It's what I said. It's what I said. They can't win a game without hitting that combo. It's just too clean. And my goodness, I swear, if Marky and Bubble manage to get another reverse 3 against another team, I will lose it. They need those 2 games to just like, they've got to get beat up a bit. They've got to build up that power and then just like reverse that energy back on the enemy team. It's
Combo. Ah!
bang, boom.
That was
Boom.
these guys are just crazy at it, and you know, Marky and Bubble are doing very good at adapting to how Gooey and Hexo are playing. I think Hexo just got so low on that stock that they had, that it let Guichibu to 2v1, and blue team just does so well with those. So they maximize on that very nicely, and now we're going to be going to game number 5. We're going to be choosing the same characters once again from both teams. We don't see Guichibu or Bubble changing at all either, so let's see what happens going into game number 5 of the elimination final. 3, 2, 1, and brawl. Let's see what happens.
Going over onto Miami Dome for this final game. This is a stage that we've seen Guichibu and Hexo do some pretty dangerous things on. Having that platform for that Queen Knight NSIG can be pretty terrifying, and Spear as well, just on this stage, can be pretty scary with that platform as well. So, question is, Marckiemoo!
Oh my gosh, Marckiemoo, what a fantastic, beautiful execution of that KO on the Hexo there. Just going with it, and then we see Guichi with a silent neutral light, and look at this.
What is happening, dude?
Marckiemoo's now in the red. What is going on? We're just seeing the execution and hilarious, excellent awareness from both these players. Just going in for team combos. We see Hexo leading a silent neutral light into follow-ups from Hexo, and now both blue team members are in the red. Guichi gets a guitar ground pound, and we're seeing a second ground pound miss. Oh, the recovery almost lands, but Marckiemoo is able to come back.
Dude, after that interaction, you'd think like, oh, blue team starts winning the game. No, Guichibu went absolutely insane on the guitars, racked up so much damage so quickly, and he's still going at it. The heat and the rage from this play is incredible.
Oh my
the
gosh!
pacing of these 2 teams is ridiculous, as Marckiemoo will fall Peach Bubble finds the recovery into Hexo, and the really scary factor here for the red team is whether or not Hexo will fall too early. Guichibu just not give him a second to breathe, brother.
Yeah. Oh, Guichibu with a fantastic execution of that KO, but almost KOs himself trying to go for that second combo from the red team. We got Marky in the orange in that second. Red team's trying to win this. They're trying to go back into grand finals. Blue team needs to land things here. They need to land these combos.
The red team just looks comfortable. They look confident. I mean, like, they lost that first early stock, and then the blue team hasn't really had an answer back. Guichibu is just pushing buttons, and there's no response as the NC comes through. Is going to recovery out of Hexo. We're a minute into this game.
Hexo comes in, KOs Bubble, then goes off ledge against Marky, tries to get a KO option. The GC Neutralite lands, smart move from Marky, but isn't able to touch, does touch again though. Gooey trying to do some damage build up, but look at, now we're gonna see strings. Oh, we're seeing two-piece combo. Oh, Hexo hits his teammate by mistake. Dare from Gooey, another dare into weapon throw. Weapon throw misses. Marky is unable to come back. Gooey and Hexo go ahead and have a phenomenal comeback to win this set 3-2 over Marckiemoo and Future Bubble in a neck-on-neck matchup. That was phenomenal from those players.
I am just at a loss for words. I don't get it. I mean, like, the way Guichibu was playing guitars in that game, like, people ask anyone, any experienced player, like pros even, and they will tell you guitars are not a high tier or even close to high tier weapon in 2v2s because they just don't have much to offer in terms of team combo setups. And yet Guichibu in that game made guitars look like they were impossibly good in every situation. That was just ridiculous,
dude. And I'm gonna start giving Guichibu a nickname, and that's gonna be the Surgeon. Okay, I have to start giving him that because the surgical accuracy that he's landing these KO options with have been phenomenal. He's getting these KO options where they need to, and he's able to follow up with Hexo when he can. Once that pressure is on the opposing team, they don't drop it unless something crazy happens, and they're willing to be that risky. When we saw that dare in a side air from Guichibu, when he was willing to go for that Hail Mary, who else would do that? The only person I could see doing that is Gooey, and then the way Hexo was just keeping things in control was phenomenal. So, I mean, that was a fantastic set between these teams there. Marky and Bubble, while they are out, did phenomenal. It was just so hectic and crazy to be able to regroup in that momentum. It was very, very difficult, and Red Team just went with the landslide. They really did. So props.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting like a super tight back and forth game 5, like a right down to the wire thing, and Hexo and Gooey just came in swinging and just shut down the entire set. So yeah, we have Dr. Phazon, and now we have the Surgeon title being fought for between Raydish and Guichibu. I mean, I've heard people call Raydish the Surgeon before, but now the question's going to be, I guess whoever wins this set is the Surgeon.
I know. And they're gonna have the whole practice by the time they're done.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to practice. Who's gonna have to practice the Brawlhalla? Is it gonna be Raydish or is it gonna be Gooey? Right? These guys have been phenomenal. I mean, we're now going into grand finals of this event. This is the doubles grand finals of this event. You guys can register for the 1v1 event happening tomorrow as well. Registration is pinned in Twitch chat or go to moosewars.com and you can find those registrations and have the opportunity of being one of the players on stream. But we're in grand finals of doubles. We're seeing Guichibu and Hexo against Raydish and Balloon Boy. Raydish and Balloon Boy being the more of the methodical style team, while we have the unorthodox team of Guichibu and Hexo. Who's gonna win? Let's find out. Game number 1. Let's see what happens.
Well, keep in mind as well, I mean, Guichibu and Hexo are fresh off like playing the game of their lives.
Yeah.
Balloon and Raydish, they've been sat waiting for a while. I mean, At most, they will have like maybe played a couple ranked games, maybe sparred on another pro team in between. But neither of those provide the same level of tension, the same level of focus that a tournament set will give you. And despite that, they are putting up a very strong fight as both teams are just scrapping in this early game. We have Hexo having taken the most damage. Overall, taking a bit more damage here.
Gooey's just spamming signatures. Look at him go. I want to see the signature count later. He's just going for down sigs and side sigs just because they have so much range and power. We see Balloon Boy get the KO there on the Hexo, and you're seeing Glitchy just kind of sitting back a little bit trying to do something. Side sig does go ahead and come out. We see, Glitchy and Balloon Boy missing those signatures just barely. The red team's taking that control of the neutral of the platform, and that's allowing for the red team to take a little bit of control, but blue team takes that back. They take the synergy back. Raydish and Balloon Boy with the combo.
What an interrupt!
Raydish with that battle boots recovery allows for the red team to get knocked down so low. And we already have Glitchy out. Raydish loses the stock. Look at all this chaos.
Balloon Boy still on this first stock and applying even more pressure to Hexo. Now talking over to Glitchy. We notice Glitchy starting out on Mako here and clashed out as well. Balloon Boy just going for the edge guard. I was trying to talk about the pick. Glitchy getting off the Queen Knife for the Mako in game 1. We saw it earlier in that winners finals and it seemed to work better but not quite well enough. Glitchy now trying to get the work done with these guitars. Raydish pretty damaged here. Balloon Boy caught by the Ensig. Used to be afraid of a signature kit of Mako, but still. The spikes coming out of the red team, but the recovery out of the Hexo going to save Balloon Boy. The ground pound turnaround. What a turnaround by the red team.
Oh my gosh, and Hexo with the falling cider to confirm that KO on the Balloon Boy. We saw what we just saw right there was Hexo making sure he maintains his composure, even though he almost KO'd his teammate, was able to get the KO and get the KO, a second KO on the Balloon Boy. But now we see Hexo going down to second. We're starting to see blue team trying to bring things back. Is one stock all. Blue team has a huge opportunity here to go ahead and get this KO option onto the red team, and if they can get Guichibu away there a little bit, focus on the Hexo a tad bit, they might be able to do something. But Guichibu's guitars are coming out of nowhere, and guitars are one of those weapons that Balloon Boy does not like, but he does get a little bit of a punish there. He almost gets KO'd by Gooey off that ledge.
Balloon Boy was so afraid of, if that side I hit, that could have been game.
He almost landed a second one. He was trying to show
Raydish. Watch Raydish.
Raydish.
What the hell?
Okay, so they're separating both red team members now rather than doing team combos, and it's working a little bit better. We saw that in game number, I think it was either 3 or 4, when they faced each other in the winners finals, and now we're starting to see a little bit of that coming out again. But as I say that, we don't see Raydish anymore. We see Balloon Boy dealing with 2v1. Can he bring this back? He's known for bringing back 2v1s, but Hexo with a scythe down light comes in. Balloon Boy still alive, but doesn't touch the ledge fast enough. Gooey with the lovely Mako ground pound unarmed. And Gooey and Hexo win game number 1.
Yeah, what a back and forth first game as well. If I'm Gooey and Hexo, I'm feeling good, but I don't want to get too confident because that again was the first game of the set, and they are coming in here as the challengers. Raydish and Balloon Boy have the whole extra set to fall back on. They have all the time in the world to get warmed up, get ready. I mean, like I said, they're coming into this having not been playing in a tournament setting for about an hour since they last fought this exact same team. Glitchy and Hexo, fresh off that win, and despite having that momentum advantage, still had a very close game. So the number one thing here is making sure that they don't get too hot and too excited about this set, because if they go too aggressive, they go too far, they may pay the price.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree with that. And I think realistically, Gooey and Hexo did a lot better that game because Balloon Boy and Raydish decided to separate them. And that's where Gooey and Hexo do very well, while Balloon Boy and Raydish are known for being phenomenal ones players. When you have the unorthodox style player style of Gooey and Hexo, they can do things that you don't expect from an average player or an average pro player and throw you off. So we'll definitely see what happens going into game number 2. Keep in mind, Balloon Boy and Raydish are on the winner's side of grand finals. So Dewey and Hexo have to win 2 sets to win this tournament. So this is a huge deal for them to be able to reset it. We'll see if they can go ahead and do a reset in the grand final. Okay, a little bit back and forth there coming in from both of those players a tad bit. Okay, ooh. A little bit back and forth there. Hexo now trying to do something. Air comes in. Oh, silent recovery from Balloon Boy. Recovery from Gooey accidentally.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Balloon Boy was trying to put so much pressure onto Hexo at the start, and the red team just doing the most to and what?
Raydish is gone of that second stock. Balloon Boy tries to rush off edge a little bit, and Guichibu tries to punish him. Oh, but Raydish, this GC down signature lands on Gooey, almost KOs him. He's riding that motorbike into victory a little bit. Look at them throwing out these signatures in such a unique way we're not used to seeing.
I'm not gonna lie. Get them off Demon Island. Get rid. I feel like the amount of space that they have to work with, and with no vertical runaway space, the red team are just so terrifying here. It's looking real scary. We saw Balloon Boy try and pressure Hexo off stage at the start of the game and make use of that small stage space. Oh, but the team combo coming in, the bike into the NSIG. No 0 to KO right there, but still all the value. Hexo trying to turn it around. Balloon Boy in sweat beats, but the GC NSIG will send back to stage safely. Hexo hit by the ground pound as well. Improvised team combo to the blue team, which we could be in trouble. Balloon Boy may fall, but the GC NSIG again. Blue team managed to cling onto life somehow. Another GC NSIG. Balloon Boy finds a Sarah as well. Can't find the ground pound. How does everyone make it out of that alive?
I don't know. I think they're wizards at this point. I think they're being so also surgically accurate in these these weapons and these opportunities. We see Balloon Boy and Hexo lose those second stocks, and now we get the 2 surges trying to face each other there. But we see Raydish losing that second stock. Dewey still alive with that great sword, and there we go. Oh, he missed his accuracy a little bit. That's gonna mess it up with his practice there. We'll have to kind of see. Balloon Boy trying to do these weapon throws and mix things up. But Hexo now kind of dealing with Raydish a little bit. I think that's what Raydish really wants, so he can knock out Hexo early, so these 2v1 combos come out of the blue team. So right now, red team trying to do something with Raydish. Raydish gets the KO on the Gooey. They have a 2v1 opportunity against Hexo. They're just not leading in anything. Balloon Boy, oh Gooey! No. Uh-oh. They both have
but the save comes in.
Oh, they both had side signatures. It's now a 1v1 between Balloon Boy and Guichibu. Can Balloon Boy bring things back into his favor? He's got to be careful of those guitars, though. He doesn't want to over-passive them, but he also wants to make sure he respects his spacing with those gauntlets. Right now, Gooey in the yellow and Balloon Boy in the red. Who's going to make it?
Guichibu and Balloon Boy, both very accomplished players in the 1v1 space. Balloon Boy having a bit more recent success, but also having a bit more damage put onto his stock. Almost 100 or over 100 more damage put onto Balloon Boy here. Needs to play a very perfect game onto Guichibu here. Manages to avoid the side sig. D-Light into the down air. Can't find any more extension there. Doesn't want to overextend the Katars. And that ripped side sig again. We keep seeing Guichibu just rip that side sig and rely on the unexpected active frames on that final slash, and Balloon Boy just dash jumps into it, wasn't ready for it, but a much closer game in game 2.
Yeah, when it comes down to the guitars, I mean, and Mako in general, its signature set is very unique to the point where a lot of people don't practice against it just because it's not used as much in tournament play, right? So they don't really go against it a whole lot. Whenever it's thrown out, it's kind of relearning the spacing of those attacks. But now with Guichibu playing it more, we'll start to see Balloon Boy and Ray start to adapt to it. But is it going to be enough to turn things around into their favor for the set? Keep in mind, we have Gooey and Hexo up 2 over Raydish and Balloon Boy in the grand final. So if red team wins one more, they go into a reset, and it's a proper BO5.
Here we see Balloon Boy once again trying to start the game off early by getting aggressive onto Hexo throughout the stage, trying to do more with the gauntlets now as well. The NSIG into NSIG, Hexo barely surviving, the blue team taking control of the space, the sizing out of Balloon Boy as well, more than enough, and now we're seeing more characteristic gameplay out of the red team. What an improvisation!
All I can say is combos.
Yeah, I mean, Raydish and Balloon Boy, they can't find the full combo down to Guichibu, so what does Raydish do? Read with the boots into a turnaround D-Light side air, and then Balloon Boy extends even further. That was just beautiful gameplay.
Yeah, the adaptation that we're seeing mid-set between these players there, and, you know, it was just phenomenal coming out both these guys, and we're seeing string combos from both sides, and now we see a GC satellite in the side air into option. Oh, what just happened? Guichibu launches Hexo into a combo with Raydish. He picks up the Greatsword, gets that side air on the Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy's unable to come back. Tries to be a little bit risky. Raydish decides to try to stay alive. Does go and KO Hexo, but does get KO'd by Gooey.
This is a much different start to this game, although Hexo trying to get work on to Balloon Boy side of the stage. Raydish gonna go up high. Red team having to respect the fact that Hexo is one whole stock down. I mean, Guichibu is pretty even with the whole blue team, but Hexo just a full stock behind off those interactions. The down sig, gotta get Guichibu some space. Raydish making it back to the stage. Hexo actually more damage than Guichibu on the blue team. Have a game plan. It is to take out Hexo as quick as possible. GCD signal gonna come through, but Hexo moves up to the right. I'm not sure what took him out. I think he might have tried to go for a side air with the sight there and just drifted too far to the right, because I'm pretty sure he survived the knockback, but then I saw him start up a side air and just disappear.
Yeah, for sure, and yeah, that's a pretty big deal there coming out of those players, and red team just has I mean, we're seeing Guichibu have a rough time dealing with these 2v1s because of what we know the blue team for. They're known for going for these combos. That was the combo they've been practicing. On the show, on this broadcast, and it KOs. What a phenomenal combo from Balloon Boy and Raydish. The thing that they've been practicing and training for weeks has officially landed in the grand finals of Duskfall Rebellion. We gotta check that back up. That is all true, by the way. Let's look back at it. Oh my god, the Gooey comes with a double KO here earlier too as well. KO's a teammate a little bit, but let's pop that back up before they go into this game here. Let's see. All right, side light into neutral signature, or to side signature KOs. Here we go. So slows down.
This was a zero. He was zero at the start.
It's true. Backward side light into down light into jump sider. Got neutral into ground pound. It's going to lead it to a recovery into GC signature KO. Into Raish's ground pound. Guichibu has no option to come back. He had one jump, but Raydish had the confirmation off that ledge. There was no way he could have come back from that. That is a true combo. Zero death.
I'm sick. I am ill after watching that. Like, that is ridiculous. We got hyped up over Marckiemoo and Future Bubbles improvised KO on the side earlier. That was just to a whole other level. Like, I need an edit of that with ping pong sound effects, or
bong bong
pinball sound effects on how much Future was just getting bounced back and forth, up and down. Balloon Boy edge guarding now, goes to the side sig. Future might just make it back. Also, small notice, well, as Raydish falls early, we are on Terminus, which we don't really see very often in a professional setting. We see Balloon Boy managing to make it back barely with that nair into Chase Lodge, but a much more dominant early start here for the red team as Balloon Boy is a bit overzealous there with the ground pound and the blue team looking a bit worse for wear.
Yeah, red team was trying to do a combo, but the platforms kind of got them mixed up a little bit just because of how high that middle platform is. It allowed for Raydish to kind of get out of that a tad bit. And then we just overall start to see, there's down signature from Gooey. Oh, he's doing a backward neutral signature. Balloon with that punish. He's tired of the signatures coming in from Guichibu at this point. Oh my god.
I'm gonna be honest, I would be too. Like, Guichibu has found a way to play characters that Golds despise in a way that Golds despise and make it work at the highest level of Brawlhalla we have ever seen. I mean, you said earlier he's just pushing buttons on Mako. On a surface level, that's what he's doing. But it's when and how he chooses to do that with a pro's mindset that makes him so terrifying.
And as we say that, now we're starting to see Yeah, we still have the red team in a little bit of a lead. We do see Hexo losing that first stock, by the way. And now we're seeing Gooey with the KO on Balloon Boy. I think the red team's just probably so mixed up after that KO option that they've been trying to land in tournament. That was the one thing Balloon Boy told me when going to this event. He was going to try to go for that combo because it's so true. That's what he showed us last night, if I recall, the exact combo. So these guys are practicing hard. Oh, Hexo's unable to come back. He gets a little bit risky. Balloon Boy, the side signature on Gooey. Gooey's able to get stared by Balloon Boy. He is able to touch back though.
Yeah, very scrappy towards the end of this game. I mean, it's looking slightly better for the blue team. They are finding interactions here with the weapon throw scare for Raydish. Sweatbeats come in. He has nothing to get back. Balloon was on the the stage. Too focused on trying to punish Hexo. When the combo comes in, and we get a grand finals reset as Guichabu and Hexo turn around a dominant game 3 into their own dominant game 4 and send us into the grand finals reset.
Dude, what a way to do it too. You know, you had Gooey and Hexo just put so much pressure in those games. They had the overall lead. They held that in such a fantastic route. And Gooey and Hexo's had a really good synergy. Look at their team combos. Look at this go, man. That was a phenomenal combo. Keep in mind, Gooey knocked out someone before that team combo at the end. So he got a double KO. He was able to go from that mindset from facing that one player and go straight into that strength. So we are now in the grand finals reset between Guichabu and Hexo, along with Raydish and Balloon Boy. Let's see what happens. Let's count it down. 3, 2, 1, and brawl.
Onto Mishima Dojo for
Platforms.
this first game of reset. Yeah, the platforms, I can't help but think that this does heavily favor the red team. I mean, they're consistently looking for vertical combos, right? Like they're looking to end combos with Guichabu's vertical options. Even without being big on Queen Nai, who cares about the verticality if Raydish is going to get vaporized in the first 20 seconds of the game and just lose that first stock? What is happening? I mean, Balloon Boy and Raydish are playing so good in the winner's final match, and they look almost lost. I mean, they're finding good interactions, finding like good combos, but it has to be non-stop because it feels like Guichabu and Hexo just have permanent pressure onto the blue team.
Yeah, without a doubt. And blue team, I think now we're starting to see red team being a little bit more unorthodox. Balloon Boy goes too far down and gets punished there. You know, I was going to say, okay, great. Blue team has a decent lead there. Then Gooey and Hexo come in and get that KO option there. There we go. 3-piece combo comes in from blue team. We're going to see it probably a KO option. Hexo backward sider. Nice job. So things are 2 stocks all, but you know, we're starting to see Hexo and Gooey throw some crazy unorthodox things now. I think they're doing it now in the reset in the first game because they realize they can come back from it. So why not throw these attacks out and try to get some sort of crazy advantage if you have the opportunity of doing so. And then I think they... Oh, shoot. Okay, Gooey gets the KO on the Raydish. Balloon Boy is still alive on the second though, but in the orange. These platforms are mixing the blue team up. They're unable to land their team combos that we're used to seeing. And Gooey gets an offense neutral signature, knocks out Balloon Boy with guitars. And maybe that's why the red team is choosing platforms, because they realize that Balloon Boy and Raydish are not adapted to platform movement with their strings. They're only used to flat maps. Oh, guitars.
Dude, I can't take my eyes off the fact that Raydish is just in dire straits here, right? That's just going to be enough, I think. Raydish has no options. He's gone.
Jeez, bro. Raydish is gone. Balloon Boy tries to come back a little bit. He touches. Oh, he thought he touched. Oh, but Gooey! What are you doing, bro? What the precision coming out of Gooey with that? He was willing to risk his stock. Here's the thing: if Balloon Boy landed any of those attacks, they were lost because Gooey was being so overly aggressive. That is one thing you gotta be very careful of when you go into these matches there. In general, if he would have missed that, if Balloon Boy would have landed that stuff, they both were dying. Like both red team members. So they're going in for the win, man. They're going in for it.
Raydish and Balloon Boy are playing a very in a rough spot because you've seen now you cannot take Guichu and Hexo to platform map. Like, there's just not a thing you can do. We've also seen that they are very scary on Demon Island. So their options are kind of to ban out Terminus and Mishima, and I guess ban Demon, which they left open this time, and Guichu and Hexo immediately picked it. So we can see that Guichu and Hexo, they want Demon, and they, like, I guess want the platform stations. We can see why, is the red team were just dominating these early stock interactions as well.
Yeah, they definitely were, and what a way to do that, man. I mean, both players now kind of, I mean, here's the thing. Blue team's back on a flat map. They're not dealing with platforms. Will allow them to do a little bit more than likely. But Gooey's guitars are catching the red team off guard. You know, we're seeing Balloon Boy be thrown off a little bit, right? And we're seeing Raydish is usually the player that supports and comes back and does follow-ups. But now we're seeing Raydish having a rough time following up Balloon Boy. And now we're starting to see a fast combo or fast KO there on the Balloon Boy. Raydish is still alive, but has to be very, very wary there. Oh.
Yeah, what I'm afraid of for the blue team here as well is I feel like Hexo and Marckiemoo of all teams in the pro scene are probably the most mental breaking team in the scene. Like, they are playing a super unorthodox team. They're playing in a way that you wouldn't expect. They're playing turbo aggressive, trying to isolate you, and just like the team combos are so short yet deadly.
Mm-hmm.
I know for a fact that this has to be a very frustrating team to fight, and so fighting the entirety of a grand finals reset cannot be easy. But Balloon Boy making it look easy as he finds that end sig onto Hexo, finds the stock as well, turns around to the entire game with one signature, as now they have a stock lead onto Marckiemoo and Hexo, and Raydish wasting no time and putting more pressure onto Hexo now as well.
Jeez, man, and that's absurd.
My goodness.
And now we're seeing some exchanges there. Raydish and Balloon Boy using these like unplanned combos, backward sider and the recoveries, stuff like that. They're starting to get that neutral control. Hexo's barely able to touch. Balloon Boy goes too far down. I think he's gonna get punished for that. He does. He throws the weapon, and actually Raydish tries to save him, but that weapon throw actually held him back from being saved.
Bye-bye.
And Raydish does come back there, get that KO on that Hexo. Now we see red team going to try to go in for a 2v1 option there. Is Gooey going to let himself get stringed? He might just go off the ledge. I don't know.
Let's pick up the guitars. I mean, Marckiemoo could definitely make this work. That down air could have been...
nice punish.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. If there's anything we learn from this set, you don't take that fight against Marckiemoo off stage in this situation. Marckiemoo is so obviously feeling the momentum, feeling the pressure, and he's playing like his life is on the line. And so far it's showing, as these guitars are going absolutely incredibly insane, and the blue team is just struggling to find openings here. This is a little scary.
That's a combo. That's a combo. Recovery comes in afterwards as well. Sidelight sider into, tries to get the neutral signature, barely misses that. Gonna lead into probably a, side sig by Gooey, but Raydish with the punish. Raydish being accurate there. Gooey was just being a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, is if you are feeling that heat, you're feeling that momentum, you can overheat. You can go a bit too far to feel like you're on top of the world, and then that whole world comes crashing down on top of you. And unfortunately, I think we may have seen that there with Marckiemoo, where he thought he could try and get in with a little bit too much on the guitars. Yeah. And Raydish and Balloon Boy do manage to capitalize on it there. They find that execution, and we go to a 1-1 scoreline on a much closer grand finals than I would have expected. I mean, going off that winners finals, I would have thought we'd seen like maybe a game 5 win for Balloon Boy and Raydish, but we're going to not only a reset, but a 1-1 scoreline on game 3.
Yeah, so, and we're on Demon Island. We're not on platform maps. We're back to the same map that Balloon Boy and Raydish are probably going to want. We're starting to see Gooey be very aggressive with that greatsword. He's going for the unorthodox stuff now. But Blue Team is very good at punishing unorthodox stuff. So we'll kind of see what happens. Balloon Boy has to respect the greatsword range a little bit too. So he's got to be careful. Raydish, he wasn't expecting that signature. Gooey's going to try to go for a KO. Ground pound does land, but Gooey with a double neutral air is going to try to go for a KO option. Raydish being a little bit respectful there. Gets a backward jump side air. Balloon Boy's able to... he recovers, except comes back to the ledge. Gets punched by Marckiemoo. Raydish with a punish there onto Hexo. And red team is up a half a stock, but just barely.
Dude, Guichu is making Mako look like the best character in the game right now. I can't lie. Like, the way side sig, sure, man, just do it all. Bloomberg going for it, but then there comes through. GCNC gonna come in, manages to make it back onto the wall, but takes damage in the process. That interaction is definitely in favor of the red team as Bloomberg needed the stock there, couldn't quite find it. Hexo, once again, the player who may be falling too early here. Red team needs to try and make up for it. We see Guichu will fall. Can Hexo stay alive? Finds the recovery, get the disarm. Balloon Boy here. Balloon Boy gets the bow in hand. Hexo, just to avoid taking too much damage when his teammate's gone. Light comes through, won't be able to hit Hexo. Punishes, and Guichu's there to capitalize. What a set we are seeing from Guichu here today, but the recovery will come through. Stocks are an advantage of the blue team for now, but Balloon Boy is very damaged.
Yeah, now Gooey's getting a little bit slow with his momentum, and it's starting to show a little bit. We do see that Falling Sailor hit Balloon Boy, but Raydish is going to start to be able to adapt to that style a little bit, depending on how Gooey plays those guitars. Hexo follows up his teammate, gets the signature KO on the Raydish, making things one stock off for the blue team. Red team just doing very well at separating Balloon Boy and Raydish, and they can't land anything. I think Red team just really knows how powerful the blue team is together, and the Red team just does so well by themselves. You know, blue team's goal is to stick together. They need to be aware of that.
This is really tough. I mean, the way that Guichu is playing, he is like forcing the blue team to not be able to play, because the blue team wants to play this really standard, like play for interactions, play for team combo gameplay, and Guichu on the Mako is just getting in deep and dirty, and he's doing so much to disrupt them. Hexo could be in trouble here.
Raydish
Hexo falls. Goes for the end sig. Raydish barely lives, and the bike comes through. Can Balloon Boy save him? Then there comes through.
Boy saves him.
Guichu finds the punishment, but Raydish has the bike again. Manages to get back to the wall. Balloon Boy does fall to that great sword string. Now Raydish looking for anything here. I mean, bare minimum to take out Hexo, and then he has almost a full health Guichu to deal with.
But here's the thing: if Raydish is able to go ahead and do damage build on Guichu, then get the KO on Hexo. And he... Oh, he's being stupid! That thing off that side sig! It was risky, and Hexo punished that red team, getting that point to their name. And, oh my gosh, Raydish did really well that last game, but red team just...
725 damage out of Guichu away.
Woo! Jeez. God, let's look at these replays real quick, man, because look, I mean... We saw these strings. We saw Guichu come in with the strings with the great sword. Comes back in. Raydish, look how far he goes. I don't think he meant to go that far back, but it did go that far, and he got punished so far for it. So going into game number 4, we're going to see kind of Raydish probably step back just a tad bit from being that aggressive, because I think he realizes how well the red team reads that. Both red team members are ready for it, without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, aggressive is the name of the game here for Guichu as well. Like we were talking before, Guichu, his job is to be a problem for the blue team. And so far we're seeing that as Balloon Boy already in the red, Guichu just not giving him room to breathe, can't even punish the overextension out of Guichu, as now both blue team members are separated. It's looking like it could just be curtains here. I mean, like, it's early days for sure, but Raydish is already probably losing this first stock. Hexo just applying even more pressure. Raydish
Dude, look at the pressure! Red team
can't get there.
Blue team can't come back. We see Raydish trying to use every single option they have to come back to that platform, and Guichu and Hexo were just on it. Balloon Boy was trying to step in the best that he can. He was worried about his stock, and he's just having a rough time doing any damage buildup because the red team is doing what they're doing. It's so unorthodox, but he has the possibility of turning this back into his favor. He's going to lose that first stock. Raydish has to keep his stock now. That's all Blue Team has to worry about. Keeping the stock of Raydish while Balloon Boy does damage buildup. If they're able to do that, that's huge for the Blue Team. But Kui and Hexo, man, are doing phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking really, really bleak for the blue team here. Raydish needs to try and live, but in the meantime, if he plays too safe, Balloon Boy will get pressured. Does manage to go back into a neutral state here, but I mean, just look at not only the stock but the damage as well. Like, even if Guichu loses this first stock, Raydish is down to his final already. Balloon Boy could be soon to follow. Weapon thrown away into the unarmed, barely survives that recovery as well. Right into the side of Balloon Boy, just having forced to recover back to the wall over and over again. Hexo not even falling to that recovery there. And it's looking like a dominant win here for Gucci and Hexo as they have 5 something to 2 of the blue team. I mean, these like 2-person team combos we saw so much of earlier are just not happening as the red team are just disrupting everything. The NSYNC won't come through. Raydish entering the red on this final stock already 2 minutes into this game. Blue team just doing everything. And Balloon Boy's just fast falling. It's just over.
The blue team doesn't want to deal with it. They understand the circumstances. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Hexo and Legion's Guichibu go ahead and win this Duskfall Rebellion Doubles Championship, man. What a way to do that. Oh my God. Even looking back at the replays of that last game, you can see the overall powerhouse of Guichibu with those guitars. Who's being so accurate, who's able to have one-on-ones. They didn't even need team combos because of how Gui was playing and the pressure he was putting on, and Hexo able to follow suit. Blue team had a rough time. They really did. Like, there's no way that they could have really changed that without dealing with Gui, and they just couldn't find a position. We saw Balloon Boy try dealing with them, then he went to Raydish. Raydish had a rough time with him. Then it led into these stock leads that the red team had.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, MVP for that entire set goes to Guichibu, who just spent so much time just absolutely disrupting the entirety of Blue Team. Like, Hexo did way more damage that final game, but without Guichibu, I mean, his whole job was just to get in deep and just cut apart the Blue Team, force them. Because I was saying exactly this thing before. The Guichibu and Hexo are unorthodox, and Balloon Boy and Raydish, while not playing meta characters, are playing a meta game plan in twos. They are looking for interactions. They are looking to try and set up a 2v1 or 2v2 combo situation where they can just maximize on damage. And when you have Guichibu playing Mako on the enemy team and just going in deep and finding these ridiculous strings, doing so much damage, and not only that, but Guichibu just had no fear. He would go in, he'd get hit, and then he'd just keep on swinging. He'd get all these wake-ups that the enemy team wasn't ready for, and because of all of that, he just didn't give the blue team any room to breathe. There was no time for them to hit the incredible combos we saw in the winners finals because they were just getting suffocated by the Guichibu wall.
Yeah, it was absurd coming in from these players, man. Gui leveled up a lot in his 2v2 gameplay, and I have to give some credit there. We gotta pop up that graphic again for Hexo and Guichibu, because looking back at the graphic, memorize this, because I think with how Gui's playing, we're going to see them top 8 definitely at BCX and possibly get top 3 and possibly win. This is, if I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, Gui and Hexo, if I recall, this might be their first 2v2 win. I don't think they've won a Moose Wars 2v2 together, have they? Because I'm looking back at the logs, they've gotten 4th at Snowfall. You know, they got 9th at CEO, they got 3rd at Spring Championship, but that was absurd. Like, this, they need to get credit for this because this is leading into the World Championship. They're doing this type of gameplay against teams that are very orthodox and are learning team combos. Is North America going to have to learn a little bit more unorthodoxy to be able to win BCX? Because I don't know how the other regions are playing. But if
before this point,
Before
this point, Guichibu and Hexo, their best placement was a 3rd in Springs of 2025.
Yes.
They, as far as I'm aware, had not won a tournament together besides this.
I don't think they've won a Moose Wars. I don't think so. I know they've gotten close. I know they've gotten close. I don't know if they've won one though. So if this is their first win, congrats, man. That's a big deal. They have been working hard.
Absolutely, it shows.
They were talking together at Max Mode. When I saw them at Max Mode and seeing how well they were as friends together and how well they were doing and trying different unorthodox styles that most people wouldn't know. I know something was going to click at one point, and hopefully this is a telltale sign for BCX because these guys are fucking crazy. Yeah, that's so awesome.
I mean, the question now. The question now is just, can they pull off the same thing at LAN? Because if they play like that at LAN, that's I think any player, any early, middle, late, or pro level player will watch that set and think, oh my goodness, Guichibu looks terrifying.
Yeah.
And Hexo was playing off him super well. Like that whole set, they were a very scary team to watch.
And I think realistically, when it comes down to LAN, it's a lot of noise. It's a lot of distraction. You have lights, you have sound. So for a lot of those people that are trying to practice for LAN, you know, put a light on. Maybe put a ring light on that you're not used to seeing. Maybe try different things and try to redirect your focus into the game. Stuff like that. I mean, we're going to see... North America's got a new strategy I'm not used to seeing in doubles before. Where you have so many... We have a couple consistent unorthodox players, but we also have a lot of really good synergy-based teams. And the ones that we thought we're going to be seeing in top 2 got knocked out. We had Zen and Hideaway gone. They got knocked out in 5th. You know, we have Monty and Meg D. Like, this is going to be a crazy BCX for North America.
Especially for me as a European player. There is a way that Europe plays 2v2s. We are very stuck in our ways. There is a strat, there is a team comp that gets loosely changed a little bit, and then people lab on that. There hasn't been a top level team in Europe like there has been in North America for Hexo and Buchabu. And I think it's really interesting seeing a team like that sort of stir up the pot and prove that as much as people will complain about Grimm's ruining the meta, Terrorist is just too broken, Kaya's just too strong in 2v2s, as valid as they may be about how strong those characters are, at the end of the day, if someone is good enough at a certain thing, they can just tear up a 2v2 bracket, as we saw with today.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, we're seeing these players just be phenomenal. I love seeing Fakey and Anime Fan go to game 5 against Monty Hala and Meg D. That has a lot of potential. We have potential Monty Hala and Meg D going crazy. I also am going to call out one or two teams because these are teams I think we're going to be keeping an eye on. There's Kira and Vayax. Okay, so you know Vayax from Europe. We have Vayax playing from Europe with Haz, who's also Kira on Challenger mode. They got 9th. They lost to Bunny and Raid, but they took a game off of them, right? With Vayax having lag. So that's a huge team there. Also, seeing Shade and Greed made me realize, seeing Shade and Greed, I need a seat higher. They got top 8 in this event and went phenomenal. I mean, they had to face Marckiemoo and Bubble, but there's teams that North America has getting ready for BCX, and I think North America has a huge run at the World Championships this year, because every year, usually it's South America. We don't see a lot of North America has gotten like top 4, top 3, gotten 2nd, whatever. You got Zen as well, but with that being said, though, man, we got a lot of good teams. This will not be the only bracket we have, ladies and gentlemen. We are not done Duskfall Rebellion for the weekend. We have Moose Wars Duskfall Rebellion's 1v1s happening tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. So if you guys want to play in a 1v1 event, if you want to get practice for the World Championship, you just want to have a fun time and play against other players, that will be one of the events you can sign up for tomorrow. Along with that, Moose Wars will be doing 2 events during November. Okay, I'm going to talk about it on stream. Registrations will be fully out for them tomorrow. We wanted this event to kind of fizzle out a little bit until one's registration was done. But Moose Wars will have Champions Path happening on November 15th and 16th. This is the week before BCX. So if you guys want more doubles practice, registrations for that will be out tomorrow, along with the ones. And then Encore Clash will happen the week after BCX. So week before and a week after, you guys will have access to high quality Brawlhalla tournaments for you guys to practice. Any region is allowed to play. If you're in Europe or South America, you're allowed to play in this event as long as you're on US East servers. So make sure you guys register at moosewars.com. Duskfall Rebellion 1v1s is out now for tomorrow. If you're playing from any other region, you can play, have fun. And then after the registrations close for ones tomorrow, the other 2 events registrations will be out for you guys, so you guys can have those. So with that being said, we got to give a quick shout out Brawlhalla. You know, I appreciate the Brawlhalla team for allowing North America to have these quality of events. We love hosting them for the Brawlhalla scene. We hope to get to do more in the future going into next year. And this was a fun doubles event. I was surprised. I didn't expect this high quality between all the players. Like, usually we see orthodox. We don't see unorthodox like Guccibu and Hexo go crazy as they did. This is I think like a weird turning point for North America a tad bit. So I'm happy. I really can't wait. So
yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, we have 1v1s tomorrow, and then also this is sort of the calm before the storm, right? Of like the second to last tournament before the World Championship. We have this, and then we have our final tournament before BCX, and then beyond that point, it's mayhem. It's whoever can win the World Championship, whoever takes that crown and becomes the best player in 1v1, best players in 2v2. And tomorrow I'm very excited as well, because I think 1v1s is in a very interesting and turbulent space for North America. So whether or not we see another sweep from a player like Marckiemoo, or whether we see some upcoming players who've been grinding for that BCX placement, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. And with that being said, though, as well, I gotta say the best combo we saw tonight was that clean. No, it was true 0 to death from Balloon Boy.
No, the ping pong up and down, dude. It was
it was absurd how crazy that combo was. We grabbed a clip from it and we threw it in our staff server. We'll publish that out for you guys on Twitter and stuff like that too. But man, that was such a phenomenal combo to see in tournament. Whenever you guys are playing events and you're on stream and you have the ability at first game, go for combos. Go for some crazy stuff that you don't think of, because it allows you can always come back from one game. You can't come back from 2 or 3 game disadvantages. Go have fun. Go for crazy combos, because that's going to mess with the momentum of your opponents. So stuff like that is awesome. We would love to feature that on social media and get you guys the credit you deserve for practicing that type of stuff. So we'll definitely have more of that. But with that being said, we'll be live tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern with the stream. Brackets start at 2 p.m. Eastern. Go ahead and sign up, have some fun. We'll have over 300, 400 people already signed up. Let's make that 5. Let's make that 6. Let's have you guys have fun.
Maybe 7?
Maybe 6 and 7. We'll have to see. Maybe 607.
Okay. Yeah, cut it off. Cut it off.
All right. But either way, we appreciate all of you guys. Have a fantastic rest of your night, and we'll catch you guys on the flip side. Appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful rest of your night.